1, 2, 3, 4.
I want to talk to you about that too.
What's that? Okay, folks, it is 11:30, so I guess I ought to do the little ringy-ding. 7:30. I wish it was 8:30, but 7:30. I am not a morning person. It should be very obvious to everybody. It is 7:31 now. This is going to be a long day, Art. We'll go into deliberations on Group 3 proposals, starting with proposal number 29. Staff?
Good evening, Mr. Chair. I'm Matt Miller. I am the Division of Sport Fish Cook Inlet Management Coordinator. Proposal 29, 5AAC 56-122, special provisions for the season's bag possession, annual and size limits, and methods and means for the Kenai Peninsula area. Mr. Chair.
Move to adopt.
Second it, Wood.
Staff?
Good morning. I'm Holly Dixon, the Lower Cook Inlet Assistant Area Manager for Sportfish. This proposal would prohibit the use of helicopters to transport sport anglers to the Lower Kenai Peninsula roadside streams and the Kasilof River. Helicopters have been used in recent years to reach the upper sections of these streams. These upstream sections are only open in the fall and are primarily accessed by steelhead anglers, although steelhead and Dolly Varden are fished for throughout the entire drainage. The Lower Kenai Peninsula streams, roadside streams, are mostly only road accessible in the lower 2-mile sections. Helicopter use has been most prevalent on Deep Creek, where there is very little public land access and no road access in the upstream section. Anglers can also access this section by walking the stream channel below ordinary high water. Currently, the use of helicopters to transport anglers and sport caught fish is prohibited in the Kvichak and Alagnak rivers in Bristol Bay. The department opposes this proposal because it limits using helicopters for sport fishing in the entire drainages, including in difficult-to-reach locations. However, the department is neutral on any allocative or social aspects with this proposal.
Thank you. Any discussion on proposal 29? There's a light on. Mr. Wood, do you wish to be recognized? No. Anyway, Mr. Godfrey.
I generally, and I had asked during public testimony if an individual who had discussed this had spoken to either of her legislative representatives on this. I generally don't have any love for these types of proposals that come in front of the board because it ends up being once a year or twice a year in different parts of the state. We have this checkerboard of where you can use this, but, not over here, but you can do it over there. And yet, the criteria that's delineating, one area from another, getting to say use a chopper or use boats here but not there, often doesn't really deviate that much. And that's why I prefer kind of an omnibus approach. That's why I think the legislature should deal with it, or else the board deal with it in a holistic, comprehensive way where we either say, you can't use choppers anywhere for anything that falls under this classification, and just paint it with a broad brush. Because by the time we're done saying yes with some of these, no to some of these proposals over the course of 10 years, it's a checkerboard of where you can use a chopper and not. But that having been said, I find the department's comments compelling, and I'll be opposing it for those reasons and the fact that I don't like piecemealing these types of proposals.
Thank you, Mr. Godfrey. I just have a question to staff. The use of helicopters is prohibited, according to your comments, in Kvichak and Alagnak. What was the justification on those two rivers for the prohibition?
Mr. Chair, I'm uncertain. I'd have to ask Jason Dye, or maybe Mr. Talby remembers? Or looks like Director Payton has an answer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I did speak to staff about it, and it's pretty old regulation, and we don't exactly know why, but the thoughts were it had to do with the military base and military helicopters at the time.
Okay, so that would not be related to fish conservation or anything of that nature? Okay, thank you. I can see both sides of the argument here, actually, but I ask myself, what happens if this was an electric car that doesn't make noise, et cetera, would we be here today? And most likely, yes, because part of the opposition has nothing to do with helicopters, has to do with a new type of fisherman that is now fishing in holes that they had previously been accustomed to having exclusively. And that would not, in my mind, justify a prohibition being put into place. The second thing is that the proposal itself is applicable across the board to all Kenai Peninsula roadside streams. So are we to treat this as an aggregate that somehow it's related to fishery issues with helicopters in each of these streams, and we have to make specific nexus between each of the streams, or do we just look at it carte blanche, much like Mr. Godfrey was describing, and just say as a policy, helicopters should not be used? And I'm not really to make that jump. The flip side of it is, the staff points out that they're treating the steelhead sports fishery conservatively for several reasons. One, due to a small size, and if that's the case, does it help by having helicopters coming in and putting people where they were not able to get to easily in the past? And then limited information for stock assessment, that doesn't change. I don't think whether helicopters are used or not used. It's a department capability. And lastly, the popularity of the fishery. And some would argue by allowing helicopters in, you're making it more popular. Others would argue by the helicopters coming in, it's making it less popular. So it's a wash in my book. And with that being said, now to understand what Kvichak and Alagnak was involved with, I'll be a no vote.
John?
Mr. Wood.
I was wondering that same question about how they orchestrated in Bristol Bay. And so if you could look into that, that'd be great, specifically. Ideal, I live under a flight pattern in my life, going to Denali and whatnot. And now helicopters are the new thing, going into the Ruth Gorge and all. And they're using them for fishing up in my area as well. And so I'm super familiar with it. I'm also more familiar with how hunting regulations are impacted by helicopters. Like, you can't fly in with a helicopter and shoot a duck anywhere. I found that out personally. So, so I'm just saying, I think these species get up into these rivers and places where they can get to, but we can't for a reason sometimes. And I think everywhere, whether it's, fin or fur, we've seen the impact of people accessing stuff that they probably shouldn't. If they had walked there, it would be a different story, a lot less impact. So I'm not a fan of this, of supporting helicopter traffic, and because I think it leads to so many different complications everywhere. But in particular, like if you were taking fish out of there and flying them home, I think that also very much applies to how the hunting regulations are set up. Like if you fly into an area in a helicopter, you can't pick up a gun to shoot anything. So anyhow, I'll leave it at that.
Mr. Swenson?
Well, I'm a little confused here, unless I heard this differently. Didn't the department say they supported this in their comments here? Oh, wait a minute, I'm looking at the wrong one. Ah,
Well, you have now joined
Mike-
Mr. Wood and I.
Mike and I are together here. I'm kind of with Mike on this. You can't use a helicopter to get in and hunt any place. And, these fish, my goodness, they need places where they're not, being bothered all the time. And with helicopters, they can basically get to these fish just about anywhere because a helicopter, as you know, is pretty mobile. So, thank you.
Any other discussion? Ms. Carpenter? Whoops. What's that?
So I'm struggling with this one, quite frankly, because, for a lot of the reasons that, some of my colleagues have put on the record in terms of, are we sort of arbitrarily, restricting access to a fishery? On the flip side of that, the department says there has no conservation concerns, but wouldn't a helicopter landing in the middle of a stream bed cause stress? And what does that do to, the experience of the other anglers who are there? Does the board have a responsibility for the fishing experience? These are some of the questions that I'm asking myself. If we do, there's a lot of sport fisheries that are pretty intense around the state. Personal use fisheries, same thing, and the board doesn't really regulate in that space so much. So I'm struggling with this. That being said, I don't believe that there's ATV access or anything into these fisheries, probably because there's no trail. I think I heard earlier that that's a lot of private property, so you're going to be in the stream bed, so you can't really be doing that. So, does a helicopter touching down, dumping out a whole bunch of people, eager people with rods in their hands for a few hours, does that have any kind of effect on, habitat effects that we need to be thinking about or concerned about aside from just fish biology?
Through the chair, I think you bring up a lot of really good points about the steelhead fishery in particular. Overall, this is one of the most conservative sport fisheries in Alaska. It's a very small period of time for anglers to get to fish these fish. They start coming in the river in late August. The fishery closes at the end of October. It's catch and release only. You can't remove them from water. It's closed for the remainder of the year to fish for them. We assume that these run sizes are fairly small in these streams. The chair's comment about considering them on the whole, We consider the steelhead in these lower Kenai Peninsula streams kind of as a metapopulation or aggregate stock. They're so small, the only way they really are capable of persisting is through supporting one another over time. So I think those are good considerations. For the habitat issue, I don't think we have a lot of information to give you on the effects of helicopters. I know from what I've seen for where the helicopters have been on Deep Creek, they're primarily landing on dry gravel bars. Their access is still limited to the ordinary high water, and so they're looking for places where they can touch the helicopter down. That said, I mean, it does take a while for a helicopter actually to land all the way to the ground and stop the rotation of the blade. So I would assume that the impact to the habitat is minimal, but we don't have any information to provide you.
Thank you. I appreciate that. And, I think it's just, inviting more of the same. I'm a little concerned about it, given some of those things that you just said about kind of how unique this is. And yet there's other significant opportunities for angling on the road system in South Central Alaska. So I'm having a hard time getting there. I mean, in terms of opposing this, and man, I'm right on the line. I don't know.
Okay, I just would like, Ms. Carlson Van Dort brought up something about the habitat and landing there. And I think this is an appropriate way to start the theme of the day, because the sustainable salmon policy dives deeply into habitat protections and what that means. And there's 2 pages of it, all of which apply to fish and habitat, which we'll be dealing with throughout this day today with these proposals. And I think the impacts of helicopters, it can be enormous, not only just where they land, because they pinpoint where people get in and out of their ship, but also the noise that's associated with it. And there's impact. So that's all I'll say about that now.
Mr. Swenson, and then Mr. Zuray.
Well, when these people get out, it's not just a helicopter that has impact on the habitat. I mean, when these people get out and start fishing, they're up and down the banks, out in the water. And so I think they're having if you're concerned about habitat, they're certainly having an effect on the habitat. Thank you.
Mr. Zuray.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, well, I generally, I don't really like the idea of helicopters, and stuff like that being used like this, but I really think that there needs to be some broader guidelines to, how you decide where they should be coming in and where they should not be coming in. But then on the other hand, I believe that, there's a number of ACs that have supported, eliminating helicopters and from the area, and I do believe that the people in an area should have, control over their area. I'll probably be voting in favor of this, but, I definitely don't like the way I don't like the way we're doing it. I think it should be a broader type of method. Thank you.
Mr. Godfrey, then Commissioner.
During public testimony, the first thing that came to my mind on this is, well, hunting on the same day yet you're flying in for looking at game, but I saw a very dramatic distinction between this and that. That's because it's not sporting in the eyes of, the state, because you're having not just accessibility, but you are getting to spot game from up high, and then you go and land near it, and you didn't have the risk of losing it by trudging in through, the thickets, willows, alders, trees, and you didn't have a consistent line of sight on it. Whereas aerial, you go and land where nearby it, and you go and pursue it, and that's why you give the animal a sporting chance. This is not that. Those helicopters aren't going up there to spot steelheads. There they are. Let's land. Go get them. I mean, they could, but it doesn't mean the steelheads are going to be there by the time they do that. This is an accessibility issue and it's transportation. And that being said, I'm going to oppose this, but I'm not saying I wouldn't oppose a broad brush approach to this across the state. I'm just saying right now I'm going to oppose this one.
Commissioner?
Yeah, so I'm having a very hard time getting to a habitat issue related to the use of helicopters landing on a dry bank of a river, because if that's the case, then people doing seismic work up there and everything else would potentially be prohibited from using it. That said, this is, in my eyes, a question as to how you're going to access the fishery. This is no different than the drift boat only day on the Kenai River. If you want to provide that access, it's an allocation issue between people that want to walk in to get this fishery, people versus they want to fly in and get this fishery. So and the Board of Game struggles with this all the time. They have areas that people want to walk in to go hunting versus people that want to fly in to go hunting, whether it's a helicopter, fixed wing, or whatever else. They have non-motorized areas set up. So I guess from my perspective, it's really hard to get there from a habitat basis. But if you're going to do it, you may want to at least look at how you did the issue related to drift boats in the Kenai River as a day where they only allowed those people to access that fishery. And I think it goes through the allocation criteria if that's the case.
And yeah, Councilman Van Dort.
So Commissioner, I'm not familiar with how that was done in the Kenai River, and so, I mean, the effect of it is that there's one day where motorized craft or drift is allowed, and the rest of it is non-motorized.
Yes, through the chair, there's, it's called a drift only, I believe, is it Sunday or Monday? Monday, drift only Monday, and so it's non-motorized, but then once again, it's for fishing only. You can still use a motorized boat to access the river and access property and other access. And the way the exact language reads in the Southwest regulations, use of helicopters for transporting anglers and sport caught fish is prohibited in the Kvichak River drainage. So that's the verbiage in our sport fishing regulations.
Anything further? Mr. Swenson?
Well, I disagree with Mr. Godfrey about not being able to spot fish from a helicopter. I fly a Super Cub, and I'm going by them at 50 miles an hour, and I can spot fish in those streams, in those helicopters, and I have friends that have helicopters, and that's exactly what they do. They hover, and they go slow up that river, and that's how you count fish, is out of a helicopter many times, too. So they can cut, don't believe that they can't spot those fish. Thank you.
Mr. Godfrey?
Just for the record, that's not what I was saying. I said that it's the transportation. They're not going up there using the helicopters to spot the fish and then, oh, let's land on them. And I have a hard time believing you land right next to any steelhead with a prop wash that they're going to hang out and wait for you to come and cast a line on them. But that's not what I'm saying. It's a transportation issue. It's not a, let's go spot them, see where they are, and land by them and fish them. Not as far as I can read this and see it.
Let's try and bring this to a head. Mr. Carpenter?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm not going to be supporting this. I think the Department of Law laid out for us that we needed to be able to provide some sort of conservation issue that's at hand, and I think that the department's recommendation that they don't really see a conservation issue at this time is apparent. I think, just for the record, there were 5 ACs that were supporting this, and I just wanted to make sure I put that on the record. I'll also do cost at the moment. Approval of this proposal is not expected to result in the additional direct cost to a private person to participate in this fishery. Approval of this proposal is not expected to result in any additional cost to the department. And if there's
Thanks. Just my last comment. So I'm leaning towards not supporting this, not because I don't think it's a good idea. I do. I don't necessarily subscribe to the blanket approach because Alaska's a big place, and banning helicopter access for fishing is I don't think is really practical. In a lot of places, this is a rather unique situation because it's such an accessible fishery. That being said, I think that the approach that the commissioner brought forth in his comments, I think is interesting to explore, whether, when the board would look at perhaps days that would allow for that access and days that would not allow for that type of access, but this proposal is not that. And so I think for those reasons, I can't support it at this time, but I would, urge the ACs and other people, the submitter of the proposal, to consider redrafting a proposal for the next cycle that, perhaps looks at particular days where that access is disallowed as another alternative approach. Thank you.
Any other last comments? Mr. Carpenter?
I'll call the question.
Question's been called. Go to errors and omissions. Mr. Payton?
No, Mr. Chair.
Bowers?
No, Mr. Chair.
Dr. Wida?
No, Mr. Chair.
Law?
No, Mr. Chair.
And Wildlife Troopers?
No, Mr. Chair.
Please call a roll.
Final action on Proposal 29. John Wood.
No.
Carlson Van Dort.
No.
Zaray.
Yes.
Svensson.
Yes.
Godfrey.
No.
Carpenter.
No.
Mike Wood.
No.
Motion fails, 2 in favor, 5 against, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. We go forward with Proposal 30. Staff?
Good morning, Mr. Chair. For the record, my name is Glenn Hollowell, ADF&G Lower Cook Inlet Commercial Salmon Biologist. Proposal 30, 5 AAC 01.570, lawful gear and gear specifications.
Move to adopt.
Need a second.
Second.
Staff?
This proposal was submitted by the department and would clarify existing regulations on the subsistence harvest of herring spawn outside of the Anchorage non-subsistence area in Lower Cook Inlet. It would also specify harvest methods for herring spawn on kelp. This is a housekeeping proposal, and if adopted, would bring existing regulation in line with an established subsistence harvest. The department submitted and supports this proposal.
Thank you. I just have one question, staff, before I make any comments. You noted the existence of a regulation limiting the harvest of herring to gill nets. Is that being repealed by this, or should it be adopted?
Mr. Chair, no, it is not.
So that'll remain on the books.
That is correct.
Seems inconsistent, but okay. I'm going to be supportive of the proposal. To me, it's a night and day difference between the harvesting mechanisms and how they're applied in the herring fishery. And the gill nets, they kill everything and get the eggs and sell what's left for dog food, for Mr. Stubbs' benefit, and for fish meal. And the kelp, on the other hand, doesn't kill any of them. So all those herring continue breeding years to come. And to me, I don't know why we would not want to benefit, or at least make sure we have available the ability to do it on kelp. So I'll be supportive.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll just, for the record, go through the subsistence regulation review. Is this stock in a non-subsistence area? No. Is this stock customary and traditionally taken and used for subsistence? The board has determined that in this portions of Cook Inlet and outside the boundaries of the non-subsistence area are customary and traditionally taken and used for subsistence purposes. Can a portion of the stock be harvested consistent with sustained yield? The answer to that would be yes. What amount is reasonably necessary for subsistence use? The board has not established an ANS for this particular stock. Do the regulations provide opportunity for subsistence use? This is a board determination. And is it necessary to reduce or eliminate other uses to provide reasonable opportunity? This is also a board determination. Thank you.
And I'd like to supplement your analysis under subparagraph 5, whether the regulations provide a reasonable opportunity for subsistence uses. I think it actually enhances the opportunities and makes it more available. And the last one, is it necessary to reduce or eliminate other uses? To me, I don't see it, so I'd have an emphatic no to that, number 6.
I will also go ahead and do cost right now, Mr. Chair. Approval of this proposal is not expected to result in any additional direct cost to private persons to participate in this fishery. And
Did you wish to be recognized? Commissioner?
Yeah, can I just ask Jackie, so is this a customary and traditional practice, and is this being requested for by the community, subsistence community users in that area?
Through the chair, Commissioner, thank you. For the record, again, my name is Jackie Keating, Subsistence at Fish and Game. My understanding, working with Mr. Hallwell, is that there are people that come into the office asking if this is an opportunity available to them. It is. The regulations just don't clearly state that, because currently the only regulation is specific to harvest of herring. So folks get confused about whether or not that also applies to herring spawn. To answer your question directly, there are folks in the communities that have done this. It is a customary and traditional use, and we have documentation of that. The level of use is relatively low. When we look at the household harvest data, it's usually a household or two that's participating in this.
And then finally, is there any opposition in the subsistence community to this practice occurring?
Not that we've heard of.
Thank you very much.
Before we have question calls, any other discussion? Mr. Carpenter?
thank you, Mr. Chair. Just for the record, the Central Peninsula AC, Cooper Landing AC, Homer AC, Matt Valley AC, and several other public were in support of this. And other than, I call the question.
Question's been called. Errors and omission. Mr. Payton?
No, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Bowers?
No, Mr. Chair.
Dr. Weeder?
No, Mr. Chair.
Law?
No, Mr. Chair.
Wildlife Troopers?
No, Mr. Chair.
Please call the roll.
Final action on Proposal 30. Carpenter.
Yes.
Zure.
Yes.
Godfrey.
Yes.
Carlson Van Dorn.
Yes.
Mike Wood.
Yes.
Svensson.
Yes.
John Wood.
Yes.
Motion carries 7-0, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. We now move to Proposal 31. Staff?
Mr. Chair, Proposal 31 is 5 AAC 77545, Kachemak Bay Personal Use Dip Net Fishery Management Plan. Mr. Chair.
Move to adopt.
Second that, Wood.
Staff?
This proposal would extend the China Pout personal use dip net fishery season on both ends by moving the open date from July 1st to June 15th and the closure date from August 7th to the 15th, which would give an additional 23 days to the season. China Pout has been stocked with sockeye salmon since 1976. The program was initiated by the department but has been continued by Cook Inlet Aquaculture. Once these returning enhanced sockeye reach China Pout Creek, they are past the commercial and cost recovery fisheries and will remain in the creek below the barrier waterfall that prevents them from reaching spawning habitat unless they are harvested in the dip net personal use fishery. In recent years, up to 1,000 sockeye have already been staged in the creek when the personal use fishery opens. The department has periodically extended the season by emergency order when there are leftover sockeye in the creek on the closure date. The department supports this proposal because it would provide more harvest opportunity and help prevent wastage of sockeye salmon at this terminal fishery location.
Thank you. Any discussion? Mrs. Zure?
Yeah, we got 3 ACs in favor and 4 PCs submitted, and no opposition to this, and it seems like it's almost like a housekeeping thing here because of the way it's just the way the dates have shifted in the seasons.
Thank you. Any further discussion? Ms. Carlson Van Dorn?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm going to be supportive of this for the reasons that were laid out by the department. It seems like there is unutilized opportunity on a terminal harvest, and it seems like just an opportunity to get people some fish for a few more days. Thank you.
Any further discussion? Mr. Carpenter?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll do costs. Approval of this proposal is not expected to result in any additional direct cost to a private person to participate in the fishery. And approval of this proposal is not expected to result in any additional cost to the department. If there's no further comments, I call the question.
Question's been called. E&O. Mr. Payton?
No, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Bowers?
No, Mr. Chair.
Dr. Weeder?
No, Mr. Chair.
Law?
No, Mr. Chair.
Captain?
No, Mr. Chair.
Please call the roll.
Final action on Proposal 31. Svensson.
Yes.
Mike Wood.
Yes.
John Wood,
Yes.
Carpenter,
Yes.
Carlson Van Dort,
Yes.
Zare,
Yes.
Godfrey.
Yes.
Motion carries 7-0, Mr. Chair.
We move on to proposal 32. Staff?
Mr. Chair, Proposal 32, 5AAC 77545, Kachemak Bay Personal Use Dipnet Fishery Management Plan. Mr. Chair.
Move to adopt.
Second, Wood.
Thank you. Staff?
This proposal would require China Pout participants to get an Upper Cook Inlet personal use permit to participate in the China Pout dipnet fishery. There are a few effects that requiring this permit for China Pout would have. First, it would implement an annual household limit for this fishery as specified in 5AAC 77.525. It would also change the current bag limit of 6 sockeye from an individual limit to a household limit. And it would prevent participants from also doing the Kachemak Bay personal use coho salmon set gill net fishery because you can't obtain both permits within the same year. The department opposes this proposal. The personal use harvest in China Pout Creek is on an enhanced terminal stock that occurs after the commercial and cost recovery operations, and the harvest information is not necessary for management.
Thank you. Any discussion? Ms. Carlson Van Dort.
Mr. Chair, the only way I can see that the intention or the purpose of this proposal would be primarily to limit the use of coho, or the access of that coho. I mean, if you have to choose between China Pout and the coho, through the permit system, I think anglers will have to make a decision whether or not they're gonna go target sockeye or they're gonna target coho. One's a terminal harvest fishery, they have potentially more access to that, more bag limits. I mean, it seems as though that's what this proposal is attempting to get at in a very elaborate way. I don't think I can be supportive of it at this time, thank you.
Any further discussion? Mr. Carpenter?
Thank you. Maybe a question to the department. Is there any other examples where two management plans would be kind of combined, where there's a separation like the peninsula has specific to those plans? I mean, is there anything else that is representative of that?
Yeah, Mr. Carpenter, through the chair, I'm struggling to think of one. And in this case, with the permitting, the permit is an Upper Cook Inlet personal use permit, and the intent of this proposal was to include this fishery because it's another personal use fishery in that. And I can speak a little bit to Member Van Dort's question or statement. I happen to know the proposer of this one, and my understanding was the intent was mostly from a paperwork and permitting. We have this one personal use, and it's a very unique personal use fishery there, was to just tie it into the permitting system. And there was consequences, again, from my understanding, that they hadn't considered when they submitted it. And that's the complications that they couldn't participate then in the personal use fishery off the spit and what it would do to bag limits. So that was my understanding of that. Mr. Chair.
Yeah, like you, I know the proposer. He's been before us many, many times. But after but after this other information came to his attention, did he still wish to pursue the proposal?
Mr. Chair, I can't speak to that. I didn't.
Okay.
I had conversations kind of but I hadn't spoken to him directly after that.
We'll
So I'm
assume
not sure.
he does, since we've not heard anything to the contrary.
I have not heard anything one way or another on that.
Yeah. And any further discussion? Mr. Carpenter?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll go ahead and do costs. Approval of this proposal is not expected to result in any additional direct cost for a private person to participate in the fishery. And approval of this proposal would result in an additional cost to the department to collect. It would result in the additional cost to the department to collect this information. And we did have one Homer AC that was in support, and we had several ACs and several public comments that were in opposition. And if there's nothing further, I'll call the question.
Thank you. Question's been called. Error on omissions, Mr. Payton?
No, Mr. Chair.
Excuse me, Mr. Bowers?
No, Mr. Chair.
Dr. Weeda?
No, Mr. Chair.
Law?
No, Mr. Chair.
Captain?
No, Mr. Chair.
Please call roll.
Final action on proposal 32. Mike Wood.
Oppose, or no?
Godfrey.
No.
Carlson Van Dort.
No.
Zaret.
No.
John Wood.
No.
Carpenter.
No.
Svensson.
No.
Motion fails 0-7, Mr. Chair.
Proposal 33, staff?
Proposal 33, 5AAC 77545, Kachemak Bay Personal Use Dip Net Fishery Management Plan. Mr. Chair.
Move to adopt.
Second, Wood.
Thank you. Staff?
This proposal would expand the area open to dip netting in the Chinapoot Creek area by moving the regulatory markers 300 feet further out into saltwater. This would expand the area open to dip netting and reduce the area open to snagging. It may make it more difficult for participants to harvest their sport bag limit of 6 sockeye salmon in addition to the personal use bag limit of 6. The department is neutral on the allocative aspects between sport and personal use fisheries, but has no concerns with the current location of the boundary.
Thank you. Any discussion? Yeah, I came into the meeting totally ambivalent on this one. I didn't have a strong feeling one way or the other, but I was persuaded by the testimony of Mr. Adams during the committee of the whole as to his experience and what impact it would have, and I will be opposing the proposal. Any other discussion? I saw a hand, but I didn't see whose.
I just concur, and for the same reasons.
Any other discussion?
No, I'll just say on the record that, I mean, I can see why this proposal was brought forward. I mean, it can get pretty tight in there, and there are a lot of hooks swinging around, and if you're trying to use a dip net, you kind of get pushed up against the falls a little bit more. So I can appreciate the spirit in which this was offered, but I don't think I can support it at this time. Thank you.
Any other discussion before questions called? Seeing none, Mr. Carpenter?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. If this proposal were to pass, there are allocative aspects to this, just for the record. And I'll go ahead and do cost. Approval of this proposal is not expected to result in any additional direct cost to a private person to participate in this fishery. And approval of this proposal is not expected to result in any additional cost to the department. And if there's nothing further, I'll call the question.
Question's been called. Error and omissions, Mr. Payton?
No, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Bowers?
No, Mr. Chair.
Dr. Weeda?
No, Mr. Chair.
Law?
No, Mr. Chair.
Wildlife Troopers?
No, Mr. Chair.
Please call a roll.
Final action on proposal 33. Godfrey.
No.
Mike Wood.
No.
John Wood.
No.
Zaret.
No.
Carpenter.
No.
Svensson.
No.
Carlson Van Dort.
No.
Motion fails 0-7, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. We now go to proposal 34. Staff?
Proposal 34, new section, create a Kachemak Bay purse seine fishery management plan.
Move to adopt.
Second, Wood.
Thank you. Staff?
This proposal would create a Kachemak Bay purse seine salmon fishery management plan that would be duplicative of existing regulations and policies. The policy for the management of mixed stock salmon fisheries and the policy for the management of sustainable salmon fisheries provides the department with appropriate guidance on achieving the metrics sought in this proposed fishery management plan. The department is opposed to this proposal.
Thank you. Any comments? Going once. Going twice. Yes, Mr. Carpenter.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Looking at on-time public comments, the Fairbank Advisory Committee, Matsu Advisory Committees, both are in support. There are, I'm not sure exactly how many people and how many advisory committees, but there's several pages of, several different categories of people that are in opposition to this. I tend to agree with the department on this particular issue that creating this management plan would be duplicitous, and I believe that it's laid out pretty straightforward in the department's comments for this. So for that matter, I would oppose this.
Thank you. Any further, Councilman, Mr. Wood?
Okay, and I also think we took some action with dealing with the stock of yield concern stuff yesterday regarding the McNeil-McFick Lagoon area. So I think this has been addressed even yesterday, so thank you.
Any further discussion?
Yeah, thanks to Member Wood for those comments. That's kind of the way I saw it too. And I know that the proponent during Committee of the Whole was concerned about the way the sub-districts are set up and sort of the overall picture of escapement goals and how those are being monitored. You know, I've said on the record that I have concerns about aggregating escapement goals and how those are being monitored and whether or not we're, doing our due diligence on the individual streams. However, we do have these stocks of concern, and I think that the board has started to address it. So I am not supportive of this, but I can understand why this was offered and share some of those concerns with the proposer. Thank you.
Any other discussion? Before we call a question, any other discussion? Seeing none, Mr. Carpenter?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Approval of this proposal is not expected to result in any additional cost for a private person to participate in this fishery, and I'll call the question.
Question's been called. Mr. Payton?
No, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Bowers?
No, Mr. Chair.
Dr. Weeder?
No, Mr. Chair.
Law?
No, Mr. Chair.
Wildlife Troopers?
No, Mr. Chair.
Please call a question. Please take the roll.
Final action on proposal 34. Carlson Van Dort.
No.
Carpenter.
No.
Mike Wood.
No.
Godfrey.
No.
Svensson.
No.
John Wood.
No.
Zaray.
No.
Motion fails 0-7, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. We now move on to proposal 35. Staff?
Proposal 35, new section, create a Kachemak Bay Wild Fish Priority Management Plan.
Move to adopt.
Second, Wood.
Staff?
This would create a Kachemak Bay Wild Fish Priority Management Plan that would be duplicative of existing regulations and policies. There is already regulatory framework in place providing guidance to the department concerning management of both wild and hatchery-produced salmon. The policy for the management of mixed stock fisheries and the policy for the management of sustainable salmon fisheries provides the department with appropriate guidance on achieving the metrics sought in this proposal. The department is opposed to this proposal.
Thank you. Any discussion? I'll lead off on discussion and then turn on over. There are a multitude of PCs and RCs related to this proposal 35, PC 100, RC 40, RC 34. And within PC 100, which was put forward by the proposer, they point out numerous species that have been liquidated to closure within these areas of the critical habitat areas. And what you've got to keep in mind, these critical habitat areas carry with them a much higher burden upon the state and through the state to the department to do things that do not restrict the habitat, the wildlife and fisheries. We were presented with a motion for summary judgment that had been granted last week by the court in these habitat areas, but it dealt with watercraft. And when I first looked at the result, I was a bit puzzled. In fact, I still remain a bit puzzled because the court came to the conclusion that the commissioner or the department was within the statutory and regulatory authority to promulgate the original regulation, but was without authority to repeal it. To me, that made very little sense because that is a body that is in charge with either regulating or not regulating. So how could they get to that conclusion? Well, the way they got to that conclusion was what is somewhat typical of more active courts. And they simply said that the legislature was very specific in the direction given to this department and that by removing the earlier regulation, they were not acting within statutory obligation to restrict other activities. And with that in mind, and bear with me, and I would really urge board members to read the decision because it gives you a good analysis of the most proactive ways to attack regulations that I've seen in any kind of legal opinions. And it's reaching, I'm hoping that the state pursues challenging that ruling. But nonetheless, and I'm going to read from the decision, since the Alaska legislature directed the department, quote, to protect and preserve the quote, fish and wildlife, wallachas, which are the habitat areas, at issue, and to restrict all other uses not compatible with the primary purpose, any exercise of the department's rulemaking authority must be consistent with the statutory directive. Even though the legislature gives the commission authority to manage, protect, manage, improve, and extend the fish resources of the state in interest and general well-being, and gives them necessary power to accomplish those directives within the CHAs, the legislature clearly and unequivocally directs the department to regulate primarily with the goal of protection and conservation in mind. The reason this approach, proactive approach, is so important for this body to take into consideration is that basically it is saying that the language is so directive within that old legislation that it overrides a lot of the other considerations that we typically consider at this board level. I'm not saying I agree with the decision, I'm just saying that's what I think the decision says and why I'm hoping that the state pursues it further. Whether this would carry over to hatchery fish, and that's where it's headed, and that's the whole gist of it, I think it's a stretch. The court pointed out with the personal use, watercraft use on it, that they were, I can't find it right off the top of my head, but they're noisy, they go erratically, they go in shallow water, they go in groups, et cetera. So obviously the court was not particularly impressed that the use of watercraft in those areas would somehow enhance the fisheries. But I don't know that the same argument would hold true with other fish, i.e. a hatchery. But nonetheless, in PC 100, the proposal suggested that even though the proposal itself calls for the creation of a plan, what they were advocating for was a committee to take a look at perhaps addressing the plan. And I am supportive of that. I think with the additional obligations that those areas, and they're well-defined areas, place upon this body, we do not have sufficient information right now to make decisions on activities that are occurring within those units. And I would support putting forth together a committee. I don't know that's necessary to come up with a brand-new plan. It may be able to operate within the same plan as it exists. But nonetheless, it's information that I would certainly like to see developed. So I will be a yes vote to get to that level where we have a committee formed. And with that, I'll relinquish and see if there's any other discussion. Ms. Carlson Van Dart.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate your comments. It's, and I agree with a lot of what you said. And I would also be supportive of some kind of a body that would be taking a look at the management plans and how they do or do not conform with the statutes. It is confusing, and I think it is worth taking a closer look at, make sure whether or not the right goals as set out through the critical habitat area designation and whatnot are being met. I will note that in committee of the whole, I believe it was the representative from the Matanuska Valley AC mentioned a need to expand the regional planning team to include representation from the Matanuska Valley. I thought that was an interesting request, and probably should be considered as if and when a body to take a look at that is formed to include some Matt Valley representation on that as well. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
I'll just point out that Matt Valley likes to be included in everything. Any other discussion?
End of the line, man.
Mr. Mike Wood from the Matt Valley.
Okay. I agree. Thank you for that legal aspect of that. And I agree that I think a committee is really important. I think I'm here today not because of I'm a comfish guy or sport guy, but habitat guy. And it's not a very popular place to be. But when you look at the sustainable salmon policy, half of it is all about habitat and the effects of fish and wildlife and what the habitat has on it. And I think this crosses over into the hatchery aspect as well, especially right here in this area, because it's kind of the confluence of a bunch of different problems all together. And I got to say, I really look at the Board of Cook Inlet Aquaculture and I say, oh my God, these people are working so hard. They don't agree on things, but they're working together to try to have a significant outcome. And in all the years that I've worked on environmental issues, I feel like I'm always at odds with the state. And I'd like more cooperation from the state to get to a solution. So that's why I think this committee idea is really good. I look at the fact that there are all these different user groups trying to have a positive outcome in the area that they live, regardless of where they stand on a specific issue. And so that's why I support this, and I support the idea of a committee to work together with the interaction of a positive interaction with the state to do that on actually many of these issues with how they overlap. So I've said enough.
Any additional discussion? I almost bought an awful lot of donuts. Any other discussion? Mr. Carpenter.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just for the record, we had a couple of ACs in support of this, few personal comments in support. We had 3 ACs opposed, 5 PMPs opposed, and numerous opposition from the public, and I'll go ahead and do costs. Approval of this proposal is not expected to result in any additional direct cost for private person to participate. And if there's nothing further, I'd call the question.
Question's been called. Mr. Phaeton?
No, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Powers?
No, Mr. Chair.
Dr. Weeder?
No, Mr. Chair.
Law?
No, Mr. Chair.
Wildlife Trooper?
No, Mr. Chair.
Please call the roll.
Final action on Proposal 35. Zare.
Yes.
John Wood.
Yes.
Godfrey.
No.
Svensson.
No.
Mike Wood.
Yes.
Carlson Van Dorp.
Yes.
Carpenter.
No.
Motion carries 4-3, Mr. Chair.
We move on to Proposal 36. Staff?
Proposal 36, 5A.
Hold on a second, please. Commissioner?
So I'm just a bit confused now. So this would create a Kachemak Bay Wild Fish Priority Management Plan that would be duplicated. So you haven't created a plan. So what is the board's intention here moving forward now that you have passed this regulation?
Yeah, my intention is that a committee be formed to discover what needs, if anything, to be done, and should they decide something needs to be done, then to take it the next step and start the creation of that plan and make recommendations to the board and to the department.
Okay, so just to be clear, you're not establishing this plan?
No,
that
I
was in
use
the
it as a
proposal.
vehicle to get to the establishment of the committee itself.
So during your staff task or whatever you call it at the end, miscellaneous business, you'll form that group with an expectation to come back by a certain date?
I would hope so. You have to do it at the next meeting as far as addressing that makeup of the committee itself.
Okay,
Yes.
thank you.
Ms. Carlson Van Dorn.
And just for clarity, the existing management plan would be in place until that recommendation was formed and presented.
Okay, thank you. That's what I was trying to get at. I just
Okay.
didn't know what you were, you just adopted this proposal.
Ms. Carlson Van Dorn's absolutely correct.
Okay, thank you.
We now go to staff on 36.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Proposal 36, 5AAC 21.372, Tutka Bay Lagoon Salmon Hatchery Management Plan.
Move to adopt.
Second, Wood.
Staff?
This would require at least 50% of the returning hatchery adult pink salmon produced by the Tutka Bay Lagoon Hatchery be harvested in common property fisheries. There are currently policies and regulations in place providing authority for hatchery operators to determine cost recovery goals. These goals are reviewed and approved by the department annually and described in the annual management plan. Once salmon enter the hatchery special harvest area, they are no longer subject to common property use and are no longer exclusively available to the common property fishery. Significant numbers of hatchery-produced salmon are intercepted in the common property fishery outside of the special harvest area. The department is opposed to this proposal.
Any comments, discussion? Ms. Carlson Van Dort.
Can you explain to me or provide me a little bit more detail about what that permit review and approval process looks like? It said, you mentioned annually. You know, in your opinion, is this hatchery operating within the bounds of the approved permit, the terms of the permit, particularly with respect to the common property aspect?
Through the chair, Ms. Van Dort, every year the department reviews the annual management plan and we provide a recommendation regarding approval or not to the commissioner, and then he reviews it.
Mr. Bowers.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Just a little bit of information on hatchery permitting and planning. There's a number of permitting documents that guide hatchery operations. There's the hatchery permit itself, which is issued when the hatchery is established, and the basic management plan. I think there's an older version of the Tucka Bay Lagoon Hatchery Basic Management Plan that was RC'd. That's part of the hatchery permit, and those represent, the basic management plan represents kind of the long-range goals for the hatchery. That's where they want to end up eventually. But the annual management plan is what guides the day-to-day operations of the hatchery on an annual basis. And so that's reviewed by the department, the RPT, and approved by the commissioner. And to answer your question, Ms. Carlson Van Dort, Cook Inlet Aquaculture Association is operating within their AMP.
Yes.
How or when, within that permit review and approval structure, are the long-range goals assessed and held to account, if at all?
I'm not sure what you mean by held to
So
account.
you mentioned, well, how are they assessed, first of all, and are they held to account? So you have these long-range goals within the permit. If X amount of years go by and they're not meeting any or some, or, you know, what goals are they meeting? What are their plans to meet the goals as time goes by? Is there any of that iterative discussion about holding the permittee to the terms of the permit in the near and the long term? You've mentioned the near term. You've mentioned that they are in compliance with the permit. So I'm trying to get at some of the long-range stuff, whether or not how that's being assessed by the department in its approval process.
Yeah, that's a good question. I mean, I guess we look at, you know, compliance with the AMP, and if, you know, there's a lot of factors that affect salmon run size and returns, and, you know, there's factors that are outside the hatchery operator's control. You know, it's important to keep in mind that, you know, these hatcheries were originally built by the state. They were designed to be paid for with general fund dollars by the state, and you know, the state doesn't necessarily do things as efficiently as the private sector, and so they were never intended to be funded the way they are now. So I think there's some inherent challenges that are built into or that are associated with that background, but you know, I wouldn't say that we're you know, those BMPs, those long-range goals are not updated all that frequently. You know, I think the current BMP is dated 2014, so we receive reports on production from the hatchery operator, and But I wouldn't say that, we have a date where we would, revoke the permit because the long-range goals aren't being met. Like I said, they're aspirational, they're goals, they're not necessarily objectives. So, thanks.
Thanks, and I recognize, there was a considerable amount of discussion, committee of the whole on this, and I recognize that for this one in particular, there's been a collision of a lot of different challenges that have made this very difficult. But I do think that there is an expectation by the public that if there's a permit issued, that there needs to be some sort of evaluation of that permit over a period of time. And yes, but especially in this instance where there is some deepening and growing concerns about how this is operating and the benefit that it's providing to the folks that are paying for it, frankly, but also to the public who is bearing the burden of some of this as well. I just think I think that there needs to be a more concerted effort to sort of help guide what's happening here. And I think that the permit is the appropriate place to start capturing that. Thank you.
Thank you. I'd like to get law involved in this in one moment, but I agree with a lot of the comments being raised by my fellow member. But my question to law is that my take of the statutory scheme surrounding the hatcheries is that the legislature was pretty clear as to what role the board plays and does not play. And I don't see how we have any authority to be dealing with the 50% issue. It isn't a question of the numbers of fish being produced or released or eventually caught. It's a breakdown within those groups as to which goes to common property and which goes to cost recovery. Do we have any legal authority whatsoever to be dealing with this issue?
Sorry, through the chair. So your legal authority is best defined in 1610-440. Generally speaking, in broad strokes, the board has authority over fish released into natural waters, as you would for any other regulation. And then under 440B, that sort of defines the contours of what you can and cannot do. You could regulate the terms of a permit as to where fish are harvested in the permit, but you cannot do anything that would effectively veto or deny a permit. So that's the fuzzy bright line.
And where the fish are to be harvested was not referencing where the cost recovery fish were to be harvested?
All that through the chair, excuse me, all that 1610-440 says is that the Board of Fisheries may, after the issuance of a permit, and I'm going to skip some language, amend by regulation the specific locations designated by the department for harvest.
With that in mind, I don't feel comfortable that we have the authority to do what's being requested. I will be a no vote. Mr. Carpenter, I'm sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I tend to agree with your assessment there. I think that there's pretty clear evidence what the board's authority is in regards to hatcheries. I think this whole issue is one that is typically decided through a long-range planning process with the hatcheries. It goes through, obviously, the RPT process, back to the department for review, and then ultimately for the commissioner for his approval. I think there are aspects of putting an arbitrary number of 50-50 common property versus hatchery split. I think it would be virtually impossible for the department to try and manage something like that in season. I do think it is the goal of most PMPs around the state to provide far in excess of a 50% number, if at all possible. But I think that, for the time being, I think that this exceeds the board's authority in this particular instance. Thank you.
Okay, we might not have the authority, but I still have an opinion. Because we've been hearing a lot about this here.
You're authorized to have that.
Okay, so I'm going to get it on the record. So issuing a permit, being issued again for something that isn't working that good seems like throwing good money after bad. And getting out of that cycle and kicking that dog down the road is probably not a positive thing. And there's other models of how hatcheries of doing things out there that are positive. And for the hatchery, the fishermen, and the community. And I think before we just issue another permit, we think creatively about the ways to kind of pull it all together to make it more efficient and kind of modify with the times here. That's it.
While I understand the proposer's sentiment and where the proposer's coming from on this during public testimony and committee of the whole, I struggle with this from the standpoint that I don't know exactly how this is achieved, a 50-50 split in the cost recovery versus a common use. And so my overriding concern here is, or common property, my overriding concern is very specifically is I find this to be existential, the CIA's existence and problematic. And clearly, this isn't the first time we've realized they have challenges, but boy, we sure elaborated on it yesterday in committee of the whole. And I'm not ready to vote in support of something that essentially could, ultimately be the death knell to the organization. Even though I am sympathetic to where the proposer's, trying to get at here, so I'll be opposing this.
Thank you. On the specifics of the proposal, I think I agree with the chair and with Member Carpenter that I don't think that we have the authority necessarily to compel or to specify how the internal resources of a hatchery are allocated, I would say. But I do think that there's a reasonable expectation from the public that there would be a broader benefit than what is currently being realized. And I would just kind of offer that up to the CIA board and to the department, and I think the appropriate place to start really digging into that is through the permit. Thank you.
Any other discussion? Mr. Carpenter.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll do cost real quick. Approval of this proposal is not expected to result in any additional direct cost for a private person to participate in the fishery. If there's no other comments, I'll call the question.
Commissioner, were you trying to get my attention? Okay. Question's been called. Mr. Payton?
No.
Mr. Bowers?
No.
Dr.
No,
Weeder?
Mr. Chair.
No, Mr. Chair.
Law?
Nope.
Captain?
No, Mr. Chair.
Please call a roll.
Final action on Proposal 36. John Wood.
No.
Carlson Van Dort.
No.
Zaray.
Yes.
Svensson.
No.
Godfrey.
No.
Carpenter.
No.
Mike Wood.
No.
Motion fails. 1 in favor, 6 against, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Now we're getting into the realm of the day I'm starting to wake up, but we're going to take about a 10-minute break, and then we'll resume deliberations at 8:50. we start off with what, 37 or 36? 37, okay. As soon as we have all members in, we will start deliberations. Who are we missing?
Greg.
Greg, we need you in here. Jared, we need you in here. Who else? That's it, isn't it? Mike Wood? Mike Wood, we need you. Unless it's something wild and crazy, I will not conduct deliberations without a full body present and participating. Mr. Godfrey. Mr. Godfrey, you're already on thin ice, buddy. Yeah, well, would someone go find him, yeah. Can't be too many hiding places. Huh? Godfrey.
Maybe you decide to go early.
Don't even go there. Do we have a sergeant at arms?
Jared.
He's limping now, so he'll be a little slower.
Oh. Slow limp or a quick limp?
I heard him.
Oh,
Now he's limping.
no sympathy here. Okay, we now have a full body. We'll begin deliberations on proposals, well, proposal above our proposal. Proposal 37. Staff?
Proposal 37, 5 AAC 21.373, Trail Lake Salmon Hatchery Management Plan.
Move to adopt.
Is there a second?
Second, Wood.
Staff?
This proposal would allow drift gillnet gear to be used in Lower Cook Inlet hatchery special harvest areas. The department is neutral to this proposal. The commissioner already has authority to authorize gear types for cost recovery harvest in special harvest areas. The department supports efficient and timely harvest of cost recovery and broodstock salmon, as well as hatchery-produced salmon that are surplus to hatchery escapement needs.
Thank you. Any discussion on proposal 37? Mr. Carpenter?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm not inclined to support this. I mean, as Mr. Hollowell stated, the commissioner has the ability to do this right now. If a PNP Hatchery Association wants to go through the process of requesting that this be a portion or in addition to the existing permit or permits in the future for allowable gear, I think that that's just as simple a way to do it. So for that reasons, I won't support it.
Any other discussion? Mr. Wood?
It was asked of me to consider the idea, and this might be in permitting, to scratch under the proposal 37, 2 and 4, 2, 3, and 4, and just have no gear type as a thought. But that might be just part of the languaging in the permitting process to deal with.
I'm not clear. Are you asking a question of staff, or what is it you're asking for?
Apologies, I'm not asking for anything.
Thank you. Any other discussion? Seeing no discussion, Mr. Carpenter?
I'll go ahead and do cost real quick, Mr. Chair. Approval of this proposal is not expected to result in any additional direct cost for a private person to participate in the fishery. And there was, I would say, equal support from the public for and against, with some neutral parties in the middle. And if there's no further comments, I'll call the question.
Question been called. Mr. Payton?
No, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Powers?
No, Mr. Chair.
Dr. Weeder?
No, Mr. Chair.
Law?
No, Mr. Chair.
Captain?
No, Mr. Chair.
Please take roll.
Final action on Proposal 37. Carpenter.
No.
Zare.
Yes.
Godfrey.
Yes.
Carlson Van Dort.
No.
Mike Wood.
No.
Svensson.
No.
John Wood.
Yes.
Motion fails. 3 in favor, 4 against, Mr. Chair.
You will now go to Proposal 38, staff.
Proposal 38, 5 AAC 21.330, gear.
Mr. Chairman, I move we take no action on Proposal 38 in light of action taken on 37.
I second that and call for unanimous consent.
Any objection? Hearing none, we move on to Proposal 39. Staff?
Proposal 39, 5 AAC 21.350, closed waters.
Move to adopt.
Second, Wood.
Staff?
This proposal was submitted by the department and would update regulatory closed waters to reflect those the department has used in 2022 and 2023 in 13 Lower Cook Inlet subdistricts. Prior to this, closed waters were established either under 5 AAC 39.290, where fishing was not permitted within 500 yards of the exposed tideland banks at the present stage of the tide. In addition, 5 AAC 21.350H prohibits fishing in any bay, estuary, slough, or lagoon less than 300 feet in width at mean lower low water. Up until the mid-2000s, the department maintained either stream markers, which identified anadromous streams where fishing could not occur within 500 yards of the terminus, or closed water markers were identified a boundary that separated waters open to fishing and waters closed to fishing. The marker program ended approximately 20 years ago due to budgetary issues and the advent of low-cost, handheld GPS units. The department submitted and supports this proposal.
Any discussion? I would just note the wildlife troopers are supportive of this proposal in that the coordinates are a much preferred route than making it clear for fishermen. Any further discussion? Mr. Carpenter.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a quick question for you, Glenn. The language in 39, then we also have another proposal coming up 40, which are very similar. Is the only difference between those two the waters defined in the Bruin Bay area?
Yes, could you repeat the question? I'm sorry.
I'm specific to the Bruin Bay coordinates in Proposal 39. Is that the only difference between what's in Proposal 39 and the next proposal?
No, Mr. Carpenter. Through the chair, Mr. Carpenter. No, there are significant differences in all but one of the areas specified in Proposal 40.
Okay, thank you.
Any further discussion? Mr. Carpenter?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just talk briefly, the Cooper Landing AC, Homer AC, Matt Valley AC supported this. The Seward AC was the only AC in opposition, and then there was some support from members of the community that had some slight changes to this language. Other than that, I'll go ahead and do cost real quick. Cost of this proposal is not expected to result in any additional direct cost for a private person to participate in this fishery. And if there's nothing further, I'll call the question.
Question's been called. Mr. Payton?
No, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Bowers?
No, Mr. Chair.
Dr. Weeder?
No, Mr. Chair.
Law?
No, Mr. Chair.
Wildlife Troopers?
No, Mr. Chair.
Please call a roll.
Final action on Proposal 39. Mike Wood,
Yes.
Godfrey,
Yes.
Carlson Van Dort,
Yes.
Zaret,
Yes.
John Wood,
Yes.
Carpenter,
Yes.
Svensson.
Yes.
Motion carries 7-0, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Proposal 40, staff?
Proposal 40, 5 AAC 21.350, closed waters.
Move to adopt.
Second, Wood.
Staff?
This proposal would create 7 new regulatory closed waters areas for commercial salmon fishing in Lower Cook Inlet. Fishing in those areas would be liberalized with the exception of Rocky Cove, where the proposed closed waters lines approximately match those proposed by the department in Proposal 39. All other proposed waters in this proposal would allow fishing above the exposed headland banks on many tides. The department is opposed to this proposal.
Thank you. Any discussion? Any discussion on Proposal 40, 4-0? Mr. Carpenter?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll be opposed to this. I think that we laid out the groundwork for the department in Proposal 39. There was some opposition to this, the Matt Valley AC, Seward AC, and a couple of personal comments. And there was also some support, 4 people in support. I'll go ahead and do cost while I have my approval of this proposal is not expected to result in any additional direct cost for a private person to participate in this fishery. And if there's nothing further, I'll call the question.
Just a second, we do have something further. Ms. Carlson Van Dort?
No, I would just kind of, just underscore what the department said and that this would be in conflict with the, how I read it would be in conflict with the proposal that we just passed. So I will be opposed. Thank you.
Any further discussion? If not, question's been called. Mr. Payton?
No, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Bowers?
No, Mr. Chair.
Dr. Weeder?
No, Mr. Chair.
Law?
No, Mr. Chair.
Wildlife Troopers?
No, Mr. Chair.
Please take roll.
Final action on Proposal 40. Godfrey,
No.
Mike Wood,
No.
John Wood,
No.
Zaret,
No.
Carpenter,
No.
Svensson,
No.
Carlson Van Dort.
No.
Motion fails 0-7, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Move on to Proposal 41. Staff?
Proposal 41, 5 AAC 21.350, closed waters.
Move to adopt.
Second, Wood.
Staff?
This proposal would create a regulatory closed waters area at the head of Tutka Bay. The department supports the concept of establishing a closed waters area at the head of Tutka Bay, but is opposed to this location and configuration of the demarcation used in this proposal. This area was reflected in the previous, in Proposal 39.
Any discussion? Mr. Carpenter?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So, Mr. Howell, the information, or the coordinates that were passed in Proposal 39 adequately addresses the department's concerns specific to this area, is that correct?
Through the chair, Mr. Carpenter, that is correct.
Thank you.
As well as those that was suggested by Wildlife Troopers. So any further discussion? Ms. Carlson Van Dort?
I'll just reference my comments on the previous proposal, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Any other discussion? Seeing none, Mr. Carpenter?
Thank you. For the record, there was 2 ACs in favor of this. There was quite a bit of opposition to this proposal. I'll also read cost. Approval of this proposal is not expected to result in any additional direct cost for a private person to participate in this fishery, and I would call the question.
Question's been called. Mr. Payton?
No, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Bowers?
No, Mr. Chair.
Dr. Weeder?
No, Mr. Chair.
Law?
No, Mr. Chair.
Captain?
No, Mr. Chair.
Call the roll.
Final action on Proposal 41. Carlson Van Dort,
No.
Carpenter,
No.
Mike Wood,
No.
Godfrey.
No.
Svensson.
No.
John Wood.
No.
Zare.
No.
Motion fails 0-7, Mr. Chair.
Always trying to second guess your process when I come next.
Fully randomized.
We go on to proposal 42, staff.
Proposal 42, 5AAC 21.373, Trail Lakes Hatchery Sockeye Salmon Management Plan.
Move to adopt.
Second, Wood.
This proposal would replace the Trail Lakes Hatchery Sockeye Salmon Management Plan with the Bear Lake Management Plan and would greatly reduce Cook Inlet Aquaculture's cost recovery opportunity. All sockeye salmon stocking programs outside of Resurrection Bay currently managed by the Trail Lake Hatchery would most likely end due to lack of funding. Language in the Bear Lake Management Plan specifies that the department manage for a 50-50 split of returning Resurrection Bay sockeye salmon between the commercial seine fleet and Cook Inlet Aquaculture Association cost recovery. The department is neutral on this allocative proposal.
Thank you, staff. I'll be opposing and incorporate the remarks I made on proposal 36. Any other discussion? Mr. Carpenter.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll also reference my comments to proposal 46, and I will also not be in support of this.
36.
36.
Yeah. Ms. Carlson Van Dart.
So, just a quick question to the department. So what I recall from committee of the whole is that there was a suggestion, and I don't know if this would be included in the Bear Lake plan, to let the fleet in earlier at the beginning of the run for a better return potentially on the investment in the cost recovery fishery, and also to try and reduce conflicts with the sport fishery that comes down there. I think that's what I'm recollecting. Is that correct in the previous management plan? Did it allow for that earlier harvest?
Through the chair, Ms. Van Dort, I do not recall any specific language in the management plan that addresses that, but much of the conflict between sport anglers on the creek occurs after the cost recovery harvest has occurred, which is in early June.
Do you think that there could be the potential for a better return on the investment earlier in the season for the cost recovery rather than in the time period in which it's being conducted currently?
Through the chair, Ms. Van Dort, I do not believe that that's the case.
Okay, thanks.
Mr. Wood.
Just to follow up on that, I too had notes about some testimony that said let the fleet in earlier. Is that a possibility?
Through the chair, Mr. Wood, we currently begin cost recovery there in mid-May. They've got the option to begin if the fish show up there. A few do show up, but they often do not elect to start fishing until the last week of May.
Thank you.
Any further discussion? Mr. Carpenter.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Referencing the comments, Seward AC was in support of this along with a few others. There was several ACs and a few aquaculture associations that were in opposition to this, and I'll go ahead and do cost approval. This proposal is not expected to result in any additional direct cost for a private person to participate in the fishery. If there's nothing further, I call the question.
Question been called. Mr. Payton.
No, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Bowers.
No, Mr. Chair.
Dr. Wida.
No, Mr. Chair.
Law.
No, Mr. Chair.
Wildlife Troopers.
No, Mr. Chair.
Please call a roll.
Final action on proposal 42. Zare.
No.
John Wood.
No.
Godfrey.
No.
Svensson.
No.
Mike Wood.
No.
Carlson Van Dort.
No.
Carpenter.
No.
Motion fails 0-7, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. We now move on to proposal 43. Staff.
Proposal 43,
Whoops, strike that. This is going to be deliberated at the Upper Cook Inlet, so we'll have no deliberations on it today. That concludes number 3 group. So we will, the order of progression is that we'll be proceeding with presentations. I understand, Commissioner, you have 2 presentations on group 4, Commissioner? You have 2 presentations on group 4?
Yeah, we'll have them up here in about 5 minutes.
Okay, but they'll take about how long, you think? Half hour?
About a half an hour, yes.
Okay, thank you. In the meantime, Mr. Godfrey's requested an opportunity to address what the Southeast proposals, what his position was, as he was one of the chief persons involved from the board in those discussions, and I'll give you the floor, Mr. Godfrey.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Unfortunately, since I'm not going to be able to be here during the committee of the whole and the deliberations on this particular matter regarding the 259 and the companion proposals, back when this was crafted and brokered between the three signatories that agreed to a compromise 2 Marches ago, I guess it would be, board member Mitchell carried the water and spearheaded the charge, and I supported her. Lucky for me, she put her name on it. We got to a brokered compromise between the three signatories, and we had a meeting of the minds. And ultimately what happened is, in deliberations, after working through a number of days and trying to get to a compromise, in deliberations, prior to the vote, the commissioner wanted clarification on whether this meant no in-season management. And the chair affirmed that. The problem is it essentially meant in order to execute the proposal in the manner that the compromise was crafted, those 2 words, sport fishery, had to be removed. Otherwise, you couldn't do it from the standpoint of there was a whole bunch of other dominoes that would have to fall that weren't in place, from outer waters to the inside waters to non-resident, bag limits versus resident, state waters versus federal waters. And it complicated the matters, and those things had not been worked out. It was lost on me when the commissioner asked for clarification, and I would argue that a number of other board members, including those board members that were no longer on the board, didn't follow the ramifications of what he was saying. And in the process, we ended up adopting a proposal that was crafted in a certain way, but it was a paradox, because for the commissioner to move forward and actually implement it, 2 words had to be removed, but in removing it, that wasn't the proposal we adopted, because it materially and substantively altered what the agreement, the meeting of the minds represented, with at least 2 of the signatories to that. From my perspective, this is the first administrative promulgation paradoxical situation that I've seen since being on the board, where in order to actually implement and promulgate the regs as drafted, 2 words were removed, but it dramatically changed the meaning of the agreement to at least 2 of the 3 parties. And from a legalistic standpoint, because it materially and substantively altered the proposal, my problem with that is that doesn't represent the agreement that was agreed to, and therefore it's not an accurate memorialization and representation of that. But the problem in hindsight is the department had to find a way to do this, and without in-season management, that was the way to do it. The only reason I would be entertaining this out of cycle is because this was agreed to 2 years ago with the 3 signatories involved and the representatives, and it doesn't accurately reflect that which was agreed to, and therefore it shouldn't wait to be resolved till it's in cycle, because it's not an accurate representation of what they agreed to. And I'll finish with saying the department's view was the only way to implement it was to remove those 2 words, and it's overall harvest sealing the sport fish versus not delineating between resident and non-resident. So I'll leave it with that. And it's unfortunate we find ourselves here, and it's unfortunate that I didn't catch on to what the commissioner was saying before voting or asking for clarification in those deliberations. But I have a better understanding now, unfortunately.
Yeah, go ahead, Ms. Cosvendor.
So I think this is really weird, frankly.
Really
It's
what?
strange that we're providing this opportunity, which is almost deliberative, prior to getting into this. But that being said, there was a statement made that the chair affirmed the intent, and I would just invite the public to review, and board members here to review, some of the recent RCs that have transcriptions of the record, and there was significant discussion about intent from staff and from other board members. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Yeah. Agree with the awkwardness, but we both know why that is taking place. I would just ask Mr. Godfrey, since you were one of the three parties that was discussing it while those negotiations were taking place, was the department drafting the language that was coming out as RC 178 as you progressed through these negotiations?
Yeah, and so the time it was Member Mitchell who was communicating with the department on that, and the reality is, by the time the language was being drafted, I honestly can't say that the timeline from the time we went into deliberations and saw the language, how many board members had drilled down into it, or even reflected on the verbatim language that was reflected in the drafted language versus what was reflected in the brokered compromise amongst the three signatories. So I can't say with an accurate recollection on that, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Any other questions anybody may have, Mr. Godfrey? Ask now or forever hold your peace, or at least for the next few hours. Thank you, Jared. You need 5 minutes to set up? At some point in time, whether you want to do it before your overall presentation or before the actual proposal, I'm going to be asking the department to put on the record how those two words were taken out. What was the process that was followed, so that we have it clear on the record as to what took place and why. So, and your choice as to when we do that.
Wait, Mr. Chair,
Mr. Peterson.
before we go off record on these proposals that were just deliberated, I have a question of the board, and I want to get some clarity on Proposal 35. So in my comments, I wrote that there already exists a wild fish priority under both the Alaska Constitution, in state statute, and I didn't put this in my comments, but also in regulation. So the board adopted this proposal that has no regulatory language attached to it. That's quite uncommon. So if the board wants the department to do anything, the board needs to make clear what it is it wants the department to do by adopting this proposal. As I understood the deliberation and the short colloquy between the commissioner and the board after the vote, a committee is going to be formed. But a committee could be formed whether this proposal passed or not. So I would like some direction what exactly it is the board intends by adopting this proposal that already exists.
I'll attempt to do that for you, Mr. Peterson. My primary objective is to have a committee formed to look at the situation, whether the existing plan addresses it adequately or doesn't, and if it doesn't, to make recommendations for a plan revision or a brand-new plan. However, Mr. Carpenter also approached me during the break with some questions on this. It had been cleaner if indeed the proposal itself had been voted down and a committee question be raised at miscellaneous business. Is that what you're recommending?
Well, Mr. Chair, I just want to make sure that the record is crystal clear that no regulations will come out of this proposal.
That is crystal clear, I think. It is in my mind, at least. That no particular plan will come out without coming back to the board for action.
So any regulatory change will be a future proposal before this body?
If it's requested or recommended by the committee, yes. Committee may come to a conclusion everything is hunky-dory, do nothing, in which case you would see nothing come forward.
Sure, and as you noted, the board could create a committee regardless of this proposal. So everybody, all of the members that voted on this proposal still sit here, and that's why I wanted to raise it before we lost anybody.
Okay.
So if anybody has any different views on that, we should hear it now because, again, and I think it's probably pretty clear to everybody why I'm doing this, I want the record to be very clear that there will not be any regulatory action based on the action taken on Proposal 35.
I've seen Ms. Clausen Van Dorp.
Yeah, this is Murky, and I appreciate Law raising the issue. And I agree that it would have been cleaner, hence why I had such a long pause prior to my vote. I agree with the stated intent of it, but if it is more clear for the record and for the department legally, I would be willing to serve notice of reconsideration on that vote.
Yeah, I guess what I would say to that is, I mean, it would provide clarity if, and I'll say something that I just said a moment ago, and I kind of sped through it, but it's important. The board doesn't adopt proposals that don't have regulatory language attached to, at least I've never seen that. So for the purpose of clarity, that might be, well, I'll leave that up to the will of the board, but that would be clear.
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you.
I think that makes sense. It's bizarre, and that's what I was trying to think through right before the vote. And given that, I mean, I think I'd like to serve notice of reconsideration on that vote, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, and you are on the prevailing side. Correct, okay. And you're within the 24 hours, so all the criteria, that time-wise, and obviously the discussion itself lends itself to justification as far as sustaining a reconsideration. Rather than postpone any notice of when that vote will take place, unless I hear a strong objection, we're about to have a vote on the reconsideration. Anybody have any strong objection to voting on that immediately? Hearing that, before us is a motion, or notice actually, motion for reconsideration. If you vote in the affirmative, and there will be area for discussion here in a second. If you vote in favor of reconsideration, they then go back to the proposal as it existed for another vote. If you vote against it, that would not happen. Now we'll open to discussion, if any, on the motion for reconsideration. I think the record's pretty clear, but is there any discussion? Mr. Zaray.
I voted for this, but, hearing what has been said, I realized that it was probably the wrong way to get to something I wanted to get to. And so I'll vote for reconsideration.
Mr. Chair.
You did not reflect a second. I heard Mr. Carpenter have a second on the reconsideration.
Just a point of order. I believe Ms. Carlson Dort's intent was to move reconsideration. She was on the prevailing side. I do believe that somebody else on the prevailing side needs to second that, and I haven't heard that so far.
Well, I thought you had. I will second it. Okay. I'll speak in favor of the reconsideration just to make the record clear. The only reluctance I have is I have to agree with Mr. Peterson. And the commissioner. Mr. Carpenter.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I wasn't on the prevailing side. I do appreciate the chair and the Department of Law and the department bringing this concern to the board, because I do think that the board would have been given the department very unusual direction in regards to how the board acted in regard to this. So I appreciate the fact that we're dealing with this now.
And let nobody be surprised in miscellaneous business that we will address the committee aspect of it. So, Mr. Wood.
Yeah, I'd also like to say I appreciate revisiting it also because of being approached by the public didn't have an opportunity to comment on this committee during committee of a whole either as it came up. So even though the intent wasn't to create regulations in this committee, it kind of caught people off guard.
Okay. So. Is there any objection to the motion for reconsideration? Hearing none, it carries. We're now back to the original proposal 35 for a vote up or down. Everybody understand that? Any discussion? Mr. Carpenter?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would reference my comments that I made earlier in regards to proposal 35 specific to cost and to other concerns that I had. And if there's nothing further, I would call the question on the proposal.
I guess we got to go through the E&O. We'll do it just to make sure. Mr. Payton?
Still no.
Mr. Bowers?
No, Mr. Chair.
Dr. Weeder?
No, Mr. Chair.
Law?
No, Mr. Chair.
And the Wildlife Troopers?
No, Mr. Chair.
Please call the roll.
Final action on Proposal 35. Carpenter.
No.
Zareh.
No.
Godfrey.
No.
Carlson Van Dort.
No.
Mike Wood.
Yes.
Svensson.
No.
John Wood.
No.
Motion fails 1-6, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. So we will revisit the committee aspect of it, adjourn miscellaneous section of the meeting at the tail end. With that, we are finished now, and we will go into the 5 minutes you need. We'll take a break to 9:40 and resume with presentations on Group 4, followed by committee. Annie, you ready? Art, you ready? Yeah. Okay. We'll now go into presentations from staff on Group 4. And just call staff, you have the mic, go for it.
Good morning, Mr. Chair and board members. My name is Patrick Fowler, Southeast Alaska Management Coordinator for the Division of Sportfish. I'll be providing an overview of the Southeast Alaska king salmon sport fishery, and this presentation can be found in RC3, tab 9. This presentation will provide a short background framing the management of the king salmon in Southeast Alaska along with current harvest and effort trends, with an emphasis on the topics the board has before it during this meeting. To frame the context of this presentation, displayed here are the 7 sportfish management areas of Southeast Alaska, which extends from Cape Suckling in the north to Dixon Entrance in the south. King salmon management in the region is complex and involves regulatory processes in both the international and domestic venues. The department's first priority is to manage for sustainable wild stocks, followed by compliance with provisions of the Pacific Salmon Treaty, which establishes the annual all-year catch limit, and also includes specific chapters directing the management of terminal areas of the transboundary rivers. Finally, the department seeks to provide harvest opportunity for returning Alaska hatchery-produced king salmon in terminal waters near hatchery release locations and in accordance with various management plans, broodstock collection goals, and when those actions would not endanger the conservation of wild stocks. King salmon management for the sport fishery is best described as a series of layers. And on this first layer is our conservation measures, recognizing that many Southeast Alaska king salmon stocks and transboundary river stocks are experiencing a period of poor productivity. The Southeast Alaska region currently has 3 king salmon action plans: the northern southeast, which covers the Chilkat, Taku, and king salmon rivers, followed by the Stikine and Andrew Creek action plan for central southeast, and finally the Chickaman and Unic action plan covering the southern Southeast Alaska area. These action plans specify specific management provisions for the sport fishery, which are designed to conserve those king salmon stocks which have been identified as stocks of concern, as well as reduce harvest of other Southeast Alaska wild king salmon stocks. The management provisions specified by the action plans also meet the international obligations for management in the terminal areas of both the Stikine and Taku rivers. By design, these actions reduce opportunity for harvest in the areas and times when Southeast Alaska wild and transboundary river stocks are most prevalent in the fishery. This includes the use of non-retention for all the inside waters of Southeast Alaska from April 1st through June 15th, and that's represented by the dark gray area on this map, while longer areas of non-retention or closed time are applied in the vicinity of the terminal areas. The next layer of management is where additional opportunity is provided in terminal hatchery areas in accordance with hatchery management plans, and when that additional opportunity would not endanger wild stocks. Then finally, outside of the areas and times of both the conservation actions or increased hatchery opportunity, the king salmon management plan, defined by Chapter 5, Alaska Administrative Code 47055, directs the management of the sport fishery for the remainder of Southeast Alaska by establishing bag, possession, annual limits, and other management provisions on an annual basis. So in order to discuss the king salmon management plan, it's helpful to understand the Pacific Salmon Treaty. At the international level, the all-year catch limit for all Southeast Alaska king salmon fisheries is established under the terms of the Pacific Salmon Treaty. Harvest is then allocated amongst Alaska fisheries in accordance with the allocation plan in 5 AAC 29.060. And in this allocation plan, shares allocated to the net fisheries are taken off the top, with the remainder split between the commercial troll and sport fisheries at 80% and 20% respectively. The regional king salmon sport fish regulations are then established by the Southeast Alaska King Salmon Management Plan in 47055, which specifies specific management measures based on the available allocation to the sport fishery. So this table outlines the current regulations that are established by the King Salmon Management Plan under each abundance range. The board has historically provided more opportunity for resident anglers through the use of higher bag limits, while there are no annual limits for residents under any management tier. In addition to these bag, possession, and annual limits, the King Salmon Management Plan includes provisions for the use of 2 rods in the winter season, which is permitted for all anglers in the highest abundance tiers 6 and 7, and for residents only in the middle abundance tiers 4 and 5. The board has also provided additional opportunity for residents through an increased bag limit to 2 fish in those areas that are closed for conservation purposes once they reopen. So these would apply in the inside waters of Southeast Alaska under the low abundance tiers of 2 and 3. Within the Southeast Alaska region, we have some unique sport fishing regulations that also shape the king salmon sport fishery. King salmon fishing in fresh water is closed region-wide, except in the Yakutat area or with special exemptions for hatchery terminal harvest areas. No more than 6 lines may be fished from a vessel, and the number of lines fished from a charter vessel must be equal to the number of paying clients, but may not exceed the 6-line regional limit. So before presenting harvest and effort data, I'd like to briefly introduce the 3 primary tools which inform sport fisheries management in the region. We have the statewide harvest survey that I'm sure many of you are familiar with. This is the mailed survey which comprehensively collects data from a selection of sport fish license holders. And the disadvantage of this statewide harvest survey data is that it's not available until 1 year after the end of the season. Unique to Southeast Alaska, we have the Southeast Marine Harvest Creel Program. And in this project, samplers are stationed in all major ports of Southeast Alaska, interviewing anglers at exit points of the fishery, such as harbors, docks, and boat launches. And this project allows us to see and touch the harvest, physically collecting biological data, such as genetic samples, importantly, recovering coded wire tags and recording lengths. This project also provides fisheries performance data in real time throughout the season. Then finally, we have our charter logbooks, where all chartered trips are required to submit information, including the number of anglers, harvest, released, the location fished, hours fished for each trip. And digital reporting for charter logbooks has been required in Southeast Alaska since 2021. Both statewide harvest survey and marine creel projects undergo rigorous biometric review, and each estimate generated has an associated variance. And often these projects are used in concert with each other to derive in-season estimates. So moving on and discussing effort in the region, this graph represents Southeast Alaska trends in angler effort as measured by angler days from the statewide harvest survey from 1996 to 2022. The top line represents the total angler days fished in Southeast Alaska, and you'll notice effort can be variable and influenced by outside social and economic factors, most notably the 38% drop in effort during 2020 due to concerns about COVID pandemic and travel restrictions. The bottom 2 lines stratify effort by residency, with the light gray line with squares representing resident angler days, while the dark gray line with triangles represents non-resident angler days. To generalize, resident effort has been on a slight decreasing trend, while non-resident effort has been on an increasing trend. Non-resident effort experiences a greater interannual variability and is more susceptible to the greater trends that impact the visitor industry in Southeast Alaska. On average, for this time period, resident anglers comprise 45% of the effort. In the last 10 years, resident harvest has averaged 34% of the king salmon harvest for the region. This table presents the harvest breakdown, 10-year average by angler type, where guided non-resident anglers account for 50% of the king salmon harvest, unguided non-resident 16%, and a minority guided resident anglers account for 1% of the fishery. So collectively, that's 34% resident and 66% non-resident. So this figure presents king salmon harvest in the sport fishery by stock origin, the coast-wide abundance of king salmon, the productivity of Southeast Alaska wild stocks, and the production and productivity of Alaska hatchery stocks are all contributing factors to the stock composition, along with the management provisions designed to reduce harvest of Alaska wild stocks while providing opportunity for Alaska hatchery-produced king salmon. Notably in this chart, the reduction in harvest attributed to Alaska wild stocks can be seen as conservative management actions began in Southeast Alaska in 2016 and have continued through the 2023 season. So this graph depicts Southeast Alaska sport fish allocation and the sport harvest of treaty king salmon for the prior treaty annex period 2009 to 2018, and then the current treaty annex period starting in 2019 through current day. In these years prior to 2019, the sport fisheries managed to achieve an average allocation across years, often under-harvesting the sport allocation during high abundance years and exceeding allocation in low abundance years. In the 10 years of the last treaty annex, this 2009 to 2018, the sport fishery averaged 20.7% of its allocation of the sport troll allocation, which was slightly over the 20% target. Between 2019 and 2021, the sport fishery was managed in season and did not meet the sport allocation. Since the implementation of the current King Salmon Management Plan, beginning with the 2022 season, the sport fishery was under allocation in 2022 and over allocation in 2023. And these 2 years averaged 20.5% sport allocation. This is just a numerical representation of that same graph. So during the last treaty annex period, 2009 to 2018, when the sport fishery was managed to achieve the average allocation, the fishery averaged 20.7% of the combined sport troll allocation. And then for the 3 years of in-season management, 2019 to 2021, the sport fishery averaged 18.1% of the troll sport allocation. And then finally, for the last 2 years, like I mentioned previously, the average out to 20.5% of the combined sport troll allocation. Now, to frame the recent history of the King Salmon Management Plan and the Pacific Salmon Treaty, in August of 2018, the Pacific Salmon Treaty was renegotiated for the next 10-year period, covering the years 2019 through 2028. With several changes to the Pacific Salmon Treaty, the King Salmon Management Plan required revisions to align the prescribed management actions with the newly adopted winter troll CPUE model, along with the accounting for a reduction in the all-year catch limit. After acceptance of an agenda change request, the board adopted Proposal 176 as modified by both RC 47 and 59, which modified the King Salmon Management Plan out of cycle in the January of 2019. But understanding it would be best to address these modifications to the plan during the next Southeast Alaska board meeting in 2021, but that immediate action was needed. The board adopted changes to reduce the bag and annual limits when it was necessary to keep the sport fishery within allocation, considering that there was a reduction to the all-year catch limit, and also modified the lower 3 management tiers of the plan that would most likely cover the anticipated abundance occurring in 2019 and 2020, while directing the department to use in-season management in the lower 3 management tiers in order to not trigger the payback provision. The 2021 Southeast Board meeting was ultimately delayed until 2022 due to COVID. And during the 2022 Southeast Alaska meeting, the board made several changes to the King Salmon Management Plan and the allocation plan described in 5 AAC 29.060. Going into the 2022 Southeast meeting, the department sought clarification on the use of in-season management because the language within the plan was now inconsistent after the out-of-cycle changes made in 2019. The objectives of the management plan continue to direct the department to manage for the average allocation and provide stability to the sport fishery, while direction for the use of in-season management was included for 3 of the management tiers. Ultimately, the board completed their work to address changes by the renegotiated treaty by adopting language provided by RC 178. Under this agreement, sport fishing opportunity was decreased in the high abundance tiers and increased in low abundance tiers, but this arrangement requires the give and take of allocation between the commercial troll and the sport fishery. Additionally, a resident priority was established within the plan and a sunset clause, which was timed to expire at the next Southeast Alaska board meeting in 2025. So the board has 3 proposals before it with implications for the management of the Southeast Alaska king salmon sport fishery. 2 of these seek to align the management plan with changes to the Pacific Salmon Treaty, while Proposal 259 seeks to clarify the direction to the department on the use of in-season management versus managing to an average allocation. While in-season management is used for conservation purposes and also for providing opportunity for Alaska hatchery king salmon, in-season management is not currently used to achieve an allocation target. So between 2019 and 2021, the sport fishery was managed in season to achieve that annual allocation to the sport fishery. And so in order to do this, this requires the department to continuously project the end-of-season sport harvest and adjust sport fishing regulations based on observed fisheries performance. So this creates a regulatory environment where sport fishing regulations can change frequently and sometimes dramatically throughout the season. And as an example, I'll walk you through the 2021 season, which was the last year that we managed in season. So beginning with the announcement of the winter troll CPUE in 2021 and the associated allocation to the sport fishery of 37,900 treaty king salmon, the department announced the regional regulations in early March. As harvest begins to occur in late April and early May, in-season projections become available. And the projected treaty harvest by date is the gray bars here, with the associated error in the projection in brackets. So as the season progresses, by June 15th, with nearly 50% of the harvest complete, the projection indicated the sport fishery would exceed its allocation, and action was taken to reduce sport fish opportunity by dropping the management provisions one step in the plan. So this resulted in a 2-fish resident limit, a 1-fish non-resident limit, and an annual limit for non-residents that goes 3-2-1 throughout the season. So as these new regulations were implemented, harvest projections declined, but better than expected catch rates occurred, which required a second adjustment to the sport fishing regulations on August 1st. So late season action like this often requires dramatic changes in regulation in order to achieve a desired outcome, since the harvest is nearly complete by this time. So in this case, the non-resident fishery was closed to retention for the month of August. And then following that closure, harvest projections declined and ultimately fell under the sport fish allocation. So it's important to understand the dynamics of a recreation fishery is driven by other values outside of maximizing harvest. Modifying bag and possession limits doesn't always result in a linear increase or decrease in harvest as angler preference comes into play. For example, increasing the bag limit from 3 to 4 fish might have a very limited impact on harvest, whereas increasing the bag limit from 1 to 2 would have a significant increase in harvest. So to summarize, the department has the tools in place to collect the data and produce in-season harvest projections, but these will always be subject to error as the observed conditions change. Several of the driving factors of sport fish harvest are outside the department's control, such as changing sport effort, changing king salmon harvest per unit effort, or fluctuating contributions of Alaska hatchery king salmon. And each of these can be anticipated, but each introduces a source of error into in-season projections. And the 2022 and 2023 seasons are a great example of this, as we had identical sport fishing regulations in those 2 years, but the difference in harvest between those years was nearly 21,000 fish. And that was mostly attributed to higher than expected harvest per unit effort in the 2023 season. So finally, the need to consider the error surrounding these harvest projections requires a conservative management approach that will more often result in underages in the sport fish allocation when managing in season. And Mr. Chair, this concludes the presentation, but we're happy to accept questions.
Well, I hope some of our members keep you happy. Any questions from any of the members? Mr. Coffin, do you have a question?
No, I'm just trying to avoid the light.
Yeah. Apparently no questions. Go on to the next presentation.
Good morning. I'm Danny Evanson. I'm an extended jurisdiction program manager with the Division of Commercial Fisheries, and for our purposes here today, I am the senior treaty policy advisor for Alaska. I'm here to provide a brief overview of the Chinook components of the Pacific Salmon Treaty as it pervades nearly every aspect of salmon management in Southeast Alaska. For those of you who were here, I know we have a lot of new faces. At the last regularly scheduled Southeast Alaska Finfish meeting, this will be a much scaled down version focused on the treaty provisions, the Chinook treaty provisions relevant to the proposals you are considering today. My goals are to review the Chinook provisions of the treaty, our obligations, and clarify that which is the purview of the treaty, the Pacific Salmon Commission, and that which is the purview of the board. Provide a little context on changes to the models and approaches the Salmon Commission is using under the treaty to set our Southeast Alaska all-year catch limit. These changes are the impetus for proposals 257 and 258. And to go over briefly, the treaty underpinnings relevant to the department proposal 257 and 258, and in addition, RC 63, which has some suggested language, proposed language changes, and some new numbers as requested by board member Carlson Van Dort. And I want to make sure that we have complete transparency on where those numbers came from. Now, before I launch, Southeast Alaska is unique. Not only do we have to manage to state regulations, state policy, Board of Fish approved management plans, but we have the treaty. We also have the Endangered Species Act because, and while that's not unique, unfortunately, it's pervading other areas of the state. It's one place where actually we do have target species swimming in our water. So 4 species of Chinook are listed down south that do come into our waters in limited numbers. We are also catching Chinook salmon that would otherwise be prey for listed southern resident killer whales, even though those killer whales don't swim into our waters. We have to be compliant with the Marine Mammal Protection Act. And then there's the Magnuson-Stevens Fishery Conservation and Management Act. And the reason I'm mentioning Magnuson is that I'm seeing throughout some of the RCs and with the decisions made at the last board meeting for a resident priority, we do have delegated management authority to manage in what's called the exclusive economic zone from 3 to 200 miles. Those are managed as a single unit with state waters. And we have a fishery management plan, an FMP, the North Pacific Fishery Management Council, that oversees that. And so we need to be compliant with Magnuson as well. And Magnuson has national standards. National Standard 4 deals with allocations. And I quote, "Conservation and management measures shall not discriminate between residents of different states." So that shouldn't be coming up here much, at least I hope not today, but I want to flag it for the board and for the public as folks are developing their proposals for the next regularly scheduled cycle, and just that is going to be an issue that will likely be addressed. We did, NIMS received a petition for a consistency review under Magnuson for this fishery. We were able to stave it off because in the fishery management plan, there are very specific criteria for allowing such a consistency review. And and one of those criteria is they have to exhaust all regulatory options. They have not. This petition came from groups of California sport fishermen who are tenacious. I would anticipate that a proposal will land in front of the board next time. But I mention this here so that we don't head down a path of exacerbating a pre-existing issue. So flagging that. Okay. And I'm going to launch here. I promised the guidance I received was to speak as quickly as possible. I know everybody is meetinged out and presentationed out. So next slide. How do I do that? I'll tell you, you fix it, I'll keep speaking. What did you have? Okay. Sorry about that. So why do we have a treaty? We have a treaty because this is a large mixed stock fishery. Salmon do not respect borders. They go where they go. And the fundamental role of the treaty is twofold. It is to conserve Pacific salmon in order to achieve optimum production. Second, to divide the harvest so that each country reaps the benefits of its investment in salmon management. Or more simply put, it's to share the burden of conservation and the available catch. And I just put this graphic on the screen so folks could see Chinook migratory patterns. And 75%, in some years even larger, of the Southeast Alaska historic Chinook harvest has originated from out of state. So that treaty is important. I don't know if there's a time delay, but the arrows are not working. Ah, there we go. Okay, so quick review of Alaska's obligations under the treaty. 1, we have to manage to a pre-season catch limit set annually by the Pacific Salmon Commission. 2, we have to manage to achieve escapement goals for 6 Southeast Alaska and transboundary river stocks. Now, the operative word is manage. We don't have to make them, but we have to demonstrate we're managing for them, because in the absence of fisheries, you might not meet an escapement goal in low abundance, and you shouldn't be penalized for that. We also have an incidental mortality limit of 59,400 fish that we cannot exceed. There are penalties associated with that. And then finally, we have a commitment to discuss significant management changes that may alter the stock or age composition or the incidental mortality of the catch. And that's a big deal because it's a mixed stock fishery, and it's been a touchy subject recently in the treaty. So those are the obligations. There's also accountability provisions on the other side of that. If we exceed our pre-season catch limit in any given year, that's management error. If we exceed it, we have to pay it back the following year. If we exceed incidental mortality, the Salmon Commission gets to decide whether there's fishery adjustments needed. And then the final 2 of these are what is really the impetus of why we're here today. If we exceed the postseason catch limit for 2 consecutive years, that's model error. We need to come to the commission with a proposal to minimize, how we're going to minimize our variance between that preseason number and the postseason number. And then finally, the commission itself is going to conduct up to 2 reviews of the CPUE-based approach, which we have been using, to decide whether to continue to use this method. And that decision is coming in January. So, without getting into the weeds, that last bullet just means that changes are afoot. So, Southeast Alaska catch limits. The Southeast Alaska all-gear catch limit is determined annually by the Pacific Salmon Commission, consistent with the treaty. It is the purview of this board to allocate that catch, and the state is going to manage to whatever allocations plan you give us. There are some sideboards, though, on that allocation, in that this, again, it's a mixed stock fishery. If we make those broad sweeping changes, as you can imagine, different stocks are present in our waters at different times. So different stocks will be susceptible to harvest. If we push our harvest later, for example, you might have more ESA impacts or more impacts on a different stock. So we just need to be mindful of that and be mindful of not putting together a management regime that would exceed an incidental mortality limit. But for the purposes of what we're doing here, it does not matter how that catch limit gets set. Right? For the purposes here, we just need a number to manage to. So that's part of the impetus for the proposals. Just a brief overview of why catch limits are in flux. From 99 to 2018, we were held to a Pacific Salmon Commission Chinook model abundance index. The model is a multi-stock, multi-fishery cohort analysis model. It takes data and information from 48 fisheries and 41 stocks up and down the seaboard. And that is heavily reliant on forecasts from the agencies. Those forecasts, we had a lot of concern with the quality of the forecasts coming in. If you want Southeast Alaska to take less fish, the best way to do that is to lowball a forecast. So Southeast Alaska, the Alaska delegation wanted off of the Chinook model. Walking into the last negotiation, that was the primary goal of the delegation, was to get us off of it. And we were somewhat successful. We were able to get an early winter CPUE model forward using troll fishery data, empirical data from our fisheries in the winter to set our catch limit, but we were still held to the Chinook model postseason. And of course, when you try, they were willing to give us something new, but only enough rope to hang ourselves with. And we got hung up on those two accountability provisions where postseason, we were finding out that the preseason number exceeded the postseason number. And so we came up with a multivariate model. We got called in front of the commission, and this model combined our CPUE and the PSC Chinook model and used a 17-tier approach. And that the commission agreed to that only for 2023. And in October, at the Pacific Salmon Commission annual executive meeting, we got wind. Canada clearly stated at the table that they don't want us to have it again for 2024. And so this new model and the 17-tier approach is likely going to go away. We don't know what's going to happen come January, but we expect to be back on the Chinook model in all likelihood. So the original 257, our goals were to align the Southeast Alaska King Salmon Management Plan with recent treaty updates to make the King Salmon Management Plan more robust to future changes to the treaty and simplify the language itself and remain consistent with RC 178 as agreed in the March meeting, the last regularly scheduled meeting. However, the initial view on that was to convert everything over to this multivariate model and the 17 tiers. That's likely going to go away. And again, there is no reason we need to have a set number of tiers that the treaty's using. We get a number from the treaty, we can allocate it. Right? Okay. So I just want to spend a little bit of time talking about what the underpinnings are of RC 63 and how we got to the numbers. This table is Table 2 in Chapter 3 of the treaty. I cut and pasted it directly from the treaty. This is the underpinning of the regulatory language that's in place right now. If you look at it, it refers to a CPUE. It refers to an abundance index or AI ranges, and then it says here are your sport fish bag and possession limits. There is no reason to do that. You can just put it in numbers of fish. So, technical problems. I need an IT person. Not all of it showing up.
Where are you trying to get to?
That's fine. Okay, well, this isn't showing up with like the presentation I submitted, but that's okay. So, taking that table, we can convert, because there's a formula in the treaty that allows us to convert those ranges into catch-base tiers. And I had originally circled this in green font, and hopefully in your books it's in green. But that middle column that says catch-base tier, that is using treaty formulas to convert those numbers over. I grabbed two of our best and brightest treaty Chinook biometricians, one from Sportfish, one from Comfish, to work through those numbers. And then, so from there, all right, where's my IT person? I don't know why, I'm just hitting arrows. From there, we can convert those into sport numbers, applying the allocation schemes. And that's where the numbers came from. They are in line with what was intended under RC 178. It is the underpinning converted to numbers. And quite frankly, during the last board meeting, that is where I wanted to go. I just didn't have the time to get those numbers converted over on the fly. And because we knew we weren't going to be on a CPUE model. So I just want to be really clear on where the numbers came from so the public is clear on that. Final slide, please. One more.
It looks like there's only 10 slides in this presentation.
Okay, this wasn't the presentation I submitted. If I were to grab my computer, could you plug it in?
It's in our,
It's in
our
briefing
books, though.
book.
Yeah, it's slide 10 in our books.
And is it in green and yellow?
Yes, it is.
Okay, good. And I will state that any resemblance to the colors of a particular football team I can neither confirm nor deny whether that was deliberate.
Yeah, so everyone, if you have your staff book there, what is this, RC? Tab 10 and page 10, you'll be able to have the data that's in front of you that you need to look at.
So those numbers were converted using the allocation schemes in, so subtracting out the net fisheries, then the 80-20%, and those are the numbers that are in. Oh, somebody brought my computer. Can I plug this?
We have it here in front of us, Danny.
No?
So essentially, Danny, I think what you're saying is that we have the catch-based tier, and then, like you said, you subtracted out the overhead of the net-based fisheries, and so the 80-20 sport fish allocation tier is in the yellow. Right?
Correct.
Got it. Thank you.
Thank you, Board Member Carlson Van Dort.
So are you available for questions? Is that where we are?
Yes, that's where we are. I apologize, Mr. Chair. These technical difficulties were beyond my control.
Don't worry, I fully understand. While you're on slide 10, it's too small for me to read it here, what's on the screen. Those that are in column CPU-based tiers, those are the same as tiers 1 through 7 that are reflected in the proposal 257, correct?
So, I'm not on the same slide as you, but, so the 257 with the amended numbers in RC 63.
Okay,
So
I've
the
not
idea
yet
here-
looked at RC 63, so perhaps.
Okay, so these are the numbers in RC 63. And
I guess what I'm driving at, and please help me out here, we're now at December 1. You say it's going to all go bye-bye in January. So I'm not going to go to a super effort to address 1 month's worth of having something on the books. Are you trying to convert what the 7 tiers would be into absolute fish numbers? Is that what you're attempting to do?
exactly, Mr. Chair. The idea here is The commission, the Salmon Commission can do whatever they want, but you will have a number at the end of it. So to disconnect the two, you should be robust to future changes in the treaty if you convert them to numbers.
Okay, keep me in line here. So why would we want to adopt 257? And once again, I've not read RC 63, and I might address that, and Commissioner jump in anytime, but why would I want to drop the 7-tier system when I know it's going away?
The 7-tier system is what was agreed to in RC 178. We are not changing the 7-tier system. We are just putting numbers in because of the way it's written in regulation. It refers to a CPUE that is no longer part of this. And it refers to an AI, which you could use, but it's much clearer to just put the range of numbers each of your tiers corresponds to.
I'm going to ask you to do something. I served with Senator Dyson. One of his pet peeves was the use of initials. Rather than using initials, would you please just use terms? That would be appreciated. And I'm going to recognize Ms. Carlson-Van Dort. I think she was going to help me out through this process.
So I think what I heard Danny say in her presentation, you can correct me if I'm wrong, is that, yeah, in the commission does what the commission's gonna do, and they have this, however they set their number, and they have all these associated tiers with how they set those numbers. Your point, I think if I heard you correctly, is that we get our numbers, and then we just have to manage within those numbers. And currently, our regulatory scheme is set up for 7 tiers. There's nothing that is mandated in the treaty that requires us to use 17 tiers. We just have to stay within the numbers. And so what you did was to do your best to convert the current management scheme into actual numbers that were set by the treaty or set by the commission. And these are literally how the arithmetic came out. Is that correct?
Correct. That is a good characterization. Thank you.
So may I ask you, please? I'm with you all the way through that process. Where I'm falling off is when it comes time that we have to make a decision on 257. Do we keep what's presented? And once again, I've not read RC 63, so it might change things. But do we keep with the 7-tier system as is presented, or do we just go to these raw numbers?
I think you're going to see the raw numbers in a 7-tier system that is reflective of the existing management plan.
That's where I'm trying to find out.
Yeah, I think that
Okay.
that's what we're getting at. So instead of rewriting the entire management plan, which is not we're not compelled to do that under the treaty provision, that we would keep the 7 for the ease of regulatory consistency and just plug the numbers in.
And Commissioner, if we're going astray, let us know, please.
The problem was, the treaty is on a different timeline than you are on a different timeline. So we're trying to make this immune to treaty changes moving forward, and recognizing that when we put 257 in place, we were still thinking we were going to be in the multivariate model. That is likely going to disappear now. So we're trying to make it immune from which model the commission ends up using to set the catch numbers. So we had to RC a number with a board member to make that more immune, because when we did 257, we still thought we were on the multivariate model.
Thank you. And before I vote, obviously, we'll study RC 63, but.
And my question, though, and I think you just addressed it, but my question is going to be, is that given that this is going to change again in a month or so, certainly we don't want to be back here, and you just said you're trying to make these numbers immune to these fluctuations and the whims of the commission. So essentially, these numbers that you're presenting, and which will be presented or are presented in RC 63, should be able to get us into the next cycle where we will reconsider the management plan again based on whatever action the commission has taken, and hopefully we'll have some sort of ability, but I mean, that's a big hope, right?
Correct. The only changes we were making to the existing regulatory language is to take out all those treaty references to catch per unit effort metrics, to abundance index metrics, and replace those with a number of fish.
And if I could go to a much simpler question, I think, on your slide 2, which has all of the multicolored lines with the different stocks. It's a picture of the Gulf
Yes,
with all those arrows every which way. It does not reflect any fish going up to Cook Inlet. We know there are fish that come up here in the winter. Is it because they're not in significant numbers? What is the reason we don't see that travel route?
That was drafted by parties in the Pacific Salmon Commission. It could easily show that, but they're outside the treaty area. So perhaps that's why. I don't have a good answer. We do know they come up into Cook Inlet. We do know some even travel as far as the Bering Sea.
Yeah, that was my observation as well, so that's not right. Okay, thank you. Any other question? Commissioner? Did you-
Yeah, I just want to add one statement, is that we fought hard at the last round of treaty negotiations, I wasn't part of them, but to base our catch rates in Alaska based on actual fishery abundance levels we're seeing in the previous winter to our summer fisheries. We thought it was really important to have some metric of fishery catch rates embedded into this. Unfortunately, the southern U.S. and Canadians basically said, that's fine, we'll let you set your preseason catch rates that way, but they still use this Chinook model to hold you accountable to whether or not you were overfishing, which is inane, because you're trying to base your fishery catch rates based on something preseason and going through the season, realizing what you get, but then you go back to a model to determine whether or not you were off. And so we still believe that having some metric of a fishery statistic, a catch rate, is proper for setting the Alaska overall Southeast catch rate. We are going to continue that fight at the commission table, but the way the treaty language got adopted, we don't have a choice if there's not full concurrence. So if Canada objects to our proposal, it defaults back to this Chinook model. And I just want everybody to realize around the table that if we go back to the Chinook model, it is quite likely overall catch rates, the catch limits for Southeast Alaska will go down.
Will go down, which
Yes.
is it, yeah. Is there anyone that no one wants to volunteer to be on that council? Any other questions on this presentation? I'll get to you in a second, Mr. Swenson. Any other questions on this presentation? Thank you, Danny. Pat, come on up if you would. Mr. Swenson had a question on an earlier presentation he'd like you to answer.
Yeah, through the chair, I just was, I'm just wondering if I got this right. Basically, it's easier to manage out of season than in season on the goals of the troll fishery and the sport fishery. Is that correct?
Through the chair, Mr. Svensson, specific to the sport fishery, the troll fishery is managed in season to an allocation target. Recognizing the recreational fishery, it puts us in a different dynamic for the sport fishery, in that the anglers aren't returning to a processor and delivering fish tickets. So we have to sample the catch, observe how that harvest is occurring in season, project forward what we think the end of season harvest is going to be, and then adjust sport fishing regulations either up or down accordingly to achieve the sport fish allocation. So it is a challenge for management.
Thank you.
While we have him still here, any other questions that might have been in the earlier presentation? Commissioner?
Yeah, so I think you're going to go into the committee of the whole for discussion. So before that, I know you had a question regarding how that language was removed from the regulation. I think it'd probably be important to have that discussion before you get into the committee of the whole discussion of the public.
That's fine, yeah.
So like any regulation that the board passes, there's a lot of dialogue that goes on in terms of developing that into a final regulation versus what the regulatory language that you may see in front of you. In the case of this regulation, when I was presented with the RC language that came in that was signed, I had several questions that I had regarding to it, and I asked Mr. Fowler and I asked the board, what is the intent of the board here? Because the way the language was written was confusing to me, because it said basically manage the sport fishery in season, but it was pretty clear to me there were other pieces of that agreement that said we're trying to manage the sport fishery based on certainty and preseason projections. So I asked a series of questions to the board to try to get to the crux of that issue as to what the board intent was. And based on the discussion we had after that RC was presented, that was signed off on, came to the conclusion that it was the board's intent that we weren't going to be managing the sport fishery in season. So we changed the regulatory language before I went to the Lieutenant Governor to accommodate what we had heard from the board and from what our understanding was based on the subsequent questions I asked. It's up to you now whether you want to reinsert that language into the debate, but it's not uncommon that the department will change exact language based on what we're hearing in the debate in terms of the discussion and merits going forward. So there was no ill intent here. It was based on our understanding of what was going on in terms of the intent of the board moving forward. So
Thank you so very much, and I really wanted to put that on the record so that everyone was clear as to how this went about. But I'd just like some other clarifications so we can squash a lot of the rumors that are floating around. No one on the side of any of the three signatories came to you and asked you to change the language. Is that correct?
nobody came to me to ask me to change the language. It was based on that discussion we had at the board.
Yeah, that's my understanding as well. And when you made the determination that the intent was thus and so, did you ask any board member or any of the signatories what their intent was?
I did not. I just went on the record and listened back to the transcript of what I heard at the record when I asked those questions to the board.
Okay. So we've heard earlier testimony that the department participated in drafting language, as they customarily do. And you made your remarks on the record while those two words were still in there, that it would not include in-season management. Why would you not have recommended at that time just to remove those words then?
I guess I could have. I just was trying to get what the board's intent clearly was moving forward. And my clear understanding, based on what I heard at the board meeting, was that we weren't going to do in-season management of sport fishery. We were supposed to average it out over time. So when we went back and changed regulatory language after that, we based that on the latest, the latest discussion that we had with the board moving forward.
So, thank you very much. And I'd give a caveat, then I'll turn it on over for other members. I'd give a caveat to those that would be testifying in front of the committee of the whole, unless you have direct evidence of some sort or another, not be questioning the motives of the department as to how this came into existence. You've heard the explanation of it, and we're going to leave it, accept it as is. With that, turn it on. Any other questions of the commissioner on this issue? Ms. Carlson Van Dart.
Mr. Chair, thank you. No questions of the commissioner, but as we get into committee of the whole, there have been RCs with the transcriptions of those deliberations, and I would encourage members of the public to speak to those transcriptions and what their interpretations of those were at the time. Thank you.
And yes, certainly invited to do it as long as it does not get too repetitive. We'll be going into committee of the whole. And I'm just going to go over it real quick before I turn it over to Mr. Zaray to conduct that committee of the whole and go back to the instructions that were given yesterday. 24 hours is gone. Don't use names when you're testifying. New information only, and don't repeat what's already been said in public testimony. We don't need to hear the same thing 45 times. When I was chairing Anchorage Assembly, one lady got very low focal and kept going on and on and on, back and forth. And like I told her, I said, your message doesn't come any clearer if it's repeated 50 times or at 5 decibels higher. So just keep that in mind and respect that we are listening and we're hearing what you're saying. If they start repeating the same points, the chair's array will move on to the next proposal. So let's not end up with that situation. And if you have substitute language that's being developed, you're already behind the 8 ball. Get with it, because we will be deliberating this shortly after the committee's thesis. And after the committee concludes, we'll take a break so that board members can update their reading of the RCs, et cetera. Obviously, I have not read that RC 63, and I'll take that time to do that. So with that, I will turn it over to Mr. Zaray to conduct the committee number 4.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And just a little additional note to what the chairman just said, we will be allowing people to, who have testified to respond to testimony that has been made, but it must be kept short, to the point. Our objective is for understanding and clarity to take place, and if people are rambling on, that's not going to happen. If you have a point to make to somebody else's testimony, that will be allowed, but it really needs to be clear and to the point and short.
Mr. Ray, may I interject real quick? Commissioner, would you have one of your staff contact weather? I was informed by my wife this morning that they've issued avalanche warnings for those driving between here and Anchorage, and I'd like to have confirmation as to what may be there for those of us that are driving. So, what's that? We'll take a look. Thank you.
Oh, no. Okay, so we have 4 proposals here, and 256 and then 257, 258, and 259. If I hear no comments to the contrary, I'd like to take up those last 3 all at the same time. If any board member thinks they need to be separated, I'd like to hear that.
I think they probably need to be separated because they're kind of dealing with different things.
Yes, Member Van Dort, do you think we could take up 57, 58, or just take them all up?
I would just take them up in numerical order. It's just
Okay.
easier.
All right, I'm going to do that then. Any other comments from the, okay. All right, let's take up 56, and we'll hear from the staff.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Proposal 256, this proposal would allow the use of bait except roe for fish species other than king salmon in the Togiak River drainage, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, staff. Okay, we'll be taking up comments. If the proposal is in the room, we'll hear that first, and then we'll hear comments about that. Thank you. State, name and,
Greetings again, board members, department staff, and all others attending. My name is Zachary Larson, and I'm here with my brother Jordan Larson as the owners and operators of Togiak River Lodge and authors of Proposal 256, which was originally ACR 9. Most current updated verbiage can be seen in RC 69. Due to the 3-minute time allotment during public testimony, there were a number of important pieces of information that we were unable to convey to you that we feel are especially important in considering whether or not to pass Proposal 256 or in what capacity specifically to pass it, if at all. First and foremost, I would like to emphasize to the board that although Proposal 256 seeks to legalize the use of bait in the Togiak drainage, it does not seek to do so in the conventional and established sense in place in many other drainages in Alaska. Proposal 256 seeks to allow the use of bait excluding any form of salmon eggs for all species except for king salmon. Proposal 256 would only allow bait in conjunction with an artificial fly, lure, or jig, as opposed to bait being presented to fish on a bare single-point hook. This is a small distinction, but an extremely important one. When bait is applied to an artificial fly, lure, or jig, the fish's ability to ingest this presentation is greatly impeded, as opposed to a bare single-point hook with bait, which is easily ingested into the gills or even the stomach cavity. As attested to in the 2017 through 2018 Nishigat Catch and Release study conducted by ADF&G staff, hook placement is of paramount importance in reducing catch and release mortality, and the use of artificial flies, lures, and jigs only aid in avoiding hook placement in critical zones, not just for king salmon as incidental catch, but for any and all target species. Specifically for sockeye, but also for chums, pinks, and coho, there are 2 primary methods that we utilize that could incorporate the use of non-salmon egg bait. The most widely used is what most avid steelhead anglers would recognize as a, quote, bobber and jig, unquote. In this method, a small lead head jig tied with fur and feathers, much as a fly would be, is suspended under a small bobber or float and drifted behind the boat along a current seam where sockeye, chums, pinks, or coho are staging. with or without the application of bait, in our case, a small piece of shrimp. When a fish takes the jig and the hook is set, less than 1% of the time is the fish hooked in a critical area or anywhere remotely close to the gills. Please reference RC number 62 for pictures of salmon and trout hooked and landed with this method. Similarly, our second most utilized method for the aforementioned species is what many Pacific Northwest anglers would refer to as back trolling plugs. This method utilizes a plastic lure that, when held in the current, wiggles erratically and dives near the bottom of the river. Like with the bobber and jig, the plug is let out a predetermined distance behind the boat, presumably in an area where the target species are present. These plugs, under the current rules in place on the Togiak, utilize one single point hook, generally in place toward the tail end of the lure, depending on make or model. Bait, most often shrimp in our case, can be carefully wrapped to the lure with elastic thread. Whether the lure is baited or not, the mechanics of how the salmon grasp the lure in their mouth and subsequently where the hook penetrates their mouth are no different with bait as opposed to without it. With either of these methods, I cannot recall a time when an adult salmon of any species took the presentation deep enough to contact the gills or hook the fish anywhere past the gills towards the stomach. Less than 1% are hooked anywhere but in the outer portions of the mouth. Please reference RC 62 again for examples of hook placement with this method as well. Now, beyond the outcomes of methodology differences that come into question with bait potentially only being allowed in conjunction with an artificial lure, fly, or jig, as opposed to bait on its own, I feel very strongly that it needs to be taken into account that king salmon, the species with which there is rightfully the most concern, spatially speaking, occupy very different zones within the Togiak River than do the other 4 Pacific salmon species. The adult kings most often occupy deeper, faster moving, and more turbulent sections of the river than do the other 4 species of Pacific salmon. In our experience over the last 8 years, it is not practical to attempt or reasonable to expect to encounter meaningful numbers of kings in the same area where one expects to target or encounter sockeye. When and or where overlap does occur, more often than not, the king salmon present are those fish less than 20 inches in length that are still legally allowed to be retained within the Togiak drainage. This is the case when targeting chums, pinks, and silvers as well, as they occupy similar zones of the river that sockeye do. Additionally, it should be noted that access to the Togiak drainage is very limited. Of the 4 licensed outfitters who conduct trips below the boundary of the Togiak Wilderness area around River Mile 19, Togiak River Lodge is the only lodge built on the river. The remaining outfitters access the drainage via float plane when weather conditions allow. After the passing of Proposal 29 at the Bristol Bay Finfish meeting last December and the subsequent restrictions on bait usage and adult king salmon retention, there were very limited, if any, trips conducted by other outfitters during the months of June and July below the wilderness area boundary. This effectively left the staff and guests at Togiak River Lodge as the only sport fishing user group on the river for the months of June and July, with the exception of a handful of Togiak residents who are not engaged with commercial sockeye fishery in the bay that was active during this time. The bulk of local resident activity within the banks of the Togiak River during this time period were focused around subsistence drift and set gill netting in the lower river for subsistence purposes on sockeye and king salmon. Passing Proposal 256 would accomplish 3 main goals. First, it would rectify the unforeseen effects on the fisheries within the Togiak drainage for salmon species besides king salmon, most importantly for us, sockeye. Second, it would address concerns raised by ADF&G last December with regard to reduced sport angler opportunity during deliberation on Proposal 29 before its passing. Finally, it would establish a bait use policy that is substantially more conservative than on any other system in Alaska, that actively protects king salmon by prohibiting the most widely used and most detrimental bait/method to king salmon specifically. Please reference RC numbers 38, 55, 57, 64, and 65 for further testimony and support for Proposal 256. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and that was really thorough, and I allowed that to go on like that because people need to understand what's happening. But just make a note, there's must be 30 people in favor of this and nobody was against, but I'd like to hear from anybody that hadn't, opposed this. Thank you very much. Member Van Doort. Yep.
Thank you. So thanks for your comments. I appreciate the additional context. And, I remember in your public testimony that you were opposed to the substitute language that the department was proposing, which would restrict bait until the end of July. I think, and then open it up for the use of bait in August. You spoke somewhat to the spatial disparity of king salmon from some of the other targeted salmon species, but what about the temporal? What are your observations on the river at that time?
So just for reference, we generally start running trips with clients on the water on June 21st. I would say that we don't see real catchable numbers of sockeye, I mean, on any given year, probably until somewhere between the 6th to the 10th of July. We see, or in previous seasons when we were actively targeting king salmon, I think we would see catchable numbers of those from the 21st on. And if I had to pick a date that was the zenith of the king run, I would say somewhere between July 4th and July 8th, and then pretty quickly tapering off after that point. Again, where we access those fish and when we access them is largely dependent upon water level. On high water years, the sockeye tend to linger in the lower river and stage in the lower river, and we actually have access to them earlier than on a more moderate or low water year. For whatever reason, when the water is at a more normal level, the sockeye, they really boogie through the system. And we don't have access to them until there's just a ton of them, like I said, a little bit later in July.
Thanks. Follow up, Mr. Chair? Yes. Okay, thank you. So again, that's helpful. So what you're essentially missing out on potentially is about 5 weeks or so worth of, baited potential in the river. Do you have any feelings one way or the other about adjusting that date to July 15th?
Certainly July 15th would be a much more favorable date than August 1 would be. Perfect world scenario for us, I'd love to see it all the way through, but I wouldn't be opposed to the 15th if that was something that the board felt was a good middle ground to meet on.
Thank you, and I would just draw the members' attention to our C-14 also, where, some of the residents that precipitated the change that has kind of caused some of this angst have weighed in on that. Thanks.
Member John Wood.
Thank you. No questions of you. Just an update status on the weather. Troopers monitoring 511, and there's no warning on the Seward Highway. And Trooper, correct me if I'm mistaken. And talking to the commissioner, there is avalanche mitigation taking place. They anticipate it being completed by 11 o'clock. So make your own decisions as to whether you think you're going to take that chance to drive on into Anchorage. I'm traveling with Mike, and Mike says it's a go, so we're going to make an effort at doing that. But each one will make a decision. Now, what the impact that has is that the hotels informed us that those that are going to be checking out need to inform them by 11 o'clock, which is 10 minutes from now, and need to be out by 2 o'clock. So just that's the update. That's where we stand. Obviously, if we check out of the hotel, we're going to have that much more incentive to conclude this meeting. So what I was going to do is take a 10-minute break so that those could go make the notification and do what they need to do.
That sounds fine. Sounds reasonable. Thank you. We will take a 10-minute break. Okay, we're going to get back here and get going, and we'll take it up. We had a board member that was responding. I believe it was Member Wood was responding just before the break, and we'll give him the mic.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. No, I was just trying to get the weather on the record for those who are concerned about it. That's all I was trying to do. So I don't have any questions of the person testifying.
Okay, and Mike Wood, Member Mike Wood?
Okay, thanks. And my question was going to be directed at Zach, so. Thank you. So
Thank you.
it appears that the bait that you're using or that you're adding to this lure is, you said was a shrimp?
Through the chair, that is correct, Mr. Wood.
And do you do anything to enhance that shrimp at all, like with flavoring or anything like that, scent?
Through the chair to Mr. Wood, no, we don't. The only thing that we'll do, if at all, is put salt on it to make it a little bit tougher so it doesn't fall off.
Okay, cool. And all right, that's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Carpenter.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Speaking right to RC 69, part of the crux of the matter is that there's a general regulation that describes what the definition of bait is. In RC 69 specifically, it addresses the Togiak drainage, and it basically states that bait is allowed with the exception of salmon eggs, and I believe that was part of the conversation that came up when we took this proposal up originally. Is that the main crux of what you're trying to clarify, that you want to use bait with the exception of salmon eggs?
Through the chair to Mr. Carpenter, yes, bait use would be allowed with the exception of salmon eggs, any egg for that matter, but salmon eggs, as long as it's used in conjunction with an artificial lure, fly, or jig, so that it's not on a bare single-point hook.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Carpenter.
So, how, are you catching anything like non-salmon species by using bait like rainbow trout or dolly varden or anything else with this? Because I know in areas where you're fishing rainbows, shrimp are used pretty extensively. What's your intercept rate on non-sockeye salmon?
Through the chair to the commissioner, it's hard to label a percentage. I think the number that Jordan tossed out when asked the same question was less than 5%. It's largely dependent upon the time of the year. I think we see the most rainbow interaction generally late August into September. A lot of years the river has gotten very low at that point. Everything's pretty concentrated, and I would say that most of our rainbow interaction occurs actually during silver season. In the past it has, and bait was open in the past, of all sorts, not just shrimp.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Any more board? Yep.
One more. I just want to compliment your ingenuity. I know it takes, when you're starting a new business, young business, thinking outside the box and experimenting and to figure it out where you are, and then go through this process to try to convince us that it works. I think I commend you for that. I think small business people have to think outside the box. So good job.
Thank you. Any more members have a comment? Thank you. If there's anybody with something to say, please come up. And it looks like no, so we'll go on to the next proposal. We will take up Proposal 257 now. Staff?
Mr. Chair, Proposal 257, language within the Southeast Alaska King Salmon Management Plan under 5 AAC 47.055 would be updated to align with changes to the method of calculating the Southeast Alaska all-year catch limit adopted by the Pacific Salmon Commission in February 2023. Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Anybody like to speak to this proposal? State your name.
My name's Jackie Foss. I'm a troller out of Southeast Alaska. I just want to be on record to say that I appreciate the department's efforts to Pacific salmon treaty proof the management plan by using numbers, because that's something, as we attempt a durable solution to the king salmon management plan, I appreciate. That's all.
Thank you. Anybody have a question for?
I just want to confirm on record, you're a signatory. Were you approached by anybody to participate in the changing from the initial proposals as adopted by the board compared to that was subsequently published?
No, I was not.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Carpenter. Any other questions for?
Hey, Jackie, kind of along those lines, after hearing the deliberations, did you approach any board member and letting them know at the time that that was not the intent of the negotiations?
I did not. I was going to cover this in 259. I was trying to keep my comments to 257 clear and separate from that. I'd be happy to wait.
Yeah, let's do it in 259.
Thank you.
Any other questions for anybody else? Like to speak to this one? Thank you. Come on up.
Right, thank you. I'm Matt Donahoe, the president of Alaska Trollers Association. 257, we have a problem with it in that, one, it doesn't have the language sport fishery harvest ceiling in it, but not only that, it doesn't have the language that appeared in 178 under subsection C, D, E, F, G, and H, which had the catch limit and a hard number. It's, Carrie read that to you yesterday. Without that language, there is no cap of any kind other than the entire Southeast Alaska allocation of king salmon to the sport fishery. And this last summer, without that cap, they went 17,000 fish over allocation in a year that was halfway up the scale of the 17-tier system. That's not low. That's pretty high up. It just, there needs to be that language in there. So it also moved 17,000 fish into basically the spring fishery from the summer fishery, which is shaping the fishery, which is a problem. I have a lot of other things to say, but
There's other proposals here too, and we also have some board members, it looks like, that want to have
Matt, quick question.
questions.
Have you
Thank
taken a look at RC 63?
I did take a look at RC 63. I don't have a problem with the numbers, but there's no reference to harvest limits or caps in there. I have a problem with that. And the numbers, as you heard from
The department, yeah.
the department earlier, I don't know how to refer to somebody without their name, that's probably going to change again. And in my personal comment, I think I'm PC 52 in your book, I point that out. I mean, we had a new system this year, a new formula, and now we're going to have a new formula. And we don't know what that is. So if you start using numbers, those numbers are going to change. We're going to be back here with this. And the only way to avoid that is percentages. You know, put the language in, which is in RC 12, which is an attempt to synthesize 257 and 259. It's in the book. I wrote that. So, and it's simply that the simplest and most elegant way of avoiding coming back here time after time is to have the percentages in, not numbers. But the numbers are all right with me in 63. It's just I think you'll be back again.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, Member Svensson.
I'd like to address, sir?
Sir, could you come, we have a question, board member question.
Yes,
So the troll industry was, or the trollers, they were under by 13,000 fish. Is that not correct?
we were under,
With the king salmon.
in 2023, we're under by 15,445 fish.
Okay, and the sports were over by 17,000.
Right.
Doesn't that, it seems to me that it kind of leads to this averaging out idea.
Why is that? In 2022, trollers were under by 9,500 fish, a hair under 9,500. And if you add that on to the 15,500, that's 25,000 fish we're out. Is averaging only going to be to bring up the sport catch while we constantly are brought down?
When looking back at the last, I guess, in say 10 years or so in the averaging, it's pretty close to an average. Some years one is up, one is down, and vice versa.
Well, 10 years is kind of not the right amount of years to look back because things changed this year with the new formula radically. We gave up Alaska, Southeast Alaska gave up 128,000 fish all year that we should have had under the former CPUE model that was a 7-tier system. And that changed, we didn't find out about it, the public, until just before the fishery.
Well, I'm not, we don't need to care, go on a long deal on this, but from my perspective, it just seems that, there seems to be a balancing, and this year you guys chose to catch chums rather than fulfill your Chinook average because it was more economical, which is great. And what's to say that these kinds of things aren't going to, there's all kinds of variables that could happen, but it just seems like averaging to me would be a good way to go.
What happened was, because trollers and everybody else in Southeast Alaska, except the outside charter fishery and outside sport fishery, are managed under stock of concern. And since the advent of stock of concern, the troll winter catch and the troll spring hatchery catch is less than half the historic average. Had we normally catch anywhere from 20,000 to 40,000 or more, even in some years, in the spring fishery. We didn't get to do that in the last 4 or 5 years. It would have been easy to catch those 9,500 fish had we had our old hatchery areas open, which they were not. But for the charter fishery, it's what stock of concern management if you're fishing on the outside. So it wasn't because, and also the CPUE in 2022, the actual CPUE in the fishery for both sport and troll was half of what it was in 2023. So the 2022 CPUE, how well the fishing went for individuals was half.
Okay, well, thank you. I just wanted to speak to what we don't need to carry on. I'm sure this is going to come up in some of the others, so.
That data is, I have that in the RC.
RC 51.
RC 51 and RC.
The RC 51 is the Chinook allocations, harvest, and deviations. And the RC.
All right, we'll take this in order here. Any other?
And
comments
RC
from, board?
66, it's in the book. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank
Any
you.
other comments from the board? Next speaker, next test. And please, to the point, and I mean, that's what's going to make understanding is if we just.
How about that? Okay, we hit I just came in just now and I was supposed to be the, the helper. Am I right in saying we're talking about proposal 257? Yeah, okay, just wanted to make sure that I'm on the right page because there's 3 of them.
Yeah,
Okay.
that's the one we're on now.
Okay, so, oh gosh, I'm not ready. So I might have to come back again. But if I remember rightly, an RC 63 has been superseded that. And I looked at that and compared it to the proposal, which I also then compared with the agreement. What's that, RC 178, if I remember rightly? And I don't have a problem with RC 63 updating the numbers of the proposal 587, but I do have a problem with them, not having sports fishery in that, and we'll talk about that one later. And the other thing I have a problem with that, I don't know why it's happening again. In the agreement, it had harvest limit for, in my personal comments, I told you this, yesterday, the day before, that they have a harvest limit for C, D, E, F, G, and H. That language is being dropped now. Why is that language being dropped?
That's, well, department, please.
Mr. Chair, so within the individual chapters that identify the management provisions under each tier, there was language that referenced the CPUE range, the winter troll CPUE range, and also this language, I'll read chapter D as an example. The sport fishery harvest limit will be 61,900 treaty king salmon. And so that language is just repeating the allocation to the sport fishery that would occur under the allocation plan under 29.060. So the reason that's removed is that now that we have a 17-tier system, there are more possible allocations for both the Alaska all-year catch limit and the resulting sport fish allocation once it's broken down according to the allocation plan. So what we're doing here by establishing the range of numbers is recognizing that an output of the Pacific Salmon Treaty could fall within that range, but would give us the same sport fish management regulations. And ultimately, the sport fisher will still be accountable to Chapter 29060, the allocation plan. And so that is the allocation, regardless of whether the board decides to use for in-season management or management average. If the board's direction is to use in-season management, we'll manage to the actual allocation to the sport fishery, regardless of what the all-year catch limit is, and once it's apportioned by 29.060.
I hope that helps. And we're gonna.
Can I, it's not a rebuttal thing, okay. Can I just then say there is an RC 12 that includes that language because that was part of the agreement and we were not assigned that agreement with that language. And in it, I understand there's a range now, so we put in 20% so it can be calculated because I understand the numbers can be fluctual, so you can't have a set number. So why don't we have the 20% in there of allocation written in here so it's clear?
Okay, somebody can speak to that if they want, but thank you very much.
Could you put your name on the record, please?
Oh, sorry, yeah, Kerry Malin. Do you want me to spell it?
Yeah.
Yeah? Go ahead. I don't know who said yeah. CERIMALEIN.
Do I have the
Mr. Wood?
floor? Okay, thank you. I want to correct something that you said so that you're clear on it. RC 63 is language that's been prepared. It's not yet been substituted. So you should be addressing your remarks to either RC 63 or the proposal that's in front of us at 257. Second comment is you said I'll withhold any comments on this inclusion or exclusion of the word sports fishery because that'll come up in 259. It is also instrumental in 257. So if you want the language to be incorporated into 257, you need to let this body know and your reasoning why.
Okay, that was a lot to take in. Yes, I do want sports fishery included in there. It's been in this statute since the day it was born, 1997. And I don't know why it's being taken out. As to the gear catch limit, That was introduced in 2019. It was introduced as an ACR by ADF&G, sponsored, supported, agreed with by sports. And the reason I haven't been told the reason, but I was of the understanding that this catch limit was introduced into this language because the treaty now has a catch limit.
I believe some of that stuff was addressed by the commissioner early. He spent a lot of time talking about that, and we're not going to have him repeat himself. And thank you very much.
Thank you.
Please, state name.
Yes, this is Forrest Braden, Southeast Alaska Guides Organization. Thank you very much for giving us time to walk through these things. So I just want to clarify for the board, if you don't understand it, there's two different parts that deal with king salmon management in code, Alaska Administrative Code. In 29060, it establishes, after net removals, it establishes an 80-20, currently an 80-20 split between troll and sport. So it stays referenced, and that is unchanged. In 47.055, that's where you deal with how the sport fishery is managed. And you can do that by managing in season, or you can do it by managing on average, which has been done more often than it hasn't. So you're not lacking anything, as previously said. The target is still there, whether you're managing to it in a year or over years. But I thought we were getting off track, maybe so, or maybe not, but I'm going to backtrack and just say, currently the sport fishery is managed on average by administrative code. RC 63 works still because we are being looked at over time, whether we're hitting an allocation over time. And so those numbers can still stand. We're still accountable under that formula to numbers that would work in RC 63 if that were implemented. So we do support 257 or with the adopted language of 63 if you choose to go that way. Thank you.
Thank you. Any board? Yep. Mr. Carpenter.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thanks, Forrest. Just a quick question, a simple question. Seago signed off on 178 during the negotiations. I wasn't on the board then, but I don't think it's yours. I can't tell whose signature it is, but somebody from Seago, correct?
Yes, sir.
I guess my question is, if that was the case, and you were, and your organization was comfortable with the wording that was in there when a signature was put on it, why is there such a difference of opinion now?
Through the chair, Mr. Carpenter, and thank you for the question. Would it be okay if we discuss that under 259? I think it might be more relevant then.
Well, it could be relevant then, but I think, as Mr. Wood stated, that it's pertinent to 257 as well because it's language that would have to be included. So if you wouldn't mind addressing it, it would be helpful to me.
Through the chair, I'm not sure how to do that without distracting from the matter at hand. I have comments that are prepared to kind of walk you through the series of events that led to the development of RC 178. And if you have a direct question, I'm not sure how to respond without kind of...
If you don't want to answer, just say I don't want to answer. That's fine.
I'm happy to answer. I'm just not sure how it fits currently in the discussion. And if you could help clarify that.
My question is, it was very simple and straightforward. Why did your organization sign off on specific language and now real specific pieces of verbiage that have been withheld? Why are you so against it now? I guess that's my question. And if you don't want to answer that, don't. That's your choice.
Through the chair, Mr. Carpenter, I will answer a question when we take up 259, and that's all I can say.
Thank you. Ms. Van Dort?
So, yeah, I don't know, this is kind of the purview of the chair, but these are all, it was my mistake. I was thinking that maybe we could take them up individually to just try and keep it sorted out, but it's very clear to me that these are all completely intertwined. and that whatever is in 259 should be considered in the context of 257. And so I would say just lump them all together and let's hash it out. That would be my recommendation, and I'm sorry for any confusion.
You know, I'm sorry for actually maybe starting this by, it was my intent to take all of them the same, but it seemed like there was some differences, and so, yeah, that's what we'll, let's, how's the board feel about that? I would like to take them up all the same.
I'm very much in favor of taking them up all the same. Yeah, and if the audience needs a few minutes to organize their thoughts, you may consider taking a short break to allow them to do that. Because
Okay,
apparently they've compartmentalized their presentations.
Yeah, I don't think we need a break, but let's just take them up all at the same time. So I'm going to, we're going to take up 257, 258, and 259 right now. Does the staff have any, staff will probably want to,
Mr. Chair, just to clarify, 257 and 258 both address changes to the Pacific Salmon Treaty as the impetus for those proposals, while 259, this proposal would modify the Southeast Alaska King Salmon Management Plan by reinserting the word sport fish into the plan, which the department would interpret as directing the department to use in-season management to avoid exceeding the annual allocation to the sport fishery. Mr. Chair.
yeah, I hope I hope everybody's clear on that point and understood that. And if not, come up and ask the department questions on that. Okay, Mr. Wood.
Thank you. In that regard, I have every intention of putting sports fishery back into 257. Would you show me in RC 63 where I do that? Because I'm trying to read R63 while people are testifying, et cetera, and I don't see where I would do that. So if not now, at some time, show me where those two words would be reinserted, or inserted, I should say.
And also, if the board thinks that we need a 10-minute break or something to look at.
Oh, we will take a break between the committee and the deliberations.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
But if they need one right now to.
Okay.
Then we'll continue. Could I have, would anybody like to speak to this on points that haven't already been made? Please come up, you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair. So does staff have, if we're grouping these, does staff have a presentation on 259 before we take public comment on the whole? Okay, all right, then I'm ready. And Mr. Carpenter, thank you for the opportunity to address your concerns. So I'm going to be speaking to RC 70 if you want to look in your booklets or if the public
and
wants
name?
to pull that up. Oh, Forrest, thank you, Forrest Braden, Southeast Alaska Guides Organization. And I'm going to be walking through it, so I'm going to kind of scan the board to make sure that everybody's got the materials to be able to track, if that's okay, Mr. Chair. The front page looks, is a screenshot of a sent email, if that helps.
We're gonna hold here for a second.
Is it not online? Vice Chairman, come on.
Mine stops at 69, but I'll read with yours.
Okay, yeah, we'll work it that way.
Can I insert a point of clarification for the board when looking online? When it was submitted, it was changed in direction. You will need to be able to follow correctly. You're going to need to alter and just change it back to landscaping, or it could get confusing to follow. Was that clear?
No.
No, let's.
So when pulling up the RC, you'll see on my computer.
Address the chair of this committee,
okay.
if you would.
Yeah, go, hold on a second here. Yeah, just 1 second, but stay there.
Sorry, Kim Landine, Seco, for the record, Mr. Chair.
Oh, okay, there you go.
If you're looking on it via the paper, it's not going to be a complication, but if you're trying to do it on the computer for both the board as well as people looking, it'll be clarified. Forgive my lack of RCing. I promise I'll get better at that.
Okay, is everybody ready? Okay, let's continue then.
Okay, again, Forrest Braden, Southeast Alaska Guides Organization. I felt like what was important to the context of this discussion is shed a little bit of light of how RC 178 came into being. There were 2 meetings held by stakeholders on consecutive days. The attendees in both those meetings were Alaska Trollers Association, Southeast Alaska Guides Organization, and Territorial Sportsmen had one representative. The first meeting was held Saturday, March 19th in the afternoon after meetings, and the concluding meeting of those negotiations were held the next day at 8:30 in the morning. What you're looking at here at this at your first page is an approval email that was circulated to members of those groups. It summarizes, or the attached document, I should say, summarizes the conclusion of those meetings and the agreements that were made. And if you notice the recipients, you'll see names from the associations that include members from ATA, signers, all signers, I'm the sender, but actually all signers of the agreement are also included as recipients. So I will walk you to the next page, which is a screenshot of the attachment. And what you'll see here is similar to the department's slide that came up, I noticed. This is a table that shows the resident bag limits and the non-resident bag and annual limits for king salmon following the discourse and discussion of those negotiations. I'd lead you down to the 4 summarizing bullet points at the bottom of the paper here, and I'd like to read those off. The first one says, this table was designed to maintain an 80-20 troll sport average over time. Non-residents will be managed so that residents will not be closed unless for conservation purposes only. Any underage of the netgear fishery or sport fishery will transfer to the troll fleet. And finally, the arrangement will sunset at the next Board of Fisheries Southeast meeting in 2025. Referring to a remark made by a board member who's no longer present today, this was referred to as a compromise between the parties. I would point out that these, if you look at the table, you'll notice that for the non-residents, the annual limit, which comes first before the dash, and the bag limit, which comes second, progressively reduces through the harvest season, and that they're nearly identical through all abundance tiers. These bag and annual limits, by design, were not calculated to manage in season to an annual limit. Rather, they were calculated to average over time. And speaking to the members' reference to a compromise, if sport was to be managed in season, there would be no need for a negotiation. If you manage sport to in season to 20%, you do not need troll in a negotiation where you need to come to a compromise. So these bag and annual limits were scheduled to leave fish on the table for troll in upper abundance and borrow some fish from troll in lower abundance. I'd like to take you to the next page, which is just a partial transcript, and the full transcript is in RC 68 if you care to read through that. This is the deliberation at the board that let me back up and say that document that we were just looking at, a copy of that exact document was handed by Member Mitchell to staff to develop RC 178. So it summarized the principles of a negotiation, and that's what staff took and developed RC 178, which is now being deliberated in what you see on the page here. And I'd just like to read briefly through this. Chair Mark Carlson Van Dort, we have this language before us. Mackenzie Mitchell, absolutely, thank you, Madam Chair. This was a cooperative effort between the Alaska Trollers Association, Southeast Alaska Guides Organization, and Territorial Sportsmen Incorporated to, I guess, develop a king salmon management plan that allows for...
I'm going to object, Mr. Chair, reading for the record. We have it right here in front of us. We
Thank you. All right, I'll go with that.
Okay, and I'll let the members look through, just pulling out that as you read through it, that you'll see language that very specifically speaks to no in-season management and to managing on average to hit an 80-20 allocation over time. So I've been asked, and there seems to be some sense that there's obviously differences of opinion about the outcomes here, but I'm trying to lay down a track record for the board that they can see what the discussion of those meetings were. The very document that was circulated as an approval document, you see everybody's signature, including folks that signed the agreement, including staff, not secret, not, very transparent. And that document was used to develop RC 178 as an not in-season management, but average over time management system. All things point to that. I realize that there's consternation here among some of you that the removal of after a board vote constitutes some type of change to the concept of the management. I would ask you to consider that it doesn't, but it follows the intent of the negotiations and the intent of the board as they understood it at the time they voted. And I will open myself up to questions.
Yeah,
if
thank
have
you.
any.
I think this is a good point for the board to, if they have any questions. Mr. Carpenter.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
Mr.
The other
Woods.
night when you met with Member Wood, myself, and Kim, and one other person from Waterfalls, whose name I don't recall, and I apologize, I asked you specifically what was the problem with having the word sports fishery put in as far as how it would impact the question of in-season management. And you said there wasn't any difference whether the language was in or out. And the next day you come here and you say, well, if you put the language on in, it requires in-season management, which is totally opposite what you told me the day before. Why is it you told me the first night that indeed it made no difference?
Through the chair, Mr. Wood, great question. Thank you for it. If you look back at the King Salmon Management Plan going all the way to 2003, and the King Salmon Management Plan was not managed in season from 2003 through 2018, that exact language, including the word sport fishery, including the phrase sport fishery harvest seedling, appeared in that management. It did not direct the department to manage in season. My understanding prior to clarification from staff was that it really wouldn't direct in-season management. So I was in error because of the treaty payback provision. That changed the circumstances surrounding that. So I was mistaken. Now, if you put it back in, it will direct management to manage in season. Thank you.
Yes, and I want to confirm on your RC 70, you've got the cover sheet, which is an email. It tells me it was sent to five department personnel. And the text, which shows you the different chart, is what was given to the department to create 178. Is that what I understood you to say?
Through the chair, Mr. Wood, so if I forwarded you this email from my sent items box, if you click on that attached document, you would see the next page, which are those tables and summary bullet points of the negotiation. And those were the conclusions of the quote-unquote compromise.
So the bullet points, there are 4 of them, right?
Yes, sir.
The 4 bullet points were the focus of the negotiations and the direction to the department to draft language. Is that what you're saying?
I am saying that, sir, and specifically the on-average phrase in the bullet point number 1.
Is there any language in there whatsoever that deals with in-season management, the lack thereof or the inclusion thereof?
Through the chair, Mr. Wood, there's 2 phrases that we use that are really synonymous. You can either say no in-season management, or you can say on-average management. To get an average, you can't manage for 1 year. It has to be a number of years, at least 2 years. It could be 3 years, which is what this agreement was based on, with a sunset, so we could give it a trial run.
So basically what you're saying is it's impossible to have in-season management and averaging at the same time. For instance, if indeed their figures were off year 1, they couldn't use that to average one or the other of the harvesters years subsequent.
through the chair, Mr. Wood. So it depends on what your goal is. If your goal is to see what a sport fishery does over time and hit an average goal of 20%, which is how the sport fishery has been managed for decades prior to the coming up with the payback provision, then you're comparing the performance to a result over years. Yes, conceivably, I guess you could say, I'm going to manage, this season's results with next season's results, and it pushes a management action, but that was not part of this discussion.
But it is available, is my point.
I would have to defer to staff.
I see.
Yeah.
Thank you. I have no other questions. Member Verdot?
I don't know if this question is for you or Forrest or for staff, but I think in Pat's presentation, what we saw is that when there was that in-season management, it was because of the error and because of the fluctuation in the harvest rate, you were always managing on the conservative side, and thusly, the sport fleet never hit its allocation. So I think that was a big component of how that average language was sort of incorporated, albeit probably poorly defined. But I think that was at least as my understanding at the time, a significant component of how it was going to be done for the 3-year period prior to the sunset.
Through the chair, I don't know if that was a question, but I do have a response if it was. Yeah, if you manage the sport fishery to a 20% in-season management scheme, unless you like ridiculously liberalize the limits, or maybe that's a little bit of an aggressive word, but if you liberalize them to the point that, I'll just say what happened through history. Our tendency or our trend is not to catch 20% in high abundance and need more in low abundance. So I think this board moving forward really has two choices. You either adopt an on-average management plan with trying to target a 20% and like realize this historical allocation split between troll sport of 80-20. You either do that on average or you discuss different percentages, because we simply have a dearth of harvest available to us if you use 20 in low tiers, and we really have more than we need in high tiers, and it's probably not the best utilization of the resource.
Thank you. Mr. Wu?
Okay, I'm going to wade into this a little. For the department, this question's for you. It appears from your graphs that you prefer to manage on average. The years that you've tried to do it in season, it looked like it was a little more difficult. You want to answer that one first?
Absolutely. Through the chair, Member Wood, I'm walking a fine line here. It's my duty to explain to the board that in-season management does present unique challenges to manage the sport fishery. We do have the tools to execute in-season management, and I think so we'll follow whatever the direction of the board is. I think the important component to consider when using in-season management in the sport fishery is it does create an unstable regulatory environment where we're subject to change sport fishing regulations, potentially several times through the season.
Okay, and so lastly, in conjunction with that, in past regulation, has the word for sport been included in the regulations? Or maybe I'm saying the word regulation, maybe I mean something else, but has the word for sport ever been in there as you've managed in the method that you just spoke to?
Yes, through the chair, that's a good question. That objective in B2 has been in the plan since 2003 and was not interpreted as managing to in-season for that time period up to the 2019 decision that the board made that specifically directed the department to manage in-season. And in the current language that we have before us, really what we're dealing with is that language in B2 is outdated. And when I read that, it is in conflict with itself. So to read the whole thing, it has two components. Allow uninterrupted sport fishing in salt waters for king salmon while not exceeding the sport fish harvest ceiling. So those two things are in conflict with each other. We can either have a stable sport fishery or manage to an average or to an in-season allocation. So really what we're dealing with here is just B2 doesn't provide very clear direction to the department.
Okay, I think I'll need to look at that and sit down with you to explain that, because it is still murky in my mind.
Commissioner.
I think the issue is it's conflicting guidance to the department. We can manage to an in-season allocation, certainly, but you can't have a stable fishery, and you can't be having and running and getting direction to manage the fishery on average if you're trying to manage in season. So the board last year or 2 years ago when they did this, they fundamentally were trying to decide. I remember some of these discussions. There were in years of high abundance, you just can't catch those fish in the sport fishery because the bag limits, there's a certain amount of clients and everything else. So they were trying to average it out over time, so in years of high abundance, that sport fishery wouldn't take it, those would get soaked up by the troll industry and vice versa at the lower ends. So when you're giving us directions to manage, especially at the lower ranges of abundance, to the in-season allocation, we can't provide a stable fishery. So again, this is your guys' call, but when I recognize that when the language was presented in front of me at the end of the day, and I said, you got a choice here. And I remember asking the question, what do you want me to do? Do you want me to manage this fishery in season to that in-season number, or do you want me to manage on average? Because we went back into that room and tried to develop regulations that were designed to try to keep that fishery within its allocation at that number, but there was no direction back to me very clearly from this board to in-season check that if it was going over the top of it. So again, we just need clear board guidance on how you want us to do it. If you want us to manage directly to an in-season allocation, we can do it, but that will not provide stability. That's also asked for by the board.
Thank you.
Thank you. Just to follow up on that a little bit through the chair, a lot of people are using the word stable, but the B2 actually says uninterrupted, and stable and uninterrupted are slightly different meaning. So I'd just like to point that out.
Thank you, Director.
And the director's remarks was key to one of the groups that was part of the signatory to that agreement, the uninterruption phase of it. So there was another factor no one's even brought up, which I thought was one of the overriding reasons we ever got into the issue in the first place, and that was to catch as many of the tree fish as we could catch. And that was overriding to me rather than who's catching what percentage of it. And the department, and I don't have the figures here in front of me, but the department did a great job in going right up to that ceiling. I mean, I think they were lacking 16 fish or some such number on one of the years. And, you know, some of these other considerations were of much lower importance, if even on the radar with me. So anyway, I'm just adding to what the commissioner put it on the record, because that's not been discussed by anybody.
Mr. Chairman, can I just make a point real quick?
Yes.
I think
Yeah.
the board has the ability to ask the department questions during deliberation. We're trying to get different points of view from the public at this point in time, back and forth between the board and the public. And so if we could continue to move down that path, I think it would be appropriate.
Thank you, Mr. Carpenter.
So, Mr. Chair, you haven't released me yet, and if I could have a chance to respond to what was asked and what I'm hearing before I sit down.
Yeah, it's clearly yep.
Okay, thank you. And I would just say I would help the board understand that if you have a management plan such as we have now with resident protections, and you're trying to manage the non-resident component of that to achieve the sport harvest, you're going to have to manage conservatively. That combined with the fact that we typically do not harvest our fish in high abundance at a 20% part, over time you're not going to hit 20% allocation for the sport fishery. And I'd simply say, if this board decides to put the language back in and directs the department to manage in season, there was another change that happened that we signed our names to, And that deals with what the flow of fish that are not harvested by other gear groups. So you will see the flow of fish directed to troll, sport managed 20%, and you're gonna see more than 80% share of the fishery, or the combined troll sport fishery to that fishery. Thank you.
Thank you. Just sit there. Does the board have any questions on that? Thank you. Now, yep, we need somebody else come up.
Hi, Jackie Voss, troller, Southeast Alaska, home port of Sitka, speaking for myself. So I just want to say that the years of high abundance are a dream. We heard from Danny about the way the model is and the unfavorable outcomes that we've experienced at the treaty. So the idea that the trollers will be made whole in these years of high abundance that may or may not happen, I would love to think that that would happen, but I'm a fisherman and not an optimist. So I really want to caution the board to expect that the trollers will be made whole in those instances. And I completely recognize that sport cannot meet its 20% allocation in those times. I completely recognize that. So there's been a lot of discussion of intent. And as a person in the room, as a signatory, I want you to understand very clearly what my understanding of the intent was. My intent was that we had chosen finely tuned bag limits to reasonably approximate the 80-20 split, and such that in-season management would not be necessary. That's a big difference for not implemented, necessary. We all want to have opportunity on the grounds. I want opportunity to make sure that my processor has enough fish to sell to our markets, because farm salmon is breathing down our neck, and if we can't meet our obligations to the market, we lose that. Just as important to my markets, and I've heard this a lot, and I've heard many board members speak to this, how important it is that the lodges have enough fish to be able to sell a trip. And so all of us are competing for these same fish. People want to sell a trip and to have people send home with fish boxes that make them feel like they got their money's worth. And I need to have a full fish hold at the 2 times a year at the fish that actually pays all the bills for my family at a time when it's necessary. So we all hoped by using these bag limits that were put together with the help of the department. And I want to, the department has really tried to come through and support the work, but I can't help but notice who's missing here. We don't have our troll manager in the room to help us understand and help us trollers who really rely on Grant Hagerman and his staff to do this work. So that's a voice that's missing in the room about how averaging has affected the troll fishery management. And I'd hope to speak to it, but I'm not an expert on that. So on average, however we do it, we all have caps. The king salmon is a finite resource, and it's really, really very challenging to be used as a bank for a gear group that expects to be made whole at the expense of another gear group at low abundance. I don't expect to take from the sport or from the guide sector. I think when there's fewer fish, we all share in that. And that's my expectation in what we move forward in the process.
Thank you. I'm going to.
You can cut me off, yes, please.
Yeah. We need, the board has questions.
Hi, Jackie. Thank you for your comments. I really appreciate them, and I think that sheds a lot of reasonable light on some of the debate. My question is that given the in-season ramifications of the reinsertion of sport fishery, particularly under the payback provisions that are now in place, we saw through department's presentation that if that happens, then it is unlikely that the sport group will ever meet their 20% allocation, thereby effectively having an additional allocation to the troll fleet. So would you support an adjustment of the allocation to make up for that sort of margin of error? Would you support going to 22%,
that's putting me on the spot in a really challenging position, and my back's to the crowd with trollers in it, so I gotta make sure that I'm super careful with my words. But But I think that there's a pretty reasonable roadmap moving forward with how halibut has allocated in years of high abundance and low abundance. And I know that there's a sliding scale with that. So I would use my friends in the hook and line industry to come up with compromises like that. And one thing I just want to say as curious is it does say uninterrupted sport fishing with the ceiling. I think it's very curious that in the conflict, the department chose to remove the harvest ceiling rather than the uninterrupted part. There's a conflict in there, and there was a deliberate choice made. And I'm not bringing forward any ill intent. I'm just saying that there was a choice right there. But I just appreciate you guys taking the time and ask questions. Thank you.
Next speaker.
Kim Landine. I took off my jacket, so I'm representing myself as a fisherwoman of Southeast Alaska. I'm not representing Stego, for the record. I think it is clear through public testimony, as well as commented public testimony, that the conversations that the troll is bringing up is being heard. We understand that there could be potential concerns as is being addressed to the board currently and in the past comment. I am asking the board, let me clarify that, there's a sunset that happens in 2025. This is an allocation decision, as was just brought up by a member of their board. That is not, that you have the authority, from my understanding, to make whatever allocative decisions you want to up here in Lower Cook Inlet. I don't believe that the conversation we should be having in Lower Cook Inlet, away from user groups, out of cycle, without the opportunity for the program to go through that 3-year period, is an allocative decision right now. I believe the decision before the board stands. Was the intent of the board to manage in season, or was the intent of the board to manage on average? Thank you. I'm going to sit down.
Board? Okay, thank you. This is possibly going to go on for a little bit, and we're talking about a lunch break. If you could be here after lunch, you'll be the first at the podium.
I can do that, Mr. Chair.
Does that sound good? All right, that's what we're going to do.
Thank
Lunch,
you.
hour and a
Yeah,
half?
thank you, Mr. Chair. And rather than a normal hour and a half, we'll knock it down to an hour. So we'll be back here at 1 o'clock sharp.
That sounds good. 1 hour. 1 p.m. Okay, looks like we do have a board here. And so I think we were, where were we? Yeah, right. Yep, come on up. Please speak. Yep. Just to let everybody know, there's people that need to get out of here halfway through the afternoon here. So, you know, if you got a point that you'd like to make, sometimes making that point without a lot of stuff afterwards, you know, or if you have multiple points, you know, just it really sinks in to people a lot better, and time-wise, it's needed this afternoon here. So thank you. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My name is Tad Fujioka. I'm the Sitka AC representative. I guess I wanted to recall that the board member that had to leave us early, who was part of the process that brought us here, reminded us that there had been a meeting of the minds to manage in season. Also wanted to remember that staff pointed out that the agreed to language of Objective B2 does not say stable, it says uninterrupted sport fishery, and that the term stability was in the objective that the stakeholders agreed to drop out of RC 178. Now, the Sitka AC was told during our deliberations that the conversation that went on between board and staff during the deliberation RC 178, that the SEGO testimony cites multiple times regarding whether or not in-season management was to be used. The Sitka AC was told by at least one person who was there that they understood this to be in reference to the resident fishery only, not the non-resident fishery. The language of RC 178 makes pretty clear that the resident fishery is to enjoy this privileged position, but in contrast to the non-resident fishery. Earlier, a board member asked if we're going to use the actual sport allocation numbers, why do we need 7 tiers? And the answer is, as long as we do use the sport fishery allocation and we have in-season management to manage to it, we don't need 7 tiers, and we don't need 17 tiers. As the proposer of 258, I wanted to make that clear that if the board agrees to go with in-season management to manage to the 20% allocation, then that satisfies the issue that I brought up in 258. And so regarding the word average, this was something that Sitka AC really wrestled with. I would really encourage the board, if you're going to leave the word average in there, to please define it. I heard board members suggest a 3-year average since it was a 3-year plan. That would be great, but please make it clear what time period you expect to be averaged. So otherwise, we don't know if your objective is being met if we don't know what you mean by average. And one last point I'd like to make is that if the sport fishery is not going to be limited to the sport allocation in any given year, the sport and troll fisheries will be every year will be in a race to the fish. There's all gear allocation that we know we can't exceed, but whoever catches fish first is going to get more. This is how it used to be in the old days, and that means that there'll be incentive come next year when you'll be in Southeast in cycle. There'll be an incentive for fishermen in both gear groups to present you with a whole bunch of proposals to slow down the other guy and accelerate my fishery. We used to see those, and it was really resulted in real terrible interfleet relationships. Since the board went ahead and put a firm dividing line, you get your fish, they get their fish, that really did a lot to improve relationships, that leadership in both groups could say, no, we're not going to meddle with their fishery. They have a right to manage how they want to harvest their fish, and they're not going to meddle with our fishery because it doesn't do them any good. So I just wanted to bring that up because as the new Sitka AC secretary, I'm going to be the one taking notes for all of those proposals, and you're going to be the ones deliberating on all those. And I really would encourage you to not provide an incentive to put in allocated proposals of that nature. So thank you very much.
Thank you, and let's hold a minute, see if the board has any questions. Nope, seeing none, thank you very much.
Very well.
Anybody else want to speak here? We have, yep, come on up.
Yes, hi, Board of Fish members. Thank you very much, and Chair Wood. Really appreciate you.
Name, please.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No, that's okay.
Yeah, I forgot. David Ritchie, I am a troller based in Sitka, and I am a co-author of 259. So, yeah, I just wanted to thank you for taking this out of cycle and considering this thorny matter. It seems like a lot of bother over two words. I think that it's because those two words matter. They're essential. I think we're kind of realizing that that's the case, and everybody kind of gets that. And so I'll try to keep it really brief. I've changed my thing about 4 times now. 259 as a co-author, I will say, is restorative. It is not transformative. It simply seeks to reinsert the agreed to language that all 3 parties, that would be ATA, TSI, and SEGO agreed to. And how sport fishery got dropped is immaterial. I guess no one cares and it doesn't matter, so I won't bore you with that. But I will just say that we didn't find out for a year and a half. It didn't matter in 22 because both sport and charter were under their allocation for different reasons, but mostly because the Kings were not as plentiful that year. And so that's the reason for that. But it mattered in 23. And what happened was the allocative, it just kind of, it went from a 80-20 split to 71 for trollers and 29 for sport, 80% of which went to the charter industry, and which is, unlimited, and it's, they don't have limited entry. And so it just has experienced exponential growth. And it does seem like that sort of is the thing to be addressed, is how do we figure out what to do about that? So the majority of the participants in the charter industry are out-of-state residents, and judging by the PC of comments, there's a very impressive number of people who ain't from Alaska that made comments, which is their right, but it's kind of a residency thing, which is why territorial sportsmen, and 88% of trollers are residents of Alaska, so it's important to us also, and 30% are Tlingit Haida tribal members, so. So I guess what I would merely humbly ask is that 259 simply be reinserted. I think that what was transformative was turning over the apple cart, because nobody could figure out the rationale that F&G was using. It didn't make sense until we found out a year and a half later that sport fishery had been removed and everything made sense. And that's why this fight came about. That's precisely why people are, because I mean, it's like there was a SEGO representative and he had mentioned that he didn't realize that, no fault of his, but that's why it matters. It's precisely why it matters, because he didn't realize what it portended. It portended in-season management and, managing them to their sport fishery harvest ceiling. So I understand why the charters are really fighting for this, and I don't blame them. But I guess in the interests of fairness, especially since it is out of cycle and it is a long way from home, I would simply like to see 259 restored, and then we'll fight it out in 2025. So I thank you for your time, and I welcome any questions.
Thank you. And board? Okay, we're good. And thank you very much for that.
Thank you.
Thank you for getting to the point. Next.
We are here to reinstate the language of the written agreement, or nothing would have been signed by 2 out of the 3 stakeholders. I'm referring to PC 6 that we submitted and PC 29 that Ron Somerville submitted. Larry's testimony earlier. Without that language, 80-20 is worthless. Specifically, I'm talking about the choice to remove the word sport fishery. These two words are found in regulation since the King Salmon Management Plan went into effect in 1997. The commissioner asked if they should do in-season management or averaging. Averaging was considered at length in negotiations and never agreed to. But when we signed the agreement, we interpreted it as giving the department some leeway, some reasonable leeway, since their statewide harvest data doesn't come in till much, much later. And that's the only data they get on the bareboat charters, is my understanding. They do get electronic logbook information earlier, but that's a big gap. And so that's how we interpreted averaging. That remains in there right now. The deletion of the in-season management via the removal of sport fishery is nothing, like I said, we would have signed on to. There have been years when we haven't received the overage from other groups, and we certainly can't count on it. And now, as promulgated, we're likely to not receive our 80% since there is, as currently written, a hands-off approach to that sector. So yes, averaging is understandable if managed to an 80-20 goal, which was our goal in those negotiations, but not a hands-off approach, which is what happened when those words were removed. So we stand behind RC 259, and because we're okay with the averaging language, as long as it's reasonably applied, and but we would really appreciate to see the two words sport fishery reinserted therein. Into the regulation.
I appreciate getting right to the point, and you did. Thank you very much. I do have maybe a question here. Yes, to Mr. Wood here.
Just see how quick your reflexes were. 259 has that word, or those two words already in it. That's exactly what it's designed to do. I'm right now want to focus on 257, which does not have those two words in it. If 257, and once again, once I read RC 63, which is on the same subject matter, if they do not have those words in it, would your organization support 257?
I think it's just really highly problematic to do that. I mean, which would be dealt with, which would be promulgated, which would be
That's
adjusted.
my next question. If
Yeah.
257 were to pass, and I don't know where the votes are, but if it was to pass, would that just simply make 259 mute?
I have speculated, it's only speculation. It would seem like if 259 was passed after 257, that we would be okay. That's just
Yeah.
my speculation.
And perhaps we'll want legal to address it at the appropriate time. Thank you.
Amy, don't go anywhere.
Yeah, go ahead.
So if do you have a problem with the commercial fishermen? They get the allocation of the sports if they're under. So would you have a problem with the sports getting the allocation of the commercial when they're under?
No, I think, that's kind of how it works, is my understanding, if that is how it bears out.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. I guess that's all from the board on next. Anybody else? Yep.
Hi, just quickly, Kerry Malin. I want to go back to RC 178, the agreement, number 5. In there originally was some language, provide stability to the sports fishery by eliminating in-season regulatory changes except those necessary for conservation purposes. When we were in negotiations, Seagull asked for that to be removed. I understood that meaning that by eliminating in-season regulatory changes, by taking that out, we now have in-season regulatory changes. So that means in-season management. And my other point is, if we go with the averaging or something, how does that work when we borrow fish from the nets? This year, sports took 1,000 1,500 fish from the gill net fishery. So trawlers were out 15,500 fish, plus the 1,500 from gill net adds up to about 17,000 for the sports. So when we're saying averaging between sports and troll, how do the nets fit into that? So that's why we had a hard time with averaging, because there's other factors in it than just troll and sport. Thank you.
Any board member comments to that? Seems like there was a question there, but, okay.
That's
Yeah. All right, thank you. Next, anybody? Wow. Okay. I think that wraps that up then. Good. All right, thank you very much. Going to turn it back over to now Mr. Chair.
Well done, pleasant surprise, thank you. So we're at a junction now where we'll be going into deliberations. Board members need some time to digest what's been said and what's been submitted. So I know I need time alone, and it's not going to happen in this room, I can guarantee you, to go through these materials, et cetera. And I would suggest an hour, but what is the feeling of the board? So we'll come back here at, let's say, 2:20. Going once, going twice, 2:30 it is. So we'll come back in a session at 2:30. Thank you. Okay. Thank you. And thank everyone for participating. Very nice and very orderly during the committee. It is now 2:30. We will resume in session with deliberations on Group 4, starting off with Proposal 256. Staff?
Mr. Chair, my name is Jay Bomber. I'm the Sportfish Sportfish Regional Management Biologist, and our Area Management Biologist not able to be here today, so I'll continue when you're ready.
Aren't you lucky? Thank you. Mr.
Okay.
Carpenter.
Proposal 256.
One moment, please. You going to put a motion on the floor?
He's going to announce it first.
Okay.
Proposal 256, 5 AAC 67.022, special provisions for season, bag, possession, and size limits, and methods and means in the Bristol Bay area. Chair.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, move Proposal 256 with substitute language found in RC 72.
Is there a second?
I second that.
Thank you. Does substitute language substitute everything? Let me just turn it over to Ms. Carlson Van Dart. It's our substitute.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yes, the substitute language offered in RC 72 would substitute for the entirety of the proposal 256. And it's based on some conversations that I've had that were in the committee as a whole, on the record, and also with the department. But I think we probably want to maybe read it into the record first. Have we done that yet? Oh, we did? Am I just like slow to the game? Sorry. So what it would do effectively is, instead of removing the entire bait prohibition in the Togiak River, what this would do would allow bait to be used, single hook bait, from July 16th to April.
Close that door.
There's no door to close. From April 16th, July 16th to April 30th. What that is attempting to do is to provide bait opportunity, and I'm also not prescribing what kind of bait could be used. I know that there was some concern from law enforcement about how that could and would be enforced. So I've removed definitions around what types of bait could be used and just opened it to bait, and it would be at the discretion of the user what bait they would want to use. Obviously, continuing to be conservative, I think, would be a good thing. But intended to get that bait usage disallowed when we know that the bulk of the king salmon are present prior to July 15th. And I think I heard on the record at some point that sort of the peak of that run is around July 4th, July 6th, and the department can correct me if I'm wrong in that space. And I just wanted to also make clear on the record that with respect to using bait later in the season, there aren't conservation concerns related to rainbow trout.
Any other comments? Mr. Carpenter?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to speak a little to to how we got here. I think the board made a conscious decision at the meeting when this original proposal was passed to take some sort of conservation measure in regards to king salmon on the Togiak River. And to be fair, that was with the understanding that the department couldn't provide us with information specific to if there was or was not a conservation problem. The board made that decision. And so I think the intent in getting to this point through the ACR process and now through the language that's been submitted in RC 72, I think it goes to clear up an error that was made, in my opinion, to not restrict fisheries other than king salmon after a certain date. And I think this clarifies and provides opportunity for the Togiak River. Thank you.
Ms. Carlson Van Dort.
Thanks. I think Member Carpenter is correct. And, part of the reason the restriction was made is that across the local concerns that were expressed to me at the Bristol Bay meeting when action was taken. I will also refer to RC 14. This is a document where several Togiak area residents were supportive of the department's original modifications, which I think were to disallow bait until August 1. This is moving that date up just a couple of weeks, Mr. Chairman.
Any other discussion? Mr. Wood?
I'll just repeat what I said. I guess I should have said it here now, but I really like the ingenuity of this proposal and how they've gone about kind of lobbying for it, and I support it.
Thank you. We'll make him an honorary Willy. Any other discussion? Mr. Carpenter?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll just go ahead and look at, this was obviously for Proposal 256. It's now been amended, but there was significant public support for this. And I will also read cost in this proposal while I'm at it. Approval of this proposal is not expected to result in any additional direct cost for a private person to participate in the fishery. Approval of this proposal is not expected to result in any additional direct cost to the department. And if there's nothing further, I call the question.
Question been called. Mr. Payton?
No, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Bowers?
No, Mr. Chair.
Dr. Weeder?
No, Mr. Chair.
Law?
No, Mr. Chair.
Wildlife Troopers?
Yes, sir. Just a comment. This does alleviate wildlife concerns, our enforcement concerns that we had with how it was originally written. So we're satisfied with that.
Excellent.
No concerns. Thank you.
Thank you so much for participating actively. Please take the roll.
Final action on Proposal 256. Svensson.
Yes.
Mike Wood.
Yes.
John Wood.
Yes.
Carpenter.
Yes.
Carlson Van Dort.
Yes.
Zaret.
Yes.
Godfrey. Motion carries 6-0, Mr. Chair.
With one abstention. Proposal 257.
Mr. Chair, Proposal 257, 5AAC 47055, Southeast Alaska King Salmon Management Plan. Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, move Proposal 257 with substitute language found in 063.
Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you. Anyone wish to address the motion, which is one more time, RC 63? Ms. Carlson Van Dort.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So RC 63 was language that was developed by the department to incorporate the changes that were described in Ms. Evanson's presentation about the treaty requirements and how those numbers are calculated. So it's an effort to populate the management plan as it is currently in place with updated, corrected numbers per the commission's requirements. I think I stated that correctly.
Commissioner?
And it's our hope that this will make it immune from future changes in methodology the commission uses to set the catch quota, because it's based on numbers now rather than methods.
Thank you. Any other discussion?
I just wanted to ask the commissioner if he could promise that.
I can't promise that the commission will not change its methodology, but you may change your allocations between sport and troll, which would require a change here.
Thank you. I have a whole bunch of questions, so bear with me. RC, well, the proposal as has now been substituted with the 63. What I'm not seeing in 63 are two things. Number one, which is of very importance to me at least, is one of the big fights last time around was to assure that should there be a necessity to do so, we can use troll to mop up to get ourselves beneath the allowable catch of the treaty. And I don't see that language in here. Is it elsewhere in the regulations or statutes so that that is not lost? Yes.
Mr. Chair, good clarification. Within the language that's in RC 63, the objective B4 is still in place, which allows the transfer of any projected unused balance in the sport fishery allocation to the troll fishery at a date determined by the department. And I would also point out similar language was added to the allocation plan in Chapter 29.060 when the board last took action with RC 178 at the 2022 meeting.
And once again, correct me if I'm mistaken, or throw a tomato, whichever your choice. The troll fishery was not to be penalized if indeed they went in and did this mop-up at the request of the department. Is that language remained somewhere that I'm not seeing here in 63?
Mr. Chair, I don't believe we had any language that would reflect that if there was a penalty to be paid for.
Boy, I beg to differ with you.
So the only penalty that we have is exceeding our preseason catch limits. There was no penalty if in fact that the troll fishery went over. We very carefully managed that based on
No, I misspoke, if that's the conclusion you reach. My question is if indeed we have to harvest more fish and you use the troll fishery to do so, that they're not going to be averaged again because your request to them to fish that excess fish?
I don't ever remember that discussion coming up 2 years ago when we passed this. But no, I would not see that as a penalty. We're trying to mop those fish up so we don't exceed our catch limit.
Yeah, okay, I do recall it, but I don't want to jeopardize. I don't want to write something out that was in there. That's all I want to make sure of. Okay.
The other thing I just want to add real quick here is that this all sunsets on March 31st of the following year. So it's important to realize that you're taking an action for a year here that's going to get revisited down in Ketchikan next year.
I can hardly wait. The B1 has you managing the sports fishery between the average harvest of 20%. When you use the word manage the sports fishery, does that not mean you will actively take a role in managing to get to that?
Mr. Chair, I don't think the word management can be implied to mean in-season management. For instance, we manage fisheries to stay close within guideline harvest levels. It doesn't mean we're going to take an action in season to manage that. So we manage fisheries in a wide variety of ways to try to stay within that guideline. You could manage to stay within a 20% allocation over a 10-year period of time, or over a 5-year period of time, or in season.
Well, yeah, or in season annually.
You could do that too.
Yeah, and using guideline harvest with me is not particularly a good example.
Well, I'm just saying that there's different ways that we manage fisheries, and we don't necessarily manage fishery hours to an in-season number.
Okay. What I need to confirm, and maybe law will need to address this, is that this 63 deals strictly and only with the, what I call the 7 tiers, whether it's in actual numbers or otherwise, and does not go into the question of the sports fishery language that did and didn't appear.
Through the chair, yes, that is law's interpretation that 63, substitute language for 257, does not touch the B objectives, nor does it specifically talk about the B2 objectives, so they're totally separate.
Okay, and I'll put on the record, I do want to see that language incorporated with whatever the product is that comes out of this process. So then, if indeed I were to vote affirmative on 263, RC 63, I'd still have the opportunity to address that issue in 259?
Through the chair, yes, proposal 259, as law reads it, is the proposal that affects the B2 language, and the action on 257 would not affect the action on 259 unless it were the will of the board.
And I guess I better ask it on the records, and we also have a different interpretation.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, they're interconnected. So there's language in here that if you decide to add the word sport fishery in under a different proposal, probably have to go back and amend this one.
Yeah, okay, that's where I'm heading, folks. I have every intention of reinserting the words, whether I do it in 257 or whether I do it in 259 where it's already in there. Okay. Do it now. So I'll ask staff, where would I insert those words, sir?
Mr. Chair, to restore the position of the word sport fishery into B2, it would be in paragraph B, subsection 2, between the words the and harvest. So the way this would read now after that revision would be allow uninterrupted sport fishing in salt waters for king salmon while not exceeding the sport fish harvest ceiling.
I would remove amendment. Does it have to go elsewhere as well in all 7 tiers? Let me get him to answer that question first. Does it have to go in all of the different scenarios?
Mr. Chair, no, it doesn't have to go in the individual tiers, but what the department does need to clarify is if it's the intent of the board to manage the sport fishery in season, there are a number of other changes that need to happen within the management plan. So the board would have to provide us a number of edits to the management plan to bring it into compliance with the provisions of in-season management.
Yeah, I was in the middle of mine, but I'll go ahead and recognize you if you want to be.
That was what I was getting at, Mr. Chair, thank you.
I had a question.
Carpenter.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Maybe a question for Patrick or somebody else from the department. And there hasn't been an amendment made, but speculating that there might be. If that word is added to B2 and the language in RC 63, which the department has inserted, you know, numerical figures for fish in this tiered program, would those numbers have to be changed if that happened?
Through the chair, no. The ranges establishing the sport fish allocation could stay the same. It's the objectives and management provisions within the plan that would need to be modified.
So then if I could follow up, so that there would have to be, so we would have a little bit of work to do before we could take final action on whatever product comes up. Is that a fair statement?
Yes, sir, that is fair.
Okay, thanks.
I'm going to put on the floor the amendment along the lines you described, inserting those words in B2. And what I'm trying to avoid is a massive train wreck on the floor. So if you have specifics as to what other changes would need to be made if that amendment were to carry, I would incorporate them into the amendment as well. And so that we're dealing with the total package. Are you prepared to do that?
Yes, Mr. Chair, I can run you through some of those items.
Please do.
Okay. So beginning with the objectives of the plan, the B1 references managing the sport fish to an average of 20%. Again, we're trying to clean up the plan. If the board's intent is to use in-season management, we would want to modify that to reflect that. In B2, that, like we've talked about, is a conflict. B3 can stay. That's minimize regulatory restrictions on resident anglers. A question for the board is in B4. So this was inserted at the 2022 meeting that allows the transfer of any projected unused balance in the sport allocation to the troll fishery at a date determined by the department. I guess that would be a question for the board if we continue that arrangement. So that's the objectives of the plan need to be cleaned up, essentially. Now, when we go to management provisions, this plan was developed to not achieve the sport fish allocation on an annual basis. So if you remember back to 2022, what we did is we actually reduced opportunity at the uppermost tiers where the sport fishery isn't expected to achieve its allocation. So that's kind of counterintuitive. The board might want to consider adding more opportunity into those tiers. But the largest problem comes in the lower abundance tiers. So currently we have we'll take not the lowest abundance tier, but the tier 2, because that lowest abundance tier, it basically says the department's gonna comply with the Pacific Salmon Treaty. We don't really, there's ultra low abundance that we've never been in. But in tier 2, we established a non-resident annual limit that starts the season with 3 and then reduces in time across the area.
Now, are you on a subparagraph D, as in Delta? Where are you?
Let's go to subparagraph H.
H, okay. Thank you.
If I may, Patrick, it might be helpful to run through the letters instead of the numbers of the tier, so we're all on the same page. Thank you.
I know that is confusing. So in tier H, the current plan starts the resident bag limit of 1, non-resident bag limit of 1, and then we have a non-resident annual limit that starts at 3 fish until June 30th, and then goes down to 1 fish starting in July 1. So the problem with implementing this plan, if the directions do in-season management, is with a 3 fish annual limit early in the season, we could have exceeded the sport fish allocation entirely before we have our first in-season estimate. So I would recommend to the board that we would need to reduce that annual limit down to a level which would be 1. It'd be a 1 fish annual limit that we'd want to start the season with. And then that would buy us time that by mid-June, when we have a decently reliable projection, we could take in-season management action and we might be able to increase that opportunity a little bit, or we would have to close the fishery.
So subparagraph 2 would go down to 1. Is that what I'm hearing you saying?
Right, that would be the only way we could manage at that tier.
Okay.
And then for the remaining tiers, we don't expect to achieve the allocation with the provisions that are in this plan, but we could start the season with the annual limit of 3 and then increase opportunity, again, as soon as our first in-season estimate becomes available.
Okay. Any other changes?
Well, I guess the one other, just point of clarification there, the board did, include that sunset clause, which was initially scheduled for March 31st, 2025, aligning with the next Southeast board cycle. You'll see in RC 63, one change that was made in here was to move that to July, and that was just to account for the time period that it takes to process, once the board makes a decision, to actually get the lieutenant governor to sign that into regulation. So I guess the question for the board is if they would maintain that sunset clause with the direction for in-season management.
So they would be getting divorced in July rather than March.
I'm sorry, I missed it.
No problem. What I would like to hear is from other members, whether they are receptive to taking this course of action before we go to the trouble of having amendment language put together to do so, and it's going to take a little effort and time. Commissioner?
Yeah, I'm a little bit nervous here because, as I said, with rockfish, Magnuson-Stevens comes into play here. And as we start having differential bag limits and possession limits for non-resident anglers, especially in outside waters which have EEZ, charter boat fishing going on, it's going to place us squarely into a position of potentially getting into a Magnuson issue on our delegated authority to manage those EEZ fisheries. So I'll look to Noel for any further advice, but we already received a petition last year, and we might be able to get away with it for a year, but I suspect that that group will petition you to go back to charter, non-charter versus resident, non-resident.
You care to respond?
I don't have anything substantively to change with what the commissioner said, but the fourth national standard required of under the Magnuson-Stevens Act doesn't allow for treating residents and non-residents differentially, and so if you want a statutory site, I'd be happy to provide that if you gave me a minute or two.
Yeah, please, so it's part of the record.
Yeah, and I just want to make it clear that that applies to the EEZ fisheries. We can do this in state waters. We just can't do it. And most of the early July fishery is going to be occurring in outside water fisheries for the charter boat fishery.
Thank you. Once again, I'd love to hear from other board members whether this is of interest to them or not, because I'm not going to spend a lot of time, heartache and whatnot if there's not an interest to proceed. Mr. Wood?
Okay. I like Ms. Carlson Van Dort's amendment. I think coming in here, I didn't expect, I thought this was more of a flip it over kind of thing, not pull it up by the roots. And so I think working with the amendment that she put out there first is the direction we ought to go in. It's starting to look real messy with the inserting the language, sport fishing. But because we may get to that down the road, even if we don't, if we vote on these other proposals, then we may clear that up, and then we'll go through this whole rewrite process next year.
I wish I could agree with you, but I can't, because if you, and I would have loved to have handled just the 7-tier question on this proposal and deal exclusively with the sports fish on 259. However, if you approve 259 with sports fish, we're going to have to come back, is what they're saying, and change the language that's in here based on the fact that there would be the sports fish language there. So you're not gaining anything by not addressing it now, and I think that's why several members asked me to make the amendment now on this 257 so we can get to the real question. Mr. Swenson, then Ms. Carlson Van Dort.
I think I understand this, but just to make sure, under this amendment of yours, there will be no in-season management of the sport fishery, correct?
No, there would be in-season management.
So, okay, so now you're saying there would be in-season management of the sport fishery if we approve this amendment.
That's exactly correct. And anyone that disagrees with that conclusion, please jump up, okay? Anything further?
Nope.
Okay. Carlson Van Dart, and then Mrs. Ray.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So yeah, as I see it, RC 1063, as it's written currently, without amendment, is essentially the existing plan that we have now, not including the language that's been, a part of this debate over the last several, weeks. Mr. Chairman, I would not be supportive of amending the language. There's been a lot of talk that I've heard, frankly, about, this was not a part of the agreement. So if you reinsert the language, you're basically reneging on another party, signatory party to the agreement, because they're never going to meet, as I think back to Patrick's table, if you are requiring in-season management of the sport fish, they will consistently not meet their allocation. It will consistently be under, and I think that the harvest tables that were also presented by, I think, Mr. Donahoe in RC 51, I think show that in the years that it was managed in season under the payback provisions required by the treaty. So I think that what we're doing here, if you want to amend that language, is essentially renegotiating this entire management plan. I don't think that's appropriate to do at this time. I would rather see the management plan go for 1 year. They've already waited 2 years of this 3-year piece to address the issue. And I think it is much more appropriate to allow the management plan to play out for the 3rd year. We have a couple of weird years that in here, and we'll be revisiting this in less than, at least with proposals, very shortly. And so I am not inclined to support any amendment, and I can speak to process issues. The irony is not lost on me on that we're doing this conceptually and giving board intent to craft language. So those are my comments for now, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you. Mrs. Ray.
I'm not going to re-say what Member Van Dort just said, but I agree. I think as I've been listening to this progress and listening to the department, reply, it just seems like we're just throwing out one and starting all over, and the implications for it when you consider in-stream, the implications towards in-season management, it's just, I don't see the sense in what's happening here.
Okay.
But I do agree with what Merritt had to say.
Yeah, and I'll go through what my reasoning was, leading through all 3 of them. That'll probably at least help others understand. When we were initially handling this 2 years ago, there were a multitude of issues that were before us. We need to look at what the board intent was as opposed to the party's intent when we're dealing with the regulation. And I can only speak as one board member, and I'm not going to speak beyond that. I had 2 priorities. One was to provide enough flexibility so that the commissioner can mop up or do what he needs to do to make sure we reach right up to the allowable limits of the treaty for 2 reasons. Number one, so that we don't get penalized for going over, but equally important, to put us in a negotiating position when treaty negotiations take place, that we can then go to the bargaining table and hopefully do a lot better job this time, but have as a weapon or a tool the fact that we are bumping up against what we're allowed now. We ought to be allowed to go even higher and give them that weapon in their negotiations. That was top priority to me. You know, if you had to assign percentages, that was probably 80% of what I was concerned with when I was going through this process. The second was, and you have to know Mr. Somerville to appreciate him, the second was to make sure that the resident sports had uninterrupted fisheries. I mean, he was blinders with that, and that is incorporated and still is incorporated, and I'm very pleased to see that. But that was the second highest priority for, I mean, that would account for about 15%, so we're up about 95%. Lastly, the only thing I was trying to accomplish beyond that was to keep all the parties, all the ponies, pulling the horses and the cart in the same direction with council. And so, you know, if it took a novel approach to something, that was fine. I was open to it, so that the trollers were walking forward with the gill netters, were walking forward with everybody, then we're not having any dissent going into those negotiations, because those are paramount in my book. The 4 bullets that you saw in RC 90, that came in that email that came from Sago, didn't mention whatsoever in-season management. And that was the directive. If you notice on that email, it went to 5 different department people who crafted the language. That language included those 2 words. That went in front of us, and you then read the transcript of the dialogue that took place as a result with the commissioner and Mr. Fowler. The same author just 2 days ago was telling me it didn't make any difference if those 2 words were in there or not. There would be no in-season management. Yet I couldn't figure that out. It didn't make sense to me because all of his supporters were adamantly against reinserting those 2 words back in. If there's any reneging, it's not by any of the 3 parties to this agreement. It simply happened because the department believed the intent to be that no in-season management and acted accordingly. They did so in good faith. There wasn't any kind of ideas of jettisoning one of them or stick the other. That didn't play a part at all. And none of the parties played a part in that decision, which I'm very glad to see. The transcript dialogue, to me, looking back on it, and I don't recall the specifics. My God, they just, like last week, threw 400 and something pages of stuff on us, okay? It's not like we are able to quote you line and verse on everything that comes in front of this body. But my understanding at the time is, to the extent that I paid close attention, was it was a hands-off type of situation that he was going to manage to the 80-20 to the best of the ability. If something were to deviate at the end because of whatever factors, whether under his control or not, that would be averaged out. So I didn't pay as close attention to it as perhaps I should have in hindsight. But nonetheless, that's just one board member. The solution perhaps should have been to have the Sitka AC in the middle of those negotiations, because if you read their write-up of it, they did just a top-notch job of dealing with a bunch of extra stuff. Now, that presents me a problem, because I'm going to go and just tell you, I'm old school. When you give me a deal, I make a deal's a deal, and I'm not going to deviate from it. Then the deal that was reached had the verbiage in it. So my test of whether I'm a yes vote or a no vote is whether that language is in there. If it is not in the proposal before us, I will vote against it. And the second portion is, if the proposal goes beyond just dealing with the housekeeping of the 7-tier system, whether in numbers or otherwise, if there's anything over and above that, I'll vote against it. So if we start seeing amendments to bring in this, that, and yonder, whether they're meritorious or not, I'm simply determined that I get back to Ketchikan, to where the people are, to make those kind of decisions. And I'm happy it sunsets for that reason. Unfortunately, they were not granted the opportunity to hold a meeting in Ketchikan last time around because of COVID. Once again, nothing that we had any control over, but nonetheless, the fact of the matter is the meeting was not held in their backyard. Now, I can pontificate and beat my chest. I voted to hold it in Ketchikan, but I can understand why the majority felt otherwise, and that was the action that was taken. So basically, if anybody has a claim of reneging other parties not living up to the agreement, it's the ones that don't want the original language in there, rather than the ones that relied upon it. And I'm not going to second guess people's intentions. And it's clear listening not only to the record here, but we've had side conversations. Obviously, there was different intentions involved in going into the process. And with that, I'll leave it. You know where I'm going to vote based upon what I just said, and we'll go accordingly. Carlson Van Dort.
Thank you for your comments, Mr. Chair, and there's a lot of it that I agree with, but there are some that I disagree with, and I think that that goes to kind of how we find ourselves in this bit of a morass, and that is that there was an inherent drafting language conflict in what was passed. And I think that, yes, to your point, there was dueling understandings of how that would happen in season. However, with respect to process, there was intent language that was requested by the department, and that was affirmed by the management and by the board through our vote. And there is opportunity, which actually we've demonstrated at this meeting, to correct that, and that didn't happen. So, there was a whole row, as I recall, during those deliberations and prior to the vote, where the chairman even said, if this is not what the parties agreed to, please get my attention. That didn't occur for whatever reason, but there was several bits of back and forth and clarification of how this would be implemented for the course of the period of time prior to the sunset, after adoption. So I think the intent was clear. There was an opportunity to get the chair's attention. If that wasn't agreed to, that didn't occur, the vote was held. Now, if that wasn't what happened, and there are some newbies that are associated with that negotiation, and there's some veterans associated in that negotiation. And if there was a problem with what the intent, as was clarified by the commissioner prior to the vote, there was an opportunity to get any board member, especially the parties that were negotiating's attention, so that they could serve reconsideration. That never occurred either. So there was process, I think, that was available to the parties if that was indeed the problem. That didn't happen until 2 years later, when there was these sort of great disparities in how the allocation shook out. So in my mind, that's what the ACR process is for. That's why we're here. It is not often, Mr. Chairman, that I regret a vote. I regret the vote that I took on the ACR, on the agenda change request, that brought us to this discussion here today. So I think for me, if we go back to what happened, it is a process issue. And there was a process in order to remedy it at Southeast where it should have occurred, not here. And I think that if we were to try and reinsert this language, I think it would require a significant rewrite of the management plan. And I don't think it's appropriate to be doing that here and now. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. If I might just have an opportunity to address something that the Ms. Carlson Van Dort rose, and I have it in my notes, I just overlooked it, and that was, she's absolutely correct. After all the dialogue took place between the commissioner and Mr. Fowler, et cetera, I made a statement on the record to the effect that I'm going to assume that all parties are on board with this, and if not, throw a tomato, get my attention now, because we're going to be, this part I didn't quote, because we're going to be voting on it, folks, and if you have problems, let me know now. I just want to share with the audience why I said that, because it raises a red flag with me. When I was on the Anchorage Assembly, there was a gentleman who served with me, a very, very strong standing politician that went to higher office. And we won an extremely tough vote, a lot of money in the community riding on it, et cetera, et cetera. And it was a slim majority. In fact, it was a one-vote majority, and he was part of the majority, as I was. And when the vote actually got tabulated and called the vote, he did total opposite. And so we lost the majority, and there was a lot of political chits that were lost as a result of that. So I told him on the record at that time, I understand if new information came up that you may want to change your mind. I have no issue with that. But if it happens again, you get my attention, throw a tomato at me, do whatever you need to do so that we can address it prior to the action being taken. And that's, when I saw that in the transcript, I'd forgotten I'd even made that. What I'm telling people is I'm getting ready to push a button, and I'm concerned about stuff I'm seeing. And whenever I see agreements that are built on kumbaya, you give me this and sure, I'll make up the difference later on. I've been in negotiations too much in my lifetime to really feel comfortable with that. So it was raising red flags with me back then. And nobody spoke up and it went through. And now we're here, okay? And I respect all sides that have been set forth, but I'm just telling you from my perspective how I looked at it. Greg?
Well, I guess Mike Wood and I are still confused because, and I want to have this reiterated again. If we or I vote for your amendment, this is going to require the Fish and Game to manage this in season and not by, anyway, in season. They're going to have to do this in season and not by average. Is that correct?
That is a decision that the commissioner believes would have to be taken, so I will let him speak to it. But I believe you could do the in-season management and make up any small differences by averaging. But the commissioner is the one that's taking a position, so.
That would, the way I would read that is I would be managing the fishery in season.
Under Mr. Wood's amendment?
Yes, to achieve a 20% allocation.
Okay.
Mr. Wood and then Mr. Carpenter.
Speaking when I asked Mr. Fowler from the department about had that language been in the regulations prior to this agreement was kind of important to me because the agreement that was made a couple years ago was a negotiated agreement in regulatory language. And the people that agreed to it thinking that the regulatory language was what it had been, as I understood it, and how it had been was in continuing to keep that language that was in there, which had sport, fishing in it. And so then when it wasn't in there, that was somewhat unprecedented because it had been in there prior to. I think that's kind of what ultimately this comes down to is when no one's ever going to sign a paper or make an agreement anymore without having that exact language right in front of them ever again. It's like buying something on the side of the road, like handing somebody a Ziploc full of money and expecting it to get there. You just trust that it'll happen. I mean, in my world, that still happens, but when something like this happens, you're like, you got to see it now in black and white to know whether what the decision you all agreed on will actually be followed through with. So I guess that, I know I'm probably arguing this in two different ways, but I'm just trying to interpret what I'm hearing from the department, and I think the department's wicked smart. I mean, whether we ask them to do it in season or by averaging, they'll figure it out, and then we'll revisit this in a year.
Ms. Carlson,
To Mr. Wood, I think the problem is that in that language, the department was asked to do it both ways, and those ways conflict with each other. And so that's why that clarification intent was sought by the commissioner on the record, and the board gave them that intent to manage to an average. And that's what the vote was taken on. And as I described just a minute ago, there was a process to correct that was not exercised. And so that is why I would not be supportive of an amendment, and my preference would be to adopt RC 63 as is currently written.
Mr. Carpenter.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate my fellow board members' comments on this. I was not on the board at that catch can meeting. I am on the board now. I was in the board when the ACR came before us, and I don't regret the vote that I made because the ACR and the information that I had before me at that time was that it looked like that there could potentially have been an error made, and I think this process is set up to try and correct those errors. Now, having said that, I kind of think this whole situation, quite frankly, stinks to high heaven. And I think it stinks to high heaven because I think that, you know, you get into a back room, you get somebody on a laptop, you start writing language, it gets late at night, it's a long meeting, you got multiple groups of people that are trying to put things into management plans that make sense to them. And I went back and listened to the transcript, and I believe it was pretty clear, Member Mitchell, who was kind of orchestrating the back room, if you want to call it, with RC 178, she did state on the record that her thoughts on it was that it was going to be managed to an average. But on the second hand, the commissioner and Mr. Fowler had a back and forth where they were discussing intent from the department's point of view. And I agree with Ms. Carlson Van Dort that that's where I think the board made an error. I think that the written language in RC 178 that was before the board, if the board had the opportunity while that language was there to amend it, to correct an error that the department saw existed, I think they had the opportunity to do it at that time, and they did not take that opportunity. I did not hear much conversation from the board as well, specific to the commissioner and Mr. Fowler's conversation regarding intent. They just simply voted. The motion for reconsider, as Ms. Carlson Van Dort also stated, was in play, and we saw that exercise today, and I think that it could have been exercised then if somebody from the public saw that there was grave error. Now, having said all that, I really feel that when I look at the language and I look at those three signatures on the top of RC 178, I really think that all three people, or all three groups that signed that, believed something completely different. And that's why we're sitting here right now. And it's an unfortunate situation because it's a very allocative thing where one group is going to be taking from another, at least for a short period of time. I'm not sure that we can rectify that right now. But the language that's before us right now, because there have been no amendments made in RC 63, I think is important information that the department has brought forward. And I think that it needs to be included. And I don't think that there was much disagreement during the committee of a whole that that's the case. So that's where I am right now. If there is going to be an amendment made, I will surely consider that, but I'm not going to vote for an amendment that's not written out so that I can clearly interpret what it is. And I'll just leave it stand right there for now.
Any other discussion? I don't believe support is here at the body to move forward on it, so I will withdraw my motion to amend, and I will subsequently vote in favor of 259 and let it fall where it may. But I don't want to see the 7-tier system go bye-bye as a result of any confusion. So I will withdraw my amendment, and what's before us for consideration at this time is RC 63 as substituted. Any further discussion? Ms. Carlson Van Dort.
Mr. Chair, I would just, reference the comments that I made towards the beginning of this conversation about my support for RC 63. Thank you.
Any other discussion? Mr. Carpenter.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would note there was a lot of support for RC 257, some with amendments, and there was also opposition. So just for the record, I will also do cost while I have the floor. Approval of this proposal is not expected to result in any additional direct cost for a private person to participate in the fishery. Approval of this proposal is not expected to result in any additional direct cost to the department. And if there's nothing further, I would call the question on substitute language found in RC 63.
Mr. Payton.
No, Mr. Chair.
Bowers.
No, Mr. Chair.
Dr. Weeder.
No, Mr. Chair.
Law.
No, Mr. Chair.
Captain,
No, Mr. Chair.
please take a roll.
Final action on proposal 257 as amended with the substitute language in RC 63. Mike Wood,
Yes.
Carlson Van Dort,
Yes.
Zaret,
Yes.
John Wood,
No.
Carpenter,
Yes.
Svensson.
Yes.
Motion carries 5 in favor, 1 against, 1 absent.
Thank you. We now move on to proposal 258. Staff?
Mr. Chair, Proposal 258, 5AAC 47.055, Southeast Alaska King Salmon Management Plan. Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Mr. Carpenter?
Mr. Chair, I move we take no action on proposal 258 in lieu of what the department stated earlier in regards to this particular tiered system going away in a very short period of time.
Is there a second?
Second, ask unanimous consent.
Any objection? Hearing none, move on to 259.
Mr. Chair, Proposal 259, 5AAC 47.055, Southeast Alaska King Salmon Management Plan. Mr. Chair.
Move to adopt.
Second.
Thank you. Staff?
Mr. Chair, for staff comments, during the March 2022 board meeting, RC 178 was prepared as substitute language for Proposal 82 after cooperation between Alaska Trollers Association, Southeast Alaska Guides Organization, and Territorial Sportsmen Incorporated. This substitute language addressed modifications to the Southeast Alaska King Salmon Management Plan and allocation of king salmon in Southeast Alaska area. Within RC 178, the language described in the objectives of the management plan under 5AC 47.055B2 was not updated. Immediately after the meeting, this omission was corrected before advancing the draft regulatory language to be signed by the Lieutenant Governor. The department is neutral on this allocated proposal, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much. Any discussion? Ms. Carlson Van Dort?
Mr. Chairman, I'm going to not be supportive of proposal 259 and reference all of the discussion and comments that we just had on 257 with RC 63. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any other discussion, Mr. Swenson?
I agree with Mrs. Van Hort.
Any other discussion? I too will incorporate the remarks made on the discussion of 257, but I will be voting yes. Any other discussion? Mr. Carpenter?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would reference online public comments for proposal 259. There was a fair amount of support. There was a lot of opposition, several ACs on both sides of the equation. I will do cost real quick. Approval of this proposal is not expected to result in any additional direct cost for a private person participating in the fishery. And approval of this proposal is not expected to result in any additional cost to the department, and I will call the question.
Question's been called. Mr. Payton?
No, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Bowers?
No, Mr. Chair.
Dr. Weeder?
No, Mr. Chair.
Waller?
No, Mr. Chair.
And Waller, too.
No, Mr. Chair.
Please take the roll.
Final action on proposal 259. Carlson Van Dort,
No.
Carpenter,
No.
Mike Wood,
Yes.
Svensson,
No.
John Wood,
Yes.
Zaret.
No.
Motion fails, 2 in favor, 4 against, 1 absent, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Well, this concludes all the proposals before us. We're going to take a 5-minute break, but before we do we have a schedule of what's under miscellaneous or how? Okay, we're going to stand at ease until 3:45, and any board member that wants something considered under miscellaneous, probably get in touch with Art right now. We now move on to miscellaneous business. You'll see that under RC 073. And I'll turn it over to Art to walk us through that.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So RC 73, the miscellaneous business agenda, there's 3 items on there. The first is a discussion of traditional knowledge and incorporating that into the board's process. I would turn this over to Member Carlson Van Dort. There's also RC 74, which she has prepared to speak to our committee meeting from last week and moving forward.
Thank you. So, you know, as was discussed at the, I believe it was the work session, that feels like a million years ago already. It was the interest of the chair and other members of the board to make a concerted effort to incorporate traditional knowledge more intentionally into the board's process. And that was the charge given to the board's process committee. I chair that committee. That committee met on November 21st. We solicited public comment and, you know, kind of batted around some ideas, I think, rather conceptually at that meeting. I have taken those suggestions and taken a stab at drafting definitions for both local knowledge and traditional knowledge and how we might implement it in the near term with respect to the Kodiak meeting. I know that in order to do this as we envisioned with a special agenda item, potentially that would require public notice, revised public notice. And so in order to do that and make the on-time public notice for the Kodiak Finfish meeting, I've offered these definitions and how we might implement it on a pilot or trial basis for Kodiak for the board to consider and take a look at and provide feedback on. If the board is comfortable with this approach for Kodiak, then my intention would have the process committee meet again after the Kodiak meeting and before the Upper Cook Inlet meeting to again solicit feedback from the public and from the department to talk about what worked, what didn't work, how can we, make it better. And it would be my intention to, then revise or take into account any suggestions, revise that for the Upper Cook Inlet meeting, and then move forward with whether or not the board wanted and the public was interested in the board drafting a formal policy with respect to incorporation of traditional knowledge, Mr. Chair.
Thank you so much for the report, but thank you even more so for all the work you did with your committee along with Mr. Wood. And I have, in fact, both Mr. Woods, but I very much appreciate it and looking for feedback from any members of the board, and we'll move forward as described by Ms. Carlson Van Dort. So if anybody needs a moment to read this RC 074, we'll certainly take a recess to do that. Mr. Commissioner.
Yeah, I was able to attend both the committee meeting as well as work on the definitions here that are here. I think it's a good start. I think it's a very good way to try this out at the Kodiak meeting, and I think it would be welcome addition to inform the board's deliberative decisions moving forward. So you have the department's support on this, and we look forward to, again, looking at how this works in the Kodiak meeting. Unfortunately, I won't be able to be there, but look forward to seeing how you can move forward with this based on the trial experiment and using this definition at the Kodiak meeting. Thank you.
Thank you so very much. And yes, you were very supportive from the start on this, and your input was very valuable. Any other comments? Mr. Mike Wood.
I really appreciate how this was written up. I think it totally captures exactly what we were talking about. Just in general, I'm really excited about that it's being added and that we're moving forward with it, because we've heard from the public that it's something that they look forward to. And I very much do as well, because it's a knowledge that I often seek out. So thank you.
Any other discussion? Mrs. Ray?
I'd just like to say I support it.
Okay. Art, you were trying to get my attention?
I just had a comment, or I guess a question. Since I'm going to need to issue a revised notice to cover the Kodiak meeting, that'll have to go out very soon, early next week. I had planned on writing this to cover both of the remaining meetings for this year. Issuing a notice, we have to publish it in the newspaper and mail it, and it's upwards of $3,000 to $4,000 each time. So I'm gonna write it to cover both meetings. I guess if something substantive changes enough to where we have to do another supplemental, then we can address that, but I'm gonna at least try to cover everything right now. So.
Please do so, and if it goes wrong, I'll blame it on the commissioner. Any other discussion on this? Any other contributions? Yes, Ms. Carlson-Van.
I just wanted to say thank you to the department for their support on this, and also a special thank you to the Subsistence Division, who helped me last minute continue to revise my drafting. So thank you so much for your help.
Okay. This requires no action here today, but it was a report from your process committee, which was very active. It wasn't just the board members that were there. There were other parties, I don't remember the numbers of them, but they really were very active in participating. Next item, Mr. Nelson.
I guess there was one question that just popped into my mind, and that would be, is there an idea for a deadline to sign up for this? I know we had discussed previously that this may be something that gets scheduled goes on the agenda following staff reports before public testimony. Go ahead, yeah, what kind of a deadline should I put in this notice for when people need to sign up?
I would say, like, at the beginning of the meeting, I think we should provide a couple hours at the beginning of the meeting, prior to the conclusion of staff reports for people to sign up. Since it's new, if people want to express interest, I think that they can do so, but if they wanted to, I'd say let's sign up at the Kodiak meeting, and we'll see how that process goes and how we can make it better.
And I'm good with that. What other deadlines do we have that precede the meeting that we're currently obligating people to report to?
Well, I mean, there's the written comment deadline for.
Which is how close
for
to the
pieces,
meeting?
that's 2 weeks prior. But I think the suggestion to just do it somewhere early, the first day of the meeting, I think, given that we'll probably have a half day or more of staff reports, we could probably set it for noon the first day of the meeting for the deadline to sign up for TK reports.
Any other questions? Okay, we'll proceed on to item number 2. Whoops.
I've also asked our subsistence section to provide a more comprehensive subsistence overview at the Kodiak meeting. I think at this meeting, we had a very specific one that looked at a couple communities to have a more comprehensive subsistence overview of activities that are impacting subsistence in the Kodiak region. So that may help you a little bit too.
Thank you so much. Am I going to be able to go to number 2 now? Committee to explore the issues raised in proposal 35. What are you thinking there, Mr. Nelson?
I know earlier when you mentioned this, you suggested that, we might either figure this out now or make more decisions on it in Kodiak. The board does have a standing committee on habitat, chaired by member Mike Wood. That would be one committee that this could possibly be referred to, but I didn't know, Mr. Chair, if you had a special committee or a temporary committee that would address this, that would then be disbanded at the end of it. I mean, it's just there as a placeholder for that item.
No, but I like your idea to put the burden on Mr. Wood. So I will charge you with convening your Habitat Committee and addressing this issue and coming up with recommendations. I'll pass along to you several organizations' names that were given to me here as somebody you may want to reach out to or may not want to reach out to, but it'll be your call.
Absolutely. I look forward to it.
Thank you. In fact, I'll pass them down your way right now. There's nothing further there. We'll go on to proposal 59, correction, Kodiak, and that's a hatchery issue. Mr. Nelson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It was brought to my attention just a day or two ago that the proposal 59, as it appears in the proposal book, had some language dropped from it from the original submission from the proposer. And so what appears in the book looks like it's a proposal to reduce hatchery production fully statewide. Their proposal was submitted clearly for the Kodiak Finfish meeting, and it cited Kitoi Bay, I don't have the exact language, the Kitoi Bay Salmon Enhancement Allocation Plan. So they had a narrow scope on it. It was written very similar to Proposal 43, which you guys had reviewed at this meeting. And so we will be posting a corrected version of the proposal to the board's website to reflect that narrow scope that was in the the original proposal.
Mr. Carpenter?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I guess I have a question specific to that. So we had a proposal that we took public testimony at this meeting, was Proposal 43, that was specifically the concentration of focus was on hatcheries and the Cooking and Aquaculture Association. My question is, does a Cotoy Bay plan even exist? Because if it doesn't exist, and that is what the proposal was submitted under, that seems to me that it's a little far-fetched that this is included in the book the way it is. But I'm just curious if maybe somebody from the department can tell me if that is actually the case or not, because I've never heard of it.
Staff?
I hate to speak to Comfish, but can you repeat the question?
From what I remember, and Mr. Nelson has the language in front of him highlighted, I believe it says the proposal was submitted and it was supposed to be put on the agenda to discuss the Cotoy Bay allocation plan.
Mm-hmm.
Is there such a thing? And if so, could somebody please tell me where it's at?
I'd have to get back to you on that, but I'll start looking it up right now.
And I guess the only reason I bring it up is I think there's a lot of confusion with the general public that, number one, this was listed under a statewide hatchery proposal. Proposal 59 doesn't speak to any particular hatchery, so it looks like a statewide proposal, which we aren't having a statewide proposal or meeting this year. And if it was submitted to revise a specific hatchery allocation plan, then I'd just like some clarity to that.
And here it comes.
Through the chair, Mr. Carpenter, looking at 5AAC 40.085, Kodiak Regional Aquaculture Special Harvest Areas, I find reference to the Cotoy Bay Special Harvest Area.
But a special harvest area is not an allocation plan. I'm quite sure of that.
Is Tina Fairbanks still around anywhere? I guess not. Mr. Nelson?
Mr. Chair, Mr. Bowers must be listening because he just shot me a message through Teams, said no such plan exists. It would need to be a new regulation if the board wanted to adopt what the proposal is asking for.
Yeah, and I just confirmed that with Sam Raybung. There is no plan for that.
So, Mr. Chairman, if I might, if that's the case, then, and I'm not trying to take away from the public process at all, but, there's a lot of people that would have to spend a lot of money to travel to Kodiak in the middle of January to potentially, speak to Proposal 59, which I'm not sure technically, maybe the Department of Law might have to weigh in here specifically, but should the proposal remain in the book or should it not? And I guess that's the question that we probably should get to the bottom of before we leave here today.
Okay. So where we are currently is, does it remain on the agenda for Kodiak or does it not remain on the agenda because there's no such plan? And I look at it, I was prepared to withdraw it from the entire agenda subject to being told I could do so or that I not be prohibited from doing so. And with that in mind, I was at least under the understanding from legal that I should leave it in at that time. However, they didn't have the information that there's no allocation plan to be addressed. With that new information, does the legal advice change?
I don't think the legal advice changes. The proposal, its language there may be regulatory problems with the proposal as drafted. I read it to be amending a regulation that is statewide in application, but the proposer could, I think is within, could propose that action be taken specific to a hatchery in the area, and the board would then have to come up with that language. So I don't think the legal advice changes about removing it, but the complication is noted.
And I would note for the record that the proposer is quite sophisticated at preparing proposals, et cetera, knows what his limitations are, so that I'm going to hold that proposal to a higher standard than I would others. Mr. Carpenter, what is it you wish to suggest?
Well, I mean, Mr. Chair, I mean, I'm just looking at the public process here. Like I said, I'm not trying to circumvent that, but, you know, there is a process in which proposals come, through the normal chains of events. I just would hate to have, 10, 20, 50, 100 people have to travel to Kodiak unnecessarily if we're going to get to a position in Kodiak where either one, this allocation plan doesn't exist, this would be some sort of new regulatory framework. It just seems to me that it should be withdrawn from the proposal book, and it should be put on the agenda for the statewide meeting next year, if that's what the board feels, because it seems to be written in that fashion.
Yeah, I appreciate that. The board has total control over its own agenda. That decision is in our hands. I normally am the one that executes that authority on behalf of the board. I am willing to, right now, pull it totally off the agenda unless I'm told not to, or put it to a vote of the board to see what they want to do. Either way, my feelings are quite well known on these kind of approaches where the same issue comes up in each individual meeting. Down in Cordova, I was quite vocal on what I thought of that, for those of you who weren't aboard at the time. So I am willing to take it off the agenda unless I'm told not to. No one's telling me not to. We are going to, Mr. Nelson.
Well, I just wanted to add, I mean, at least my experience with the proposal process has been that the request of the proposal is generally what the proposal is. Oftentimes, they may not cite the correct regulation. It may need to go somewhere else, and that happens through the regulation drafting and approval process. So, I mean, the proposal as it was submitted to us in a timely fashion had the language that clearly spoke to the Kodiak management area, Cotoy Bay reference. And again, I'm not trying to predispose the board on any outcome, but in my opinion, this was a timely received proposal. The language that got dropped from it somehow through the proposal book development process. When we've discovered this and it's been brought to our attention in the past, we correct it and post a corrected proposal to the website.
My understanding, it wasn't addressed to an area, it was addressed to a specific plan. Am I incorrect?
Well, proposals are submitted for specific meetings, and this proposal was submitted for the Kodiak Finfish meeting.
I have no question of that. My question is there such a plan as what they cited, though?
No, that plan does not exist.
Then I'm going to stand unless someone tells me no. Law?
If I could just clarify, Law's read of the proposal is that as submitted, it was labeled and referring specifically to the Cotoy Bay hatchery in the Kodiak area. It was revised to be specific to statewide. Now, the regulation that they're asking to be revised is a statewide regulation, and there is no specific management plan, as we've heard today. So it is inartfully drafted, but that doesn't necessarily mean that the board couldn't take action as proposed to create a management plan properly noticed and consistent with the Administrative Procedure Act.
If the board so chose, what I'm suggesting right now is perhaps the board doesn't so choose. Mr. Carpenter.
The board hasn't so chosen, but that discussion wasn't noticed for this meeting. And so I think that, that was noticed for the Kodiak meeting. And while it might be, awkward or inconvenient, I kind of see where Law's coming at with that. This was an on-time submitted proposal. It, might not have been drafted as well as it should have been, but I think it was an on-time submitted proposal, and it speaks to Kodiak, for which it was noticed, and I think the board is walking into murky waters if we start getting selective about what we're gonna hear and not hear.
Mr. Zaret?
Is there any, to the chairman and those who have been on the board longer, or to the department, is there any precedent for deciding that you don't want to, in situations like this, is there any kind of precedent?
There's a process that Mr. Nelson goes through determining which ones have been responsive, et cetera, and makes that determination, and you get a list of that at the work session as to those that he made the determination that they were not responsive. And that gave the board an opportunity to move on those if they felt it appropriate. Most of the time, we didn't. Does that answer your question?
Oh, yeah.
Okay. Okay. But I hear objection from Ms. Carlson Van Dort. I will not withdraw it off the agenda. Yeah, that's fine.
So, Mr. Chairman, basically what you're saying is that we have very different standards now. Is that basically what we're saying? And we're basically saying, I object completely. I disagree with the Department of Law. I'm not a lawyer, but I disagree. I do not believe that this proposal was specifically addressed at dealing with the Katoy hatchery. It was addressing the Katoy Bay allocation plan, which does not exist. I think there's a far cry between those two. But if the board wants to move forward and the chair wants to move forward, I just thought that it was important to bring my objection to the table because it needed to be clarified, and that this was obviously something that there was concern from the public that brought it to my attention, because why are we dealing with a statewide proposal in Kodiak on an allocation plan that doesn't exist when we don't have a statewide meeting? And I'll end it there.
Well, I'd like to correct you. The chair does not wish it to go forward. But that's just as easily, the board could put amendment on the floor or action on the floor, and the whole board can join in with this fun decision. Ms. Carlson Van Dort.
And maybe this is a clarification for legal. Even if the management plan doesn't exist, the regulatory citation has been noticed, and the board could create a plan if the board so chose, using that vehicle specific to Katoy and not statewide. So I guess I would seek legal advice on that, and so I would be reluctant to pull it off, because once the proposal exists, I mean, it does exist, it's the board's now, and the board could create an allocation plan under that regulation. Just because one doesn't exist doesn't mean we couldn't create one under the proposal.
Through the chair, so law doesn't have the luxury of having the proposal as submitted before it presently, and we'd ask that the executive director could read into the record how it was submitted, because we think that lends clarity to why it was properly accepted as a proposal for the Kodiak meeting. And I think the previous members' comments do speak to the legal authority that the board might have to adopt the proposal or amend the proposal if the board were so willing at the Kodiak meeting. So the confusion as to statewide, I think, arises because of the amended, or the edited form, in the proposal book that was noticed.
Mr. Nelson, will you read into the record the original submittal before amendments?
The original submittal was nearly identical, well, it essentially was identical to Proposal 43, the Cook Inlet one. Both of them had cited this 5AAC 40.820. The Kodiak one, or the Cook Inlet one, spoke to amend the Cook Inlet Salmon Enhancement Allocation Plan. The Kodiak one said amend the Katoy Bay Salmon Enhancement Allocation Plan. And then all of the remaining was the exact same verbiage. Somehow through the drafting process, the language aimed at the Katoy Bay Salmon Enhancement Allocation Plan got cut from the proposal, and it ended up being what is in the book now. When it was brought, but when we were in the proposal vetting process that developed the list of proposals that the board had at the work session, the ones that were deemed non-responsive. Mr. Peterson, I had discussions with staff about this proposal and whether we felt it should stay in or not. And that was a discussion we had with Member Carlson Van Dort, who was chair at the time. And at that time, based on the wording in the proposal as it was submitted, it was deemed responsive and stayed in. So.
Does that help?
It adds to the record what law is interpreting and why.
Microphone.
Sorry, yes, it adds to the record the basis for law's recommendation that the proposal was properly submitted and contained in the Kodiak book, and that is the advice.
So unless I hear a motion or something to the contrary, it will remain. Mr. Carpenter?
Mr. Chairman, I would move that we remove proposal 59 from the Kodiak regulatory book because I feel that it's been improperly submitted, and that's my motion.
Is there a second?
I second it.
Mr. Wood seconds it. Do you wish to address your motion, Mr. Carpenter?
I think I've made clear my points. I think that, I'm not trying to subvert the public process. I just think that things need to be submitted in a proper fashion, and I just don't think that this was one of them.
Mr. Wood?
If we're talking about submitting proposals that need regulatory language, we experienced that today with 35. Which now went to which we reconsidered earlier today. And then it was brought to my attention that we could have asked to have regulatory language created and submitted to actually work with so that it wasn't just a blank slate. Is that the same kind of thing that is potentially happening here? We get a proposal that doesn't have any regulation in it, and one of us is being asked to draw up that regulatory language so that it'll actually be made into a proposal that we can vote on, because if it doesn't have regulatory language, it obviously is null and void.
You addressing that to law?
To the extent your question is, does this proposal present a similar problem to 35? I'm not sure that it does. I think that the issue here goes to the fact that the board, if it is so willing, may have authority to regulate, as we've discussed under 1610-440, aspects of a permit that are listed in 440B, and it may be the case that the board chooses to act under Proposal 59 accordingly. 5 AAC 4820 is a statewide provision. There is not a management plan that is specific to Cotoy Bay, but that doesn't mean that the board couldn't act on this proposal.
So is this person, I haven't even read this thing, but do they want us, or the department, to make a management plan?
Without the luxury of having analyzed this proposal in the same level of detail that we would before the meeting, my read of this proposal is that the proposal seeks to reduce hatchery production to 25% of the year 2000 production as promised for the Cotoy Bay hatchery. Now, it does not currently say Cotoy Bay in the proposal, but as submitted, it did say that. My understanding, as it was read into the record and as I saw it earlier, is that it said Cotoy Bay at the top. It no longer says that, but we've discussed why that is the case. So the board could take action on that proposal at the Kodiak meeting.
Anything else, Mr. Wood?
No.
Mrs. Saray?
Yeah, I guess I just like to first say, I feel really uncomfortable whichever way I think about this. But it seems to me that I've seen a lot of proposals that didn't include anything beyond, I think I've even drafted and put in proposals to the board that didn't have any more than a similar statement to the first sentence, reduce hatchery production to 25% of the year 2000 production as promised in 2000. I mean, so, yeah, I don't, you know, the statement was just made that, you know, it needs, that it might need more before it's a legitimate proposal. But to me, it seems like I've seen a lot of proposals where it's left up to the board to pass something and then come up with a plan or a way to do what the proposal wanted. Anyway, I just, like I say, I feel uncomfortable either way. I don't, yeah, anyway.
Any further comments, questions?
I just have one more thing, if I could, Mr. Chair. Maybe somebody from the department, maybe Shalene or the Department of Law can clarify. But the way I understand it, 5 AAC 40.80, I don't have my glasses on, is that a board regulation?
If you could just give me 1 second to look at it was 40.
40.820.
You just, if we just look at the authorities at the bottom, you can tell what they are there, and 8. I'm sorry, this is taking so long. 820. No, there is not the Board of Fisheries statute listed under the authorities of 5 AAC 40.820.
Mr. Peterson, you wish to be recognized?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to clarify one thing. The proposal as submitted, it has been the direction of the Department of Law to this board for decades that the board has authority pursuant to its statutory authority under 1610-440B to amend the terms of permits. That's what this proposal sought to do. The Department of Law would not say, here's something that the statute says the board can do, but we're not going to let it into the proposal book. We're not going to do that. And this conversation that's being had about the proposal should be had at Kodiak, where the proposal was noticed for. I don't know what procedural mechanism there is to remove it from the meeting here when people have commented on it and it has been submitted properly. Now, there was an administrative error and that has been rectified, but I don't know what administrative procedure there is to remove it here that wouldn't likely generate more issues than having this conversation in Kodiak. So I would have concerns with removing it here after people have, presumably believe they have the ability to debate it at Kodiak.
Yeah, and my understanding is that Mr. Carpenter is not saying it shouldn't be on a meeting. It just should be at the statewide meeting if it's going to be considered.
So that's an interesting, and if I may respond to that, that's an interesting point. I wanted to clarify just one thing. The basic management plan is cited, I believe, because the permit that the proposal is seeking to address is not in regulation. So by what other mechanism would somebody be able to bring that issue to this body, for this body to exercise its statutorily granted authority, but for citing, basic management plan to amend this particular permit?
Any other discussion? No, Mr. Sarai, you almost got overlooked. Yes.
Yeah, it seems scarily crystal clear that we can't be messing with this. But I don't know.
Anything further? No, any other discussion? Let's just go ahead and put it on the record. Motion.
On the proposal, or on the motion to remove Proposal 59. Zaray.
No.
John Wood,
Yes.
Svensson,
Yes.
Mike Wood,
Yes.
Carlson Van Dort,
Absolutely not.
Carpenter.
Yes.
Motion carries. 4 in favor, 2 against, 1 absent, Mr. Chair.
Well, that's the end of the miscellaneous business. We go to board comments. Your microphone. Thank you. We now go to the last item on business, and that's board comments. Doesn't mean you have to, but there's opportunity there if anyone wants to give broad comments on any topic, but hopefully they relate to fish. We'll start at the left-hand side. Ms. Carlson Van Dort.
The only comment that I would like to say is that I just wanted to thank the community of Homer. They've been great hosts, particularly this business, Land's End, has been, again, another great host, and I just wanted to put that on the record. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Any, Mrs. Ray, any board comment?
Well, I just similarly like to thank the people of Homer, and you have some of the most beautiful scenery that I've ever seen, a lot better than what I see out my window.
Mr. Wood.
I just want to thank everybody for taking it easy on me, and because I was kidding before when I said I'd be hard on you. And then I also am really psyched to be down here in Homer and meet everybody. I really appreciate all the people that came from very far away to be here and participate in this. And especially the department and staff that keep pulling this all together while they're pulling their hair out. It's pretty impressive. So thank you.
Mr. Swenson, any comments?
Well, I would reiterate the same, that Homer has done a great job, and Land's End as well. And it's my first board meeting, so it's been a real education for me. And I thank Mike Wood for all of his keeping me laughing.
Mr. Carpenter.
Thank you. I'd just like to thank staff, people that came out to the meeting and participated, especially the ones that traveled from southeast. I know it was not a cycle situation for you, but we appreciate the fact that you came to participate, and I guess we'll see you all at the next meeting.
Yeah, just from the chair, I want to thank all the participants. Made my job so much easier that you adhered to the guidelines that we put forth, and that doesn't always happen. And I think it was much more productive as a result of that. Once again, my thanks, and of course the staff, they're always there and available. And then secondly, I just want to make an observation. I very much liked having the ability to be in a hotel and the meeting place in the same place. And if that can be considered in other forums, I would highly encourage it. It really facilitates better use of our time. So with that, any further comments?
So our plan to have you on ADAC for the meeting, but hosted in Dutch Harbor is you don't like that idea?
You'll be right alongside of us, Commissioner, but, and I was going to suggest, by the way, that Director Payton, while Mr. Bowers wasn't here, to make hay and see what you could do real quick before the comm guys caught on, but apparently he was listening in. But with that, do I have a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Second. Any objection? Hearing none, we are adjourned at 4:25. Thank you very much.